of the six 5K draft open. I'm Andrew Beckstrom, joined by Patrick Sullivan. You can't see us, but we are back and ready to bring you another exciting day of Eternal Tournament action. I guess as a bit of bookkeeping, we could just touch real quick on the fact that why we're not live and in person today. We got a bit of late notice about some air conditioning maintenance going on at the office building that we work at the end of this week, and if you're living in really almost any part of the world right now, you know what the heat would be like. And imagine being in an office building with no air conditioning for multiple days. So we're audibling. We're doing a remote broadcast this weekend, but I'm here. Mr. Sullivan is here, and we're excited. So why don't you say hi to all those fine folks, Patrick?
Hey everyone, how's it going? For some additional context here, there's been a lot of work done in the building recently where I to work in something of a assistant project manager capacity, helping people through the building. What this does mean going forward is that we're going to have some sweet automatic dimming lights inside of the broadcast room that hopefully us and y'all will have the opportunity to enjoy in future broadcasts, but for the time being, we're going to have to, turtle up in our own residence and bring you this draft open through slightly more lo-fi means.
Yeah, it'll be a fun, and this is kind of something I'm a little used to because this is what we were doing during the pandemic. But we got a lot of sweet action cooked up. We've got two players, Stormguard and Paradox, queued up to stream their draft. So let's talk a little bit about this event. So if this is your first time joining us, or if you've never been with us for a draft open before, let's talk about what to expect. So first of all, with the draft open, that means that we're going to be watching our players navigate a draft to start off the day. We've cut down to the top 100 players from the qualifying rounds. They're going to do a draft to start off the day, and that's the deck that they're going to be battling with as they attempt to win this tournament and queue for the World Championships. We're going to be checking out the Unleashed draft format for the first time, and we'll be watching best of three matches once those players finish drafting, and we'll just keep on rolling with that until we're down to one competitor left. They'll be your champion, and they'll take home the biggest share of our 5K prize pool this weekend. And yeah, did I miss anything there, Patrick?
Just for some additional context, besides the fact that these matches are played best two out of three, this is the same experience that you would get by hopping in the draft queue right now. So if you're watching from
Mm.
home and you're sort of interested in seeing, how does the draft go? What are the strategies and key cards? This event is identical to what you would get by hopping into our draft queues right now. So fun to watch, and also something of a bit of a tutorial watching our best drafters try to navigate a very competitive field for their share of $5,000 in cash prizes this weekend, and most importantly, an invite to the Eternal World Championships later this year.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. So, and the other big news, as you could see kind of on the screen right now, top of your news feed is we announced our next set. It's one of our mini sets. It's Enter the Arcanum. So for the first time, we're going to be going deep into the world of the Praxis Arcanum, this secret collective of mages and explorers as they seek to uncover the past, the secrets of the past. There's sweet relics, sweet mages, lots of cool stuff cooked up for you in this set. And our pre-orders are going live this week, and so you can go online right now to eternalcardgame.com and check out the news section if you want to read the whole post about it. We've got preview cards from this new set this weekend. Before we get to that, why don't we take a quick look at the cards that we've already seen so far, Tom, if you've got that cooked up. So, yeah. So, three sweet new cards. So, first up on the left, we got Lethrai Marauder. That's a new elf, and we've got plays a couple of sweet spells, a dark elf if you discard a card, a new Talir, and then star charts. I think we're getting pretty close to being ready to go on the draft, though. But if you got any quick thoughts before that, Patrick, on these cards.
Oh, I mean, I'm going to be purchasing an entire micro campaign bundle to get one copy of Star Charts into Throne even mid. So, very slot efficient creation here. But yeah, Left Eye Marauder, a lot of flexibility, a lot of opportunities to synergize with cards that are good to discard or, otherwise care about hand size. Talir is certainly the splashiest of the bunch here. A 6/6 charge for 6, which +2 max power and a full rebate if you're able to hit. So you can jump from 6 to 8, keep the Talir around, and go pretty wild that turn. And Star Charts is another kind of interesting addition to the history of uh, sigils that don't make any, they don't generate any pips, but they have certain utility. I believe this card will slot in very, very cleanly into the variety of factionless decks that we've seen in Throne in particular, and it'll be interesting to see how many people decide to avail themselves of somewhere between 1 and 4 copies of this card because at a very low opportunity cost. This has an opportunity to generate card advantage, to pull you ahead early on in the game in power, to lean into spell synergies. So three really interesting competitive candidates right here.
Yeah, yeah. Then there's lots more goodies coming today as we'll check out a few new cards from Enter the Arcanum. But for now, we're gonna head over and check out Stormguard's draft. So if you bear with us for just a moment as we're gonna get set up. All right, we'll be back with you in just a moment. All right, so kicking things off here, Patrick, we've got Stormguard streaming their draft. We can see their draft, they can't see us. And so we're going to be checking them out as they draft the deck that could get themselves to the World Championships. I guess real quickly in the Unleash draft format, we're going to get to see some of the newest mechanics. Unleash, Frenzy, and Taunt all on display, and we'll see how Stormguard chooses to navigate things. All right. All right, so we're gonna head back. Do we want to go back to the other broadcast room here? Tom, are we good? How are we looking, Tom?
Like tech issues we're working through right now, but I think we're going to have this draft starting here in just a moment.
All right, so looks like we might be on the verge of getting started here, and yeah, we are. And wow, look at this, Patrick, opening things off with Poacher's Menagerie. You excited to see that one in your first pack of the draft?
Absolutely. I mean, it's just so strong on rate. You don't necessarily have to lean into any sort of sacrifice synergies to get um, a lot of value out of this one. The Kringle Boy is also a very appealing card. There's a question here, and this is very common starting drafts: is do you want to take the absolute best card or the most flexible one?
Hmm.
Poacher's Menagerie is, I think, the strongest by far. The two faction commitment might make you want to go somewhere else, but it looks like Stormguard is just going to go for the best card.
All right, sounds like a solid start. So taking that Poacher's Menagerie, now looking through another pack. They got a copy of Better Than Ever. That can work with some Unleash things. There's no Mono Justice card. They got a couple of Shadow Offerings. Do any of those jump out to you? We got one Thirsty
Um,
Bat.
a Thirsty Bat, I think, is probably the strongest card absent any additional context. Though through the unknown, if you decide to lean into some frenzy synergies, can be quite strong. And I think this early, I would rather take a card that has a higher ceiling and through the unknown.
Hmm. All right, so we'll see where we want to go, and we'll take a Through the Unknown. Now looking at a copy of Xenon Adept. So if you want to go three factions, that's a pretty strong top end for your deck. Now looking at Rebel Sharpshooter, and really nice how Stormguard's given us a nice clean look at these cards. Party Crasher, giving us a sense of what they're considering. Now Icy Glider. So I get the sense that that Stormguard, knowing that Poacher's Menagerie is such a strong card, they're open to splashing for it, and they're really being quite flexible with regards to what other factions they might want in their deck at this point.
I like the pick of Zen and Adept here. Poacher's Menagerie and Through the Unknown kind of sets you up for a grindy attrition style deck that the Adept fits into very naturally. And absent any sort of really strong Mono Shadow or Mono Justice card in the pack, you kind of have to explore third faction anyway. So as far as cards to splash goes, it's really coherent with the first two picks.
All right, makes sense. So looking now, Scornful Elite, that's another decent grindy justice card. So they're going to take that, and looks like we're settling in pretty early on into a more controlling deck here from Stormguard. Just, I think when you've got Xena Adept and Poacher's Menagerie, it's going to be very hard for anybody else to beat you into a long game where you both see a lot of the cards in your deck. Um, some cards are strong, even some rares, but they only are very strong early on in games, whereas both of these cards that we've seen really shine in very long games.
Yeah, I think Poacher's Menagerie, especially, that's one where it's about stretching the game out, playing the longest timeline possible, and then eventually burying your opponent with, your the large units you're cranking out each turn. Love the Seek Power pick here. I don't know if we're necessarily committed to these specific three factions, but it seems likely that this draft is going to be a lot about raw power, uh, cards that sort of play a long game, and so that's going to probably be at least three factions. And taking the fixing early over a modest playable, I think, is a really wise choice.
Now, Stone Scar Adept, I think, is just the strongest card here, but this is maybe it's not the kind of card I think Stormguard necessarily wants. But so he's actually just going to take Copper Hall Recruit at 2/5, and that's a really disciplined pick.
Yeah, again, not exactly blowing the doors off in terms of rate. It's a card that I think most drafters cut more often than not, but it could end up making the deck, and again, coherent with trying to play a long, grindy game.
So two Unleash cards in the pack. Unleash, both great in longer games. Crinkle Boys, maybe more, I would say, in style for their deck, but Tinker Unionist exactly the factions. And so we'll see now. The Tinker Unionist only has Unleash when you have a relic. We'll see how much they Stormguard prioritizes that when we see relics in their upcoming picks. For
And I
now, though,
really
no
like
Justice or Time or Shadow options.
And I really like taking the Unionists over the second Kringle Boys. I think the Kringle Boys is probably the stronger card in absolute terms, but that's more of a low opportunity cost and a speculative pick. I don't think this early Stormguard really wants to commit to four factions, and so the Tinker Unionist is a signal that, we're still trying to keep it to three, but if things go a particular way, if you want to move into Primal, the Crinkle Boys is a reasonable base to do that.
Makes sense. All right, now as we head into pack number 2, opening things up, the rare is a Riot Detail. And so one of the new things, this is the first time we've ever done a draft open with this new style of draft format. The draft format is Unleashed, Unleashed, the Eternal Draft Pack, and um, Cold Hunt, and then Unleashed. And so we are just seeing actual packs of Eternal like you would get in your rewards. And so for the first time, we're going to get to see a second rare early. It's sharing one of the factions we believe they're going to be in Injustice, but they're not going to take it.
Yeah, Riot Detail, very strong card, but definitely leans you more towards playing an aggressive strategy. Um, Fire is the one faction that's not represented here so far, so I don't think that one really fits.
How do you like Here Are the People in draft, Patrick?
It's not my style. I mean, I just kind of like taking individual cards that work. Certainly in a strategy like what Stormguard has going on here. The ceiling's very, very high, but I just don't. I think this deck is going to be way more dedicated towards removal, card advantage, large units, and not trying to sort of spray battle skilled around.
Mm. Now taking a peek at Soulfire, so that would be really jumping over to fire. I mean, this Bell Tower shot looks like a pretty solid card for a Shadow deck, and they take it. It can both kill an exhausted unit or remove a card from the enemy player's hand.
Until an exhausted unit is really, really strong in control style decks, the place where those effects can struggle sometimes is, you know, you're attacking. and your opponent's trying to block and not really attacking back, and so their units aren't exhausted. But if you're sort of just playing defense the whole time, that works as a very, very effective removal spell.
Mm, all right. So flying through the picks now. Not exactly great options. I guess Notarin Collects is like a card that could trade one for one. We don't have too much in the way of frenzy of cards right now, so nothing super exciting from that regard.
Yeah, I mean, I think all these other cards are just nowhere near strong enough, or they're a different faction. I think the Neuron Collects is unlikely to make the deck, but if things go a certain way where you're really desiring, you get a bunch of frenzy cards or whatever, maybe it could be your last playable.
Sure. There's Starving Horror. 4-1 Ambush does a nice job of just trading off early on in games. If you want to go for something pretty spicy, you could take that Consuming Greed. But it looks like they're going to take Jotun Run, and so there, it seems like we've kind of settled into we're firmly going to be three factions: Justice, Primal, and Shadow. At least that's what I'm seeing from these picks.
I think it's more that is one interpretation. I think it could also just be, look, none of those cards are making the deck. We already have a copy of the Crinkle Boys, or two copies rather. Maybe it goes that way, maybe not. I think the fixing right now that Stormguard has is not sufficient for even a three color deck, much less a 4-1. But that late Seek Power is a huge boot.
Sure is. There's the Night Dojo. Very intense influence requirements here as we get started with pack number 3. And it's a premium copy to boot. Can you turn that one down?
Very easily. But I gotta see what else we're competing against here.
Very easily. Love it.
I just don't think it's a terribly strong card in draft, like relative to its constructed pedigree.
Sure.
Um, the influence requirements are really laborious. It's not an easy thing to protect, and really the only way you're getting paid out is if you're willing to pay 3 for an abduct, or if the game goes in a really weird place where you're able to, fulfill the entire agenda. Not a card I'm bending over backwards to try to pick or play, in spite of it having quite a constructed resume.
Yeah, Abduct certainly falls off, and Felon Blueprints. I mean, even that first ability, it's not like people are loaded up with it, but it looks like we're going to take it, and I certainly can't blame anyone for going that direction. We'll see how it works out and if it ultimately makes the cut. There's Volunteer Corps, so now we are in a pack of Cold Hunt, so we're going to be seeing contract cards and inscribed cards, and that Volunteer Corps is pretty nice for fixing your factions. Now, Learn to Bite is
There's no way I'm passing a volunteer core here.
Yeah, it is the certainly the sort of the safe, I guess, consistent pick if you want to describe it that way. All right. So, is there anything good for this deck? I mean, there is a Primal Inscribe card in that Scale Hide. How does that compare to the sort of the regular options for you?
Well, it just depends if we're abandoning the Zenin card from pack one. Midnight Disappearance is the best card here by a mile just on raw rate. But if we're abandoning trying to play time and trying to narrow down the faction range, then Scale Hide, I guess, is the pick. It's a pretty big hit in power level though. Midnight Disappearance is cracked, and Scale Hide is just very modest.
Mm. Yeah, this is definitely a challenging spot to navigate. All right, so now seeing Tower Lookouts, just some I would describe as kind of more filler kind of cards. They're going to take the looks like that was that the Watchman that they took.
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Now looking at Thudrock's Ruse, they take the Mithril Guardian. That's a solid inscribe card. Oh, good old Arachnoid Terror.
Yeah.
Remember seeing
Shout
that
out to
one.
Arachnoid Tail. Shout out Arachnoid Terror.
Yeah, always shout out Arachnoid Terror. All right, so there's finishing up here now, pack number 3. Realize your potential. That could be a pretty potent card with something like Scornful Elite. Um, but it does require a bit of setup to be good. Cabal Embezzler, one of the better finishers you can get out of Shadow in this format. Now, rounding out pack number 3 with either a Tower Lookout or a Thunderox Ruse. They take another Tower Lookout. All right, so heading back into a pack of Unleash to round out this draft. Display of Will is the rare in the pack, and they are Shadow. That's not the easiest Shadow card to play, especially when you're 3 factions, Patrick. And actually, it kind of looks like Stormguard's done some cleanup, and now their deck is looking like it's Huru with just maybe a Splatter Splash for that Poacher's Menagerie.
Yeah, I don't mind going that way. Just the fixing is such that you can only really support so much here. There's a really good base of Huru cards here. Flashing the Menagerie should not be that hard with your 2 copies of Seek Power. Um, so I do like sort of navigating this draft, kind of flexible and pretty open here, settling into Huru, and maybe if there's some stray shadow cards you can pick up along the way that are easy to flash, go ahead and do it. And if it's just a menagerie, that's fine too.
Makes sense.
Although who knows?
Who
Maybe we
knows?
still have maybe we still have dreams of the Night Dojo. Maybe we're 4 factions. A lot of ways this could still go. We got the pie chart out.
Yeah, I mean that Xenon Adept is super potent. Right now it is in the pool section. Getting to another Jotun Run and Mind Broken Cobbler. Jotun Run's an interesting one. It's super duper impressive. It flips over and becomes General Horgo when it attacks with him and 2 other units. But at just being a 4 cost 2/2, it can get messed up pretty easily.
I just like taking the cobbler here. I don't think this deck is especially well set up for the other option, and we're not talking about much of a difference in rate if at all.
Mm. All right, so now looking at Covenant Peacekeeper in this next pack. That's a solid 3 drop. There's that Through the Unknown. We saw them take one earlier, but as time has gone on, we're looking less and less Shadow. And that card is doesn't really do a lot until we get to the longer portion of the game.
It's also in my mind, a pretty risky card to splash, because there's no guarantee that it's even effective, turn 5, turn 6, if you are delayed on Shadow Influence.
It's a great point. All
But
right.
also, this pack is kind of light on anything you'd be that interested in. So
There's good old Sticky Fingers. That's a way to get Frenzy going. But there's also Sleight of Hand. That can be a solid card draw spell. It's an interesting debate about whether or not you prefer Sleight of Hand or Wisdom of Elders in draft. Certainly has moments of going both ways.
yeah, this deck is, it's 3 factions. It's really not doing a lot with frenzy or spell damage. It's playing some expensive spells. Sleight of hand still might be the pick here, just kind of bereft of other options. But this, I think, is a deck that would very strongly prefer Wisdom of the Elders.
Forlorn Griffin, getting an Aegis can actually be kind of nice in this format, just because when you're up against other frenzy decks, just that one time where you get to block frenzy can be really meaningful about whether or not your opponent might have a big attack or getting to pump up one of their units permanently for the rest of the game.
There's also some strong discard spells floating around. I found player Aegis to be meaningful.
There's Suspicion. It's an okay removal effect. It's something that I kind of like to play if I don't have much other removal, because sometimes just that like first silence and stun is so big in a game. But if I have other good removal, it's generally a card I like to avoid. All right, so looking at Reverberating Strike and Unity Within as we round out this draft. So all right, we're going to switch back to our other broadcast zone after this draft is done. So there'll be a brief pause here and us talking. But certainly an interesting draft for Stormguard to navigate. Anytime you open up the draft with a super powerful card like Poacher's Menagerie, it kind of puts a little bit more pressure on you, because you know that you have the possibility of having a really great draft when you have a card like that in the mix. And so it almost feels like the onus is on you to not mess up. And how do you think Stormguard did in that regard?
I think that I would have preferred kind of getting off of the justice, like the strong justice base earlier on. I
All
think
right.
there was a
All right,
an
we'll just
opportunity there to sort of just play, draft towards a more grindy controlling three faction deck. A lot of the strongest justice cards sort of move you towards a more aggressive game plan oriented around pumps. That said, once the decision was made to go justice, I broadly like all the picks that got made. But I think if I were in Stormguard seat, I would have tried more to settle into shadow justice time in some form or fashion, and really leverage the more controlling options that stood up early.
Yeah, yeah. They're the biggest sort of pick that we'll be looking for when if we ultimately get to see Stormguard's deck, at least for me, is that copy of the Night Dojo. They definitely have the capabilities of splashing it. They did a nice job of picking up a bunch of inscribed cards. I think that's a pretty important thing for that advanced drafters recognize is once you get is that getting an inscribed card, even if it's a little bit weaker than maybe one of the other cards in the pack, and you think you have a pretty good power base, it just gives you so much flexibility for how you play your games and ensuring that you have enough power to do things like unleash your cards, pay off your contracts, all that good stuff.
Yeah, definitely thirsty for as much power as possible. I'm interested to see what happens with that Night Dojo too. I think the how laborious it is to play, and just kind of the how difficult it is to protect, particularly if you have to wait until later on in the game to deploy it. It's not a card I would be bending over backwards to be playing in a 3 or 4 faction deck, but there's definitely a dream to be lived there, and we'll see if it makes the cut or if it's just sort of resting on the sidelines.
Right. Yeah, so what we're going to do now is we're going to be checking out Paradox's draft. They did their draft just a moment ago, and we're going to be checking out a recording of that draft in the second here. So I'm just going to check in with our producer. Are we going to be heading over to that other room? All right. So we're going to be switching over and getting that set up, and we'll have that drive live in just a few seconds here. All right. So look at this. We've already got the draft up and on our screen here. So all right, so if we notice any cursors moving around the screen, that's because Paradox is both going to be showing us a video of their draft right now while they're also building the draft. So we appreciate them taking the time to make this recording and share it with us. So we're gonna just start talking about it, and they can hit play on this video whenever. So Patrick, Halo Tip Spray, kill all enemy relics, deal 6 damage to the enemy player. That's not the kind of rare I'm looking to open. Not everybody you face is gonna have a poacher's menagerie.
Yeah, so this pack has, no obvious superstar. I think Thirsty Bat, Thunder Pop, and Hour of Makar are probably the three strongest. So this is a lot about personal preference rather than having some obvious pick that kind of guides you here.
Yep. If you want to get started down a frenzy draft deck, Thirsty Bat is there for you. Friendly visits can be solid if you run into somebody who's got like Grumbo's platoons or the Green Stretch Griffin. It can both wipe those out, and then and then in games where maybe you don't really care about killing the small units, it's just a draw to. So a pretty flexible shadow card to open the draft with. Thunder Pop is a very safe pick, just a nice 2 cost removal spell with a little bit of upside. Those are maybe the cards that jump out to me. Griffin Bomber is okay too. But yeah, so certainly we're going to get maybe a sense of faction preferences from Paradox because I think a lot of these cards in this pack are close enough that if there's a faction that you really like to draft in this format, there's something there for you.
Yeah, I mean, I think the three shadow cards that are available are all approximately of the same power level. I would say I probably have a slight preference for Thirsty Bat, but I could see going the other way. I think in absolute terms, the strongest is probably Thunder Pop, but again, a lot of this has to do with just kind of your preference early.
All right, so Just looking to get a hold of Paradox here real quick while we hope they could hit play on this draft recording for us. But all right, so we think the draft has started playing. We'll just hang tight as we wait to see what their first pick is. We haven't talked about the hour cycle. That's a cycle of relics. They can get you a sigil of their faction and then pop for an effect, and they're going to take Halo Tip Spray. So potentially valuing that being in fire. It is an inscribed card, and it is a potent frenzy enabler later on in the draft. Now here, looking at a pack with Endangered Kieran and Ice Glider. There's also just Seek Power, so if you want to be nice and smooth, take that Seek Power.
Yeah, I mean, there really isn't a strong fire card to follow up with here. So I can see Seek Power if you're just trying to be flexible. I think Happy Harvester is probably the strongest card in the pack in sort of absolute terms. Um, I mean, Endangered Kieran, certainly you could make a case for having some sort of Praxis ramp sort of strategy. So again, a lot of this just has to do with faction preference.
Yeah, my guess is Paradox is not super committed to that first pick and is more than willing to just figure out what factions are open. All right, so taking the Ice Glider, that's an interesting start. So that 6 cost unit, Flying Aegis, summon, it deals damage to an enemy equal to Ice Glider's strength, and so they got that one. So a couple of expensive cards to start off the draft, and now they've got a great way to get a bunch of power in Cambrai Adept, but that's a whole different direction.
But again, there's that question that, you sort of proffered on the last pick of just how committed are you to Halotip Spray? I mean, it is a wild deviation, and the fact that you're neither Time nor Justice so far might make the Adept a hard sell. But if you're just talking about the strongest card of the pack, I assume it's either that or Black Book's Enforcer, perhaps. So you're looking at making a pivot either way, unless you're willing to take Enraged Serpent, which I think is materially weaker than the other cards.
All right, so now seeing a Stone Scarred up third pick. And so this we could be shaping up for a frenzy deck. If you're Fire Primal Shadow, those are exactly some combination of factions you'd like to be if you're trying to take advantage of this new keyword where these units are getting bonuses every time you deal damage to the enemy player with something that isn't an attacking unit, like Ice Glider or Halo Tip Spray. And yeah, now there's Breath of Voprex and Reverberating Strike. They're going to take Reverberating Strike, Procs Frenzy, hits all of the units. Love it. And now a real tricky pick because Grizzled Hermit and Sleight of Hand are both great cards for this deck, but so is Seek Power if you want to be able to get all three factions reliably.
Yeah, I do like taking a Seek Power this early. There's there's a way in which any of these cards don't make the deck, either because your strategy deviates or you just have a bunch of 5 drops or whatever. There's like a 0% chance you're cutting Seek Power if you're 3 factions. So take the card you're for sure you're going to play, and you could find some of that kind of replacement level stuff later on.
All right, so taking Tenured Graviturgist, and now we've got Ancient Lore. So it seems like Time was maybe the most open faction that they were being passed. The question for Paradox is if they want to try to hold steady, and they'll take Harness Thrill Seeker, a solid card for them. Now, Midnight Goon or Backlash. Backlash does proc Frenzy, but oftentimes you want it on your turn because some of the effects are temporary, like that Harness Thrill Seeker getting flying this turn. And oh, they took Covenant Peacekeeper, so really staying open with factions now as they open up Nico. So Nico has definitely had some big moments in Constructed. Is it a card that can work well for you in Draft, Patrick?
I mean, it's okay. This is another one that kind of I think underperforms in draft relative to its constructed resume. It's not like you can just proc frenzy for the whole game. Units that can't block are usually weaker in draft than they are in constructed. So again, it's one where it's a fine card to play for sure. But if you're not even sure if you want to be shadow in the first place, there's probably stronger options available.
All right. So, there's Kriva. Kriva's also not a card I love in draft. It's in almost everybody's got some units running around, so this 4/2 charge will trade down a lot with units, and even if it gets in for 2 hits, you have to pay for it twice, and you're getting just some sheep. Experimental Chamber. can do some good work, though I don't really think of these factions as this sort of frenzy deck as having the best units to sacrifice for it.
I kind of want to take Nico here because the other options are just not that strong. And even if you are unsure about whether you want to be Frenzy or Shadow, it has the highest ceiling if it goes that way. It's not like any of the more conservative picks here are really changing your fortunes. And Nico might end up being actively good depending on how the draft goes.
Yeah, I like Pin the Jotun a fair bit. It does end up, if you have a good amount of frenzy units, work well, and they take experimental chamber. So we'll see if they try to pick up any units which are nice to sacrifice to that one. You have to sacrifice a non-sentinel when you play it, and you get a 5/4 sentinel, plus a relic that lets you scout. So does quite a bit for 3, but it also requires power from you throughout the course of the game and a unit to sacrifice. Next up here, there's a concealed derringer as a weapon, which can get you off to some really explosive starts. But if they're looking to be branched out in 3 factions, you kind of want to have a very reliable deck for that.
Also, just one oriented more around cheaper units too, which is not really where this deck is at right now.
Yeah, and if they want to think about that time splash again, there is a questioning devotee. Lake Terror is a frenzy unit, but man, uh, that's on the Night Dojo level. So they're going to take the Derringer, and we'll see if that makes them sort of tighten up how many factions they're drafting. Now looking at a pack with another Enraged Serpent, a Grizzled Hermit, and a Green Stretch Griffin. So Green Stretch Griffin needs another flyer to have Unleash, and right now there's, I guess, 2 in the deck, 2.5. I don't know. I don't think we should be counting Harness Thrill Seeker for much for that. But they're going to take it. It is still a 2 strength flyer for just 3.
Yeah, it's one of the again, we're sort of looking at ceiling at this point. How much worse is it than in Rage Serpent if your flying unit count ends up the same? It's really not that different in my mind, but the ceiling is so much higher.
So Harness Thrill Seeker is really good if we want to kind of be the very aggressive version, but there's also Seek Power. So if they take one of those 2 cards, that says a lot about how they're feeling. They're going to take Seek Power now. Wow, Yeti Pugilist. Good old Yeti Pugilist. You really got to have a lot of frenzy enablers to make this 1/1 reckless not a disaster. So they're just going to take Scaly Gron. And now getting a late Flash Flood, a Grizzled Hermit. So um, definitely trending in a more sort of controlling version of a frenzy deck, trying to lock the game down early with things like Scaly Gron and Grizzled Hermits, and potentially some Thunder Pops if we can get those, and then taking over late with our Icy Gliders and Enraged Serpents. Taking Point Blank, an Hour of Shavka, Maniacal Reveler, and Jotun Warriors. We head into the Cold Hunt pack and opening up a couple of options in faction in Face of Betrayal and Zito Cabal Housecat. But there's some juicy ones in the commons with Searing Fist and Stonebreaker Bow. Um, Searing Fist is really nice, but Stonebreaker Bow can proc Frenzy, and so they take that one.
I was a little surprised there because I didn't feel like if you were really trying to do the Stag Crag thing, the difference in power between Stonebreaker Bro and Searing Fist is not, in my mind, vast enough to want to move off of that plan. But with some Shadow already kind of in the mix, and it being so strong alongside some of the Frenzy cards, I think it is a justifiable splash, and following it up with a wrong turn is really, really nice.
That Danger Ball works pretty well with our experimental chamber, but Trick Throw can potentially give us 2 spells to proc Frenzy, and in late games, it feels so fantastic when you're transforming a Sigil into a Snowball.
Cursor is also a nice hedge in sort of the 2.5 faction decks. If you're missing your shadow influence, you can at least convert a shadow card into something useful. Not the end all be all. Shouldn't inform the pick, but it's a nice little bonus.
Hmm. Okay. So now here, Blighted Pasture, Chloric Mix, Lava Blood Rager, and good old Yeti Intellectual. What up?
Yeah, I mean, I know your pick, but
Works so well with that Teriax mount we got earlier.
yep.
They take the Lava Blood Rager. Now, Draconic Looting, Dangerbot, and Molten Feet. So Dangerbot was certainly very on theme, but Draconic Looting is a really potent late game inscribe card, and Molten Feet is, I would say, the most like sort of reliable. It inscribes and it just always gives you a 3/2 body for 4.
I'm not a huge fan of looting in draft. It's a lot of wait, and then maybe you can kind of squeeze out two cards or whatever. It still might be better than Molten Feet, but again, another one where the constructed resume doesn't really mirror how good it is in draft.
Ooh, Stoke Ambition can be pretty potent early on in games if you get to snipe their rare out of their hand. Certainly falls off later on. But I don't know how much Thunderwing or Bog Fumes is doing so. They're both certainly very safe picks.
I like the Thunderwing here. All other things being equal, a little something for the green stretch Griffin.
Sure. Now we got a pack with Warning Shot and Grenadin Rescue. Warning Shot has some really great moments when you really need a Frenzy proc. When there's a 1 health unit and they take that, it just also inscribes. Oh man, talk to me about Runebinder.
Love it. Love it in constructed, love it in draft, love it when you contract it, love it when you don't contract it. There's just no bad modes.
Yeah, I feel pretty confident that there is no one in the world who plays Runebinder in constructed more than you.
No, I mean that is the frenzy enabler because it's offense and defense. It's both. It's both.
All right, there's Icicles. Seems like a phenomenal pick. It kills a ton of things, and oftentimes, because of that overwhelm, will also hit the enemy player.
Yeah, super great if you're synergistic, and super great if you're not synergistic.
Now looking at a pack with Beaker Blast and Lights Out. Lights Out just double shadow, maybe a little too much. They just take the Beaker Blast, very nice and cheap, and helps you get the game off to a good start. Once again, seeing that Pugilist, but Paradox looking like a man for a little bit of consistency, and so looking more in that direction of that Party Crasher. Oh, baby, getting past a Dark Heart Accolade, one of the best uncommons you can possibly get for these Fire Frenzy decks, and they're going to feel great about all the Frenzy enablers they have now, because when they draw those together with the Dark Heart Accolade, they're going to be pumping out 5/5 dragons.
So worth noting here, with the Acolyte and the Icicles, we're now in double primal, double fire for cheap cards in your core factions. Does that mean that it's time to sort of abandon this shadow thing? You are stretching your deck pretty thin as far as faction requirements go, trying to do early double primal, early double fire, and shadow cards. And obviously now we're presented with a Stonesguard deck, which is going to really put us to the test here. The Green Stretch Griffin here is such an easy out to that question that I would just take that. The Adept might be stronger in absolute terms, but I would be really looking to be conservative with my faction requirements at this point.
Yeah, the power level of the shadow cards is quite high with Stonebreaker Bow, Wrong Turn, and Stone Scar Adept, but they didn't take the second Stone Scar Adept, so we'll see just how conservative they can play it. Taking Slipway out of this pack, that seems like that might be destined for the pool, though. It is a pretty nice combo with Flood when you could set that up. Now, Harness Thrill Seeker, a late Thirsty Bat, and then Iceberg Scattershot last pick. So that card really pops with Frenzy plus any kind of tokens that you can make. No copies of the Crinkle Boys, no Grenadin Rescues, so not a ton in the way of things that are like actively bonkers with the scatter shot, but it's still a pretty solid card, especially against opponents who don't have removal for it.
So really curious to see what happens with the shadow cards here. I assume having taken Stonebreaker Bow over Searing Fist that that is such a strong commitment to Shadow at that point that we are going to see a 2.5 action deck, but the uh, influence requirements in the two factions alone are enough that, and probably a deep pool playables, are enough that perhaps we go to a two faction deck.
All right, so now as we wrap up the drafting portion, so there's going to be a little bit of a break coming up here soon. Players now will have some time to finish assembling their deck, and then we'll be heading into our 7 rounds of draft action today, as we'll be watching best of 3 drafts, or best of 3 matches, single elimination, all the way down until we have our winner. So stepping back, and we've talked quite a bit about Paradox's draft. Overall, I feel pretty good about it. I think they did a nice job of navigating. I think we saw from both players a pretty good understanding of how you want to approach factions, where you certainly you start off with some ideas, you explore other things, you take the opportunity to look if there's something really high upside and maybe another faction when you get past a card late in pack 1, but ultimately you want to settle down into something like 2 factions, or 2 factions splashing a third.
Yep. And the interesting inflection point in that draft in my mind is just the Stonebreaker Bow versus Searing Fist pick, and then following that up with Wrong Way over Caldera and Captain. I think once you've taken the Shadow card, Wrong Way is so much more powerful than the Captain that yes, it makes sense to follow up that way as well. I would have gone with just the 2 mono fire cards in that spot. I historically, as a drafter, am usually willing to trade some power for some consistency. I doing these broadcasts, I know that I'm much more in that camp than the players that we see on Sunday. But it'll be interesting to see if that power, the additional strength of the deck, carries Paradox through, or if perhaps they're upended by some influence challenges.
Yeah, and you really want to think about where the strengths and weaknesses of your deck are and of the cards when you're planning out something like a splash. So first of all, the considerations for your deck are you trying to get off to aggressive starts? Is that a major focus of your game plan? If it is, you certainly want to be less likely to splash, just because you want to make, the ability to just play one more card early when your opponent's on the back foot is such a big difference, even if it's not the highest power level of card. And then one of the other big considerations is, do you have cheap interaction and removal? If you do, you should be more likely to splash, because, if you're, say, in a deck like this, if you've got things like Beaker Blast, um, and you've got a couple of copies of things like that and Searing Fist, then you have more time often in games where you can remove their early threat and allow yourself time to hit that splash. And then the last consideration is just, don't think about the cards in terms of how good they are constructed, or even just in how good they are in limited. Think about them in terms of how good they are in limited when you top deck them, because the experience when you're splashing a card is you're both going to top deck that card, and you're also going to top deck in longer games the ability to get that extra influence to let you play it. So something like Stonesguard Adept really suffers in this evaluation, I would say, where it is a premium card in a Stonesguard deck, but as a splash card, a 2/2 on turn 8 is not exactly the thing that you're really jazzed about.
Yeah, good comparison there is Stonescar Adept versus Victimless Crime. Certainly both are superstars for Stonescar decks. But if you have to wait until turn 7 to play your Stonescar Adept, that's probably not worth very much. Whereas if you have to wait until turn 7 for your Victimless Crime, I'm sure you're happy with it. So not all splashes are created equal, even if cards of same cost and same kind of overall power level. The calculus of what happens if I have to wait on this for a long time is part of it too. And things like removal or other cards that can kind of dramatically swing the tempo grade out a lot better than even the best, on curve 2 drops.
Yeah. All right. So while we wait for our players to build their decks, and we're going to send out emails with the draft pools to all the players, maybe we'll spend a little more time talking about Enter the Arcanum. So, Tom, we're not seeing your stream output, but if we want to, we could talk a little bit more about those cards that we had just a moment to from Enter the Arcanum. Um, and we talk about the announcement. So once again, if you missed the announcement, we announced it just on Friday. We have a new set coming out next month in August, just a week's away. Enter the Arcanum. It's 24 new cards. When you buy it, you get all 4 copies of each card, and we've got lots of ways for you to purchase. If you pre-order, you'll get 3 of the cards right away. That means there are Enter the Arcanum cards coming out next week, and these are those cards. So we kind of had to rush through them. Let's take a moment to talk about each of these. So Marauder, it's a 3/1 elf for 2 with Overwhelm, and it's got a very crazy looking summon ability. So you may discard a card to play a 2/1 Dark Elf or Blood Hunt, and Blood Hunt is a spell that gives a unit killer, and you also get to scout. And when you choose that Blood Hunt option, you can play that on Lethrai Marauder or on one of your other units. And then the last option is Formbend, which is a spell that lets you transform a unit or relic into an elemental that has strength and health equal to that card's cost. And so you can use that on a poacher's menagerie that you were having a tough time dealing with, or maybe something like a black book to just get rid of all that annoying battle skills and text that that card has. And so this Lethmai Marauder for a 2-drop offers a ton of flexibility to Primal players and gives them both ways to both remove enemy units and also deal with enemy relics.
And also having a really powerful out clause of just dump a bunch of stats on the table. Elf decks are something that we still see represented in the throne metagame, and this is super synergistic with a lot of the stuff that they have going on. Most notably, the fact that you're just getting 2 bodies if that's what you're in the market for. And we're talking about a 3/1 overwhelm for 2, which is maybe slightly below curve normally for constructed, but the fact that you can just kind of dump out 3/1, 2/1 on turn 2 on the play as one option among many. And as you mentioned, you have Blood Hunt for unit interaction, you have Formbend as a way to interact with relics, which is something that Primal decks and Felon decks often struggle with. And you just have a really versatile, flexible card with some tribal synergies baked in as well.
Yeah, and one of the fancier plays that you can make with this card is that that form bend can hit your own units and your own relics. So if you do something, if you have a relic where that has a pretty potent summon abilities that's expensive, maybe it's a relic weapon that can't kill an enemy unit anymore. You can use that form bend to just turn it into a unit, and you could get a pretty big unit out of that exchange. Of course, Primal has cards, as we've seen over the years, that just benefit from you discarding them. Maybe they have a Goes to the Void effect, something like Icy Gaze. So there's a ton for players to build around with here. And yeah, you mentioned it makes 2 elves, so elf tribal possibilities. I've seen some discussion from players comparing this card to Styre's Eyes. This is another 2-drop, which kind of gives you 3 options if you discard a card. And I'm sure players will get to see sort of how this one compares and if this one can be as good as Styre's Eyes or better, because that's a card that was an all-star in Expedition and in Throne.
Yeah, that's quite the resume to live up to. Styre's Eyes, kind of a staple of all manner of justice decks in various construction formats with various strategies. But Lethari Marauder here with a lot of this kind of the same recipe as we've seen on Styre's Eyes.
All right, and it kind of works well if we want to jump to the third card for a moment with star charts, of course, because star charts, when that card pops, it gives you sort of 2 cards in your hand, both the star charts and the power burst, and you can use one of those to discard to the left Marauder. So already seeing some synergies with it just from the pre-order cards that you'll be able to get when pre-orders go live, and they'll immediately be legal in Expedition and in Throne.
And what you want to walk through next year?
All right, so let's talk about Talir. So Talir, our time jumping scion, our time scion. She's been to Bastion. She's been all around different places, different parts of the world. She's back at her home. She's the head of the Praxis Arcanum, and she's doing some teaching, and she really teaches some lessons to your opponents when they don't have something back to block. 6 cost, 6/6 charge, +2 maximum power. So assuming you have 6 power when you play her, she immediately jumps you up to 8. Now you might have more. She might jump you up to 9, 10, 11, whatever. And when she hits, she immediately brings all of your available power back up to the max. So really, really potent effect. And I don't know that we've ever seen a time card with such a strong hits trigger on a charge unit before.
I mean, this is a great example of something that uh, you can just kind of play straight up for what it is. a 6/6 charge for 6, where if it hits now you're up to 8, to say nothing of what's happening on following turns, is quite strong. And hitting the enemy player is not limited to just connecting through combat. So there's a lot to potentially synergize there. And also you are like not obligated to attack with this either, right? You can play your 6/6, block or do something else defensive, and then go into your next turn with 8, perhaps 9 power and the opportunity to get a hit trigger in and replenish everything. So very potent and aspirational, just kind of straight up. And I'm sure there's tons of synergies to lean into as well.
Yeah, so the hits ability works both from attacks, but also if you have a way to proc it outside of combat, something like an iceberg scatter shot or an ice bow just does the job. I think also additional battle skills, there are some which can really stack well here. Giving Talir Overwhelm is a great thing to do. Giving her flying or unblockable, anything to get Talir through. And I think one of the things that I sort of found and when we were playtesting the card was that it's important that you have both a good balance if you're going to try to maximize Talir of ways to get her through in the games because 6/6 charge savvy opponents will sometimes leave something back to chump once they get used to playing against this card. But then also ways to use just having a ton of power and you might just assume like, oh, sure, I'll have 8 power, anything will be good, and then it's like all you have left in your hand is like a 2 or a 3 drop, and you're just like, well, I feel like I didn't really maximize what this card could do, and this card can go pretty nuts, and so we'll see if players are up to the task of breaking this card.
Yeah, well, I mean, we circle back, right? Much like Lethal Marauder, an issue that Talir Headmistress has is Runebinder, and this is going to be up to the players to try to solve that problem. You know, not much more to say about it.
All right, so that one will be fun when that one comes out this week as part of our pre-orders, and then let's talk about our last pre-order, Star Charts. So, factionless power, the first time we've ever seen a power with a fade ability. And so, once per game, if you do not go first, create and draw Power Burst. Power Burst is just a zero cost spell that says you get +1 power this turn. So it's kind of makes up if you need to if you're going second in the game. Your opponent gets a little bit ahead on you on the power curve. You get a turn where you're going to get to jump them. So if you use this on turn 1, maybe you get to play the first 2 drop of the game or the first 3 drop of the game if you do it on turn 2. That once per game ability just means that if you draw multiple star charts or if you draw, maybe you like strategize and then redraw this one, you're only going to get that power burst once. The version where if you would just get power burst from every star charts was very broken.
Yeah, that sounds
so
like that sounds like a non-starter. So I'm
um,
gonna a little bit of trivia here. I don't believe this is the first Fate one, right?
oh, am I forgetting one? Oh, you're right. We
The
did
full
Broken
one, homie.
Sellsword. Yeah, we
Yeah,
did the broken sellsword one. Yeah, that one doesn't work in your opening hand because you don't have a unit in your void. But great point. We have done a fate power before, so I think I misread that in the article. We're a lot of sets into this game at this point. Even for the people making the game, sometimes I forget about some of the cards that I designed.
another even mid superstar. So yeah, Star Charge is an interesting one to explore.
Yeah,
One
and it.
because sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, you're on a roll.
So how much factionless power can a deck support is already kind of the first question. Um, this ability is super cracked. Like you're drawing a card, you're drawing a spell, you have extra power to work with. If you could just unambiguously play this card, you would just play 4 copies of it in pretty much every deck. But there is a diminishing return issue. As mentioned, the second, third, fourth copies don't do anything. And also, all of this assumes you're going second to get anything out of it anyway, which is only happening in half the game. So even for decks that can support this sort of thing, how many copies would you play? I think that anywhere from 1 to 4 are answers that we're going to see to this, depending on how much the opportunity cost is of playing factionless power for your deck. And I run into decks all the time on Throne that are kind of leaning into the all factionless power and sort of the zero faction payoff stuff. for that deck, this is, I think, a very easy 4-up. If you're playing, what if you're playing a 3-faction deck with Petition? Like, do you have a copy of this? Or is the opportunity cost of drawing this sort of naturally too high where you can't even afford it there? I know for even Shadow Mid, I'm going to be experimenting with some number of copies of this. I'm guessing where I'm going to land is 1 or 2, but like that's kind of just speculative. So this will be an interesting one to explore. The upside here is huge, but the costs are also significant depending on what your strategy is up to. And so I think we're going to see a lot of different numbers and a lot of different iterations on this sort of card, for as simple as it is.
Yep, yep. Um, it's an interesting one, and I think everyone will come to some. We'll see a lot of different conclusions from players because there, like you said, there's a lot of options about this card, and then I think different decks and different factions will really want it. And this was something that we wanted, that we were kind of curious as players to explore, because that's always a kind of a good sign, I think, as designers for us is when we were talking about this card initially, it wasn't obvious to us how much when it comes to like, oh, I want to get more of my influence, because there's some nice payoffs for that. There's certainly cards which reward you for having lots of influence versus this ability to get a more explosive start in games where you're behind. And the nice thing about it too is that in games where you go second, you maybe you are up a card anyway, so you can afford to maybe just have a factionless power.
I'll
All
say
right.
this.
Oh, go
First
ahead.
screenshot that happens, it's getting grab the first time on live I go. Going second, first turn, warp, seal of devotion, power burst, even-handed golem. That is going up there. Probably gonna have to make it 4/4 in that instance because we're already hitting the hand cap that opening.
That's true. That's true. I think that's one of the things is we've talked kind of about how this slots into existing decks, but I think one of the other things that you want to be looking for as a player is which 2 and 3 and 4 drops are the most important to sort of have in a tempo positive fashion. And you mentioned like getting that 4/4 mode of even-handed golem, but a card like getting plunk out on turn 1 when you're on the draw is exactly the kind of thing that you want to do. And so you're going to be looking for those cards that are sort of giving you some kind of like ongoing advantages that you could start accumulating early in games with the use of star charts.
Yeah, it's not just as simple as, finding a 2 or 3 cost card. Some are gonna play better than others, but again, you're only gonna have the star charts enabled a pretty limited percentage of the time, right? Because you have to be going second and have one in your opening hand, and still have to be able to play whatever the thing is. So it's not a simple equation by any stretch for a card that presents as simply as this one does.
Yeah, though I have had some, I will say it is better when it's in your opening hand. I've had some really sick top decks where it's like all of a sudden on turn 3, I drew exactly the star charts and was able to go out and play that 4 drop that I wasn't even planning on. All
Oh, I'm
right.
gonna be getting busy with this. There's no question about it.
Well, if we've got Patrick's money, we're off to a good start with Enter the Arcanum. But we will check out some new preview cards as we get on. And so what we're going to do right now is we're going to take a break. Our players are finishing up drafting, are building their decks, and we just want to make sure everyone has the time that we allocated for them to do that. And then when we come back, we'll be checking out the first round of Stormguard and Paradox. If they are playing, some of the players do have a round 1 bye to start the draft, and we'll be checking out their matches and many more. Stay tuned. We got lots of fun stuff coming up today. We'll be back in a bit, about 20 minutes. It sounds like from our producer. All right. All right, welcome back to the Draft Open. Andrew Beckstrom and Patrick Sullivan here. Now we've got action coming up for you all as we are going to be watching our players get started on their journey to become the Draft Open champion. They've drafted their decks and now they're ready to go. And we're going to be watching Paradox to start. Patrick, can you remind the folks at home what we got to see in Paradox's draft?
Paradox was broadly a kind of more defensive Skycrag deck with some frenzy synergies, probably splashing Shadow for Stonebreaker Bow, wronged, wrong way, and perhaps Stonescar Adept, but that remains to be seen.
All right, yeah, that's what we're going to be checking out to start off the draft action, and we'll get to see exactly how they built their deck and how deep on Shadow they went and all that kind of good action. Yeah, so this is it's always fun to get to see if these players can get off the hump, because that first round, that's kind of the critical one. It's the hardest one. It's kind of like in football, like the 2-minute drive. Getting that first down is the hardest, and we'll see how it goes for Paradox there. And then after that, we'll be checking in on Stormguard's match if they're still playing. Stormguard, we saw them really dance around with different factions before settling down, and we'll be seeing exactly what their deck looks like. Any thoughts on what to expect from them when they get queued up?
Well, I mean, we'll find out when we see. I mean, there's a lot of ways to build that pool of cards. Opened up on a Poacher's Menagerie. Seemed kind of interested in building a defensive, more card advantage oriented deck, but might have settled into Huru, kind of more of a mid range deck, probably just splashing the Menagerie. But again, that's one we're going to have to see when the pool is actually formed and in front of us.
Yep. All right. So we're just moments away now from getting to check out the action, the first round of action today. And as a reminder, um, we will be getting to see some preview cards from Enter the Arcanum. In fact, we've got our first preview card queued up for the end of this round. So stay tuned for that. But we're going to get to see all of the competitors in action first. We'll have all but 29 of the players in action this round, and then we'll have 6 more rounds throughout the day. I love that top 99. It's almost like, Eternal's now gone Fortnite now is what I'm taking away from all of this.
I don't know the reference. You're gonna have to help me out here a little bit.
Fortnite is a popular battle royale game where 99 players compete to see who is the last one standing.
Okay.
And then
Got
people
it.
do it. And then people do a dance when they win. No word yet on how far we are from implementing post victory dance celebrations into Eternal, but stay tuned.
Well, does their avatar in the game dance, or do they go back to the person streaming who won and that person dances?
Wow. See, a lot of questions to be fleshed out. Yeah. All right, so it's time to check out our first match of the day. All right, kicking things off here with Paradox up against Jaskiel. We've got Paradox at the bottom of your screen, and looks like we've got a bit of a mirror match to start things off today, Patrick, with both players on a kind of Sky Craig spell damage kind of build. Paradox has got all 3 factions, and they've got Darkheart Acolyte with Stonebreaker Bow, so big things in the horizon for them.
Yeah, this is a really nice opening hand. The Sea Power gets Paradox to their Shadow Splash, along with double Fire and double Primal, enabling all the other cards in the deck. The Jeering Yeti here from the other side is actually kind of a nice thing for Paradox to see. One, because it's blocked by the Adept, but 2, it's a pretty easy frenzy target here with the Stonebreaker Bow coming up potentially next turn.
Yeah, and look at that 1/4 taunt. So for Jaskiel, it'll be interesting. Are they going to make this play? Yeah, look, they're going to attack right into the Acolyte with that Thunder Pop in hand. They're willing to trade 2 for 1, and Paradox turned it down, wanting to maximize their chances of this Stonebreaker Bow still being alive when it got to their turn. Or sorry, this Darkheart Acolyte. But Stonebreaker Bow, quite likely to get played if they want to just immediately get a dragon off this Darkheart Acolyte.
Yeah, it's an interesting spot because the Jeering Yeti has so little value in the face of a 1/4 taunt. That's actually kind of a nice spot to make a bluff attack, which could actually compel Paradox to want to block there because it takes so little to justify attacking in that spot. Looks like Paradox is saying, this Adept is so valuable with the Stonebreaker Bow already rolled up that I'd rather just be patient about it and not risk losing my best piece to some marginal combat trick.
All right, so the action is going to start with Paradox making the attack into the Borderlands Waykeeper, which is forced to block thanks to Todd. And Paradox is going to go for the Mind Broken Cobbler first. So this is the sort of the risky way of playing it, because now if Jaxiel could find a way to kill the Darkheart Acolyte this turn, Paradox would never have gotten a dragon, and they've got the power already to be able to play the dragon in a few turns.
Well, the question is, what could be played this turn that would have changed the equation? You probably would have seen Searing Fist last turn if that was the card, and so Paradox might be saying, look, between the Stonebreaker Bow and a 1/4 taunt, if the game kind of settles in a little bit, I've got a lot of ways to make life just terrible for Jaxiel, and they didn't represent last turn the ability to do anything about the Acolyte, so there's no real reason to think that's changed.
Yeah, that makes sense. All right, so here we go. Stonebreaker Bow being played by Paradox. It's going to take out the Jeering Yeti. Because the Relic Weapon overwhelmed through, Jaxiel got hit. That means Frenzy was procced, giving Paradox that 5/5 dragon for 6. And every time they hit the enemy player with something other than an attacking unit, we're going to see more dragons pop out of that Darkheart Acolyte. So for Jaxiel, do they have a route to be able to sort of win this game fast enough? Because there's a lot of pressure coming at them now, knowing there's a dragon in hand. But Linrise Channeler, 5 cost 2/4 +1 spell damage, and Frenzy means you get to up the spell damage that the Adept is giving you. That's a nice way to get things going. Maybe there's a route with Thunder Pops, Linrise Channeler, and Skycrag Adept where Jaxiel could burn out Paradox first.
Yeah, I mean, the good news here for Jaxiel is that Paradox's leftovers are not particularly strong. It's just some stuff on the ground. If you could answer the dragon, Jaxiel has a lot of tools with flying units, and as you mentioned, the Thunder Pop along with some spell damage synergies to maybe really stabilize this and then start hitting in the air.
So the dragon's going to attack. If Jaxiel wants a jump plus the Thunder Pop would be able to finish off the dragon. You wouldn't proc Frenzy, though. And I think Jaxiel's going to go for this plan of trying to burn out Paradox. Paradox has picked up a Reverberating Strike. That'll proc the Dark Card Acolyte again, but it would take not until next turn that they could actually play the dragon. So it looks like it was actually just going to be no plays from Paradox. They're just going to hold up the Reverberating Strike. End of turn, Jaxiel's going to Thunder Pop for 3. They get to Scout. The Fire Sigil would let them play the Spell Hammer in hand, but I don't think that's what their game plan is about right now. Yeah, they scouted that to the bottom.
Yeah, I like putting the sigil on the bottom there, even with a 6-cost card in hand, because this turn is already accounted for. So you have a lot of cracks at drawing the sigil in the next couple of turns anyway. And if you fail to draw that, that means you've drawn action, which Jaxiel is also happy with.
So Jaxiel's going to get to draw the Thunder Pop from their Void. Look at that. Now it's dealing 5 damage thanks to the +2 from Linrise Channeler, the +1 from the Skycrag Adept. Paradox Reverberating Strikes, gets to play another dragon. So this is shaping up to be a very close game, Patrick.
Infinitely. I think Jaxiel's line would have been really, really strong if Paradox didn't have a second way of proccing Frenzy, because now the Thunder Pop does answer one of them. But this is still a pretty good set of circumstances, and you can tell because Paradox has elected not to attack that turn. That sort of signals, I'm out of ways to proc Frenzy. I really don't want to turn this into a race. And now Jaxiel has a lot of draw steps to try to find something where, he can answer the other 5/5 and maybe start attacking the air again.
Look at that. Zealot of Shavkin. Deal 2 damage to the enemy player. That boosts up the Linrise Channeler. Now that Thunder Pop is dealing 6. Paradox is a 10. If Jaxiel finds one more sort of spell damage card that can go to the face, they're just going to win this game. They're going to use Borderlands Waykeeper. Now look at that. Paradox has found Flash Flood. An awesome top deck here. Unleash, stun an enemy unit, or if you play it on a unit that's stunned, you kill it. They're going to get to use this twice and kill both plus spell damage units, and that is going to take that Thunder Buff all the way down from dealing 6 back to dealing 2. And now with 2 5/5 dragons, Jaxiel is just a few turns away from winning this game in the air. An incredible turnaround there from Paradox, thanks to Flash Flood.
Yeah, that was really at risk there from Paradox's position of Jaxiel being able to both go wide in the air and also burn out with a Thunder Pop. And you see a Searing Fist now at the top. If those spell damage units were still around, that would be enough to take care of one of the dragons. As it stands, it doesn't handle anything in the air.
So they're going to see Thunder Pop plus Searing Fist on the dragon. That's going to open up the skies for an attack for 4. And with just a 5/5 on the other side, once again, a pretty close race. Though another great top deck, the Unleashed Green Stretch Griffin means that Paradox is going to be able to refuel up in the air with 2 more flyers if they want to.
There's the big question here is if you want to attack with the 5/5 or not. Because on one hand, you're cutting out draw steps from Jaxiel finding some other spell to finish you off. On the other hand, there's no guarantee that you're able to block effectively this turn.
So Ice Over is stun an enemy unit, you get an Aegis for 3. If you use that on the dragon when it attacks, that means that it's going to keep that dragon out for 2 turns. Alternatively, you could use it right now and maybe try to get an attack with the Borderlands Waykeeper going. It's all very risky and close right now, but Jaxiel's going to need to find some kind of plan that maybe gives them a chance to top deck the thing they need. And they're going to have to decide how slow they want to play this.
Well, another option that Jaxiel has, I guess they're not doing it, is to stun the 1/4 and attack with everything. On the table, you could just double block the 2/3 and then crack back for lethal. But if it's showing a lot of strength, and you might just get even blocks across the board and 2 damage.
So one of the Griffins trades off, now drawing a Molten Feet. That plus the we're going to now see the taunt come up from the Dark Heart Acolyte as pretty big because it could just sort of keep a blocker tied up.
That's kind of the reason that I was interested in trying to do the stun on the 1/4. One, because that card mucks up your ability to block on the way back anyway. And two, it's really the only path that turned the 2/2 on the ground into a real card.
Wow, so look at this. Fantastic for Jaxiel. They get to stun down the dragon and get some nice blocks on the other 2 units. Once again, and with a Thunderwing drawn, this is very close. Jaxiel's almost got this. A Soulfire is drawn. This is going to need to be played on those units to some degree because the face Aegis, and we're going to just see it hit the flyers right away. So Paradox, every turn that they needed, it has top decked a great Unleash card. Green Stretch Griffin cannot be unleashed, but it doesn't even buy us a turn, Patrick, because of the Dark Heart Acolyte.
Yeah, I mean, the taunt here is now going to take care of the one flying unit's ability to block. Just an A space bar here from Paradox, and that should be enough to get to game number 2.
Wow, an incredibly swingy game 1 to start off the day. Paradox is up a game here in a little bit of a mirror match between 2 Skycrake focused decks with a Shadow Splash for Paradox. And I mean, that was as bad as back and forth as you can get from a game.
And a really important characteristic of that game was with Jaxiel being on 16, then 11, then 6. The fact that the dragon by itself was hitting in increments of 5 and Jaxiel was at 5+1 really changed the calculus on the math there in a couple spots. Like I said, I think if I was in Jaxiel's spots, I would have gone for the power bluff, knowing that if I got called, I would just lose the game on the spot. But as it stands, a couple of draw steps there from Jaxiel looked like maybe would have been enough to squeeze it out, but in the end, not able to close the game out in time and not able to block the dragon.
Yeah, and that was an impressive showing from Dark Heart Acolyte. Paradox didn't have a lot going on in that game, but getting those 2 dragons was huge. All right, so as we're getting started here with game number 2, Jaxiel's going to redraw. This is nothing spectacular, I would say. It doesn't get started until turn 3, and really the Green Stretch Griffin is a card you like to play later with a 6-drop in hand and Jotun Spellhammer. Jaxiel's going to be hoping for some better action for the next few turns off the top.
And even though Paradox is likely to inscribe that warning shot, wanted to give themselves one more draw step to look at a chance at Fire Influence, because if you did draw it, leaving the warning shot to pair with the Acolyte is so strong.
All right, drawing a second copy now of Green Stretch Griffin. We'll see if they want to maybe fire off one of the other ones earlier. Mind Broken Cobbler, a nice 4/3 for 3. Getting things kicked off from Paradox. They actually elected to play that before the Dark Heart Acolyte. Next turn when they play it, they have that and Beaker Blast up if they want to go to the face to proc Frenzy.
Yeah, the 4/3 is better for attacks next turn, and also sort of make sure that the Acolyte, you can always get your money if that's what you're interested in. You can set everything up in one turn with the Beaker Blast, so I like having a little bit of patience here.
All right, so not wanting to wait around all day, they do play out one of the Green Stretch Griffins. And Paradox is going to be able to attack in with the Mind Broken Cobbler for the first time, bringing Jaxiel down to 21. Now we'll see Dark Heart Acolyte. This Beaker Blast can either make a dragon, or it can or it can kill one of these flyers, and it's going to make a dragon. And a lovely curve here for Paradox is now queued up of Party Crasher into the dragon next turn, or the turn after.
But that's a slow way to do it, and the Beaker Blast here could have also been a removal spell for one of the flying units here. I think it makes sense for Paradox to do this line because they already have turn 5 rolled up and nothing to do on turn number 6. But this play is not without some risk.
Yeah, it feels like the spell hammer might get inscribed as just so you can at least do one of your 6 cost plays next turn.
I would probably inscribe the Molten Feet. Doesn't really feel like it's about anything this game, and there's a chance that a 4/4 on the ground is meaningful against either the 4/3 or the 1/4 taunt.
Yeah, I guess I was just thinking that in a game where 5/5 Dragons is getting played, a 4/4 is hard pressed to do a lot of work. But maybe it plus out muscle could be big in a few turns if there's a block on it.
It's really close. I mean, certainly if you're fine playing the green stretched Griffin for what it is, then that sort of says all you need to say. I was curious if Jaxiel was going to try to wait until turn 6, turn 7 to play the stuff, but looks like happy to just keep the pressure going on the air with the 2/2 flyers and use the 4/4 here maybe to lock up the ground a little bit.
All right, so Jaxiel is like 2 turns away from getting to unleash that out muscle and play that twice, and it feels like maybe you're hoping that can be enough to win you the game. But right now they are going to pump the brakes a little bit on their attacks, just attacking for 4. Certainly they know the dragon is coming next turn, and they know they've got a lot to deal with right now.
I think I would have preferred attacking with the additional 2/2 flyer that turn. I understand the reasoning. There's a taunt unit and whatever else, but Jaxiel's circumstances are so dire, in my opinion. There's not even an answer to the 5/5, and you're behind in health totals. I feel like you're just sort of obligated to say, I need to draw a live card anyway to answer this 5/5. And what gives me the best chance of winning if I do that? And it has to involve getting in that extra hit with the 2/2 flyer, I think.
So an attack with all of the units plus an out muscle and no blocks and the Zealot of Shopkin is not quite lethal. So if you're Jaxiel, you've got to be very careful about how you do this because that Dark-Heart Acolyte, once again, is threatening to remove one of your blockers. So if you're going to leave back a blocker, you better make sure you leave back kind of 2 right now. But they're just going to hope that they get a block here from something, or they're thinking about it. This is one of those plays where it kind of helps if you kind of do it all in one motion.
I think the problem is that the only way to survive next turn and have a shot of winning the game realistically is to get the 5/5 into combat right now. And I think the only way you can really do that is by attacking with everything.
Well, yeah. I mean, this seems okay, I guess, on the surface. We can put the Zealot in front of the Darkheart, put the Griffin in front of the 5/5, and then next turn, if we draw power, I think that Alt Muscle's got a good chance of winning us the game. We can also use this Out Muscle defensively right now, maybe on a block on the Dragon. So a lot of options here for how this could go for Jaxiel. And meanwhile, Paradox has got to be very careful because at 7 health, if they don't kill, they got to know there's a good chance they'll die on the way back. So do you try to... Is the best way to play this to put all the pressure on Jaxiel with your attacks, or is it to give yourself enough time here and maybe top deck something?
Well, if you don't attack with the 5/5 flyer, you're not even representing lethal. And, for example, Jaxiel could just double block your 1/4. I think you've got to attack with the 5/5. This induces like some sort of block and trick. And also, as a nice little added bonus, your 1/4 taunt now enables any 2/2 that's blocked for the creature to finish it off. So,
yeah, that's great. The math looks good though for Jaxiel right now, Patrick. I'm seeing 9 coming across and only 7 to block because that Eye Muscle also gives overwhelm.
Yep, I think Jaxiel might have gotten it.
It looks like this is going to be an Exacxes win here, as we're going to see block plus Out Muscle It's now a 7/7 overwhelm. It comes across for 5. The Griffin is 2, and Jaxiel steals one by the skin of their teeth against Paradox. Another extremely close game. Every health point coming up there is in these first 2 games, and we'll see if game 3 can live up.
And it's an entirely different game, obviously, if people are making different decisions, but Jaxiel definitely paid out for the way they navigated that damage race, because the turn they held that 2/2 flyer back, they got an additional block, and they won at 2 with their opponent at exact lethal. So very well navigated.
Yeah. Super close games. With taunt in the mix, you've got to you never know if your blocks are exactly going to hold up, and you got to be ready for anything. And we'll see in game number 3 now. Paradox will be back on the play. Don't have a Dark Heart Accolade in their opener this time around. Oh my. Jaxo redrew. They've got Serpent Hive in their deck. A little bit of power short of playing that one. They're going to go down to 6. All right, this is a pretty solid looking 6 with a lot of great cheap cards.
Yeah, definitely painful going down to 7, especially with so many extremely strong cards in hand. But I don't think that hand was super functional, and Jaxiel's 6 looks a lot better.
We see that Halo Tip Spray that Paradox took, pack 1, pick 1, making an appearance in the deck. And now we'll see Zealot of Shopkin dealing 2. Next, Stonebreaker Bow for Paradox. The most efficient way to just trade off if they want to just make like a play this turn and lets them maybe keep around the Soulfire for later. They're going to go for that, so giving up some value here, but you can certainly respect it.
Yeah, Paradox has seemingly gone out of their way to really sandbag Shadow Influence, and they got burned a little bit by it right there, because if they had deployed Shadow earlier, then you would be able to inscribe one of these inscribe cards that you've been clutching. Instead, that Paradox is a little bit off balance here in how the sequencing is going to go. Might not matter, because you have turn 4 rolled up and you can start inscribing from there, but...
Alright, so Enraged Serpent is the first unit of the game for Paradox. It's facing off against the Crinkle Boys. But Jaxiel's got a number of ways that they can deal with it. Beaker Blast, Thunder Pop, and Soulfire. I imagine it'll be one of the 2 damage ones we'll see. I guess the one question for Jaxiel is, do they want to make an attack first to see if they get the block? And they're not going to give their opponent the choice.
Yeah, I think the you're still likely to do it anyway, and the scouting is still high value here with a 5-drop in hand, a 3-cost Unleash card in hand. Power would be a really, really great to draw.
So Jaxiel actually kept another 5-drop on top, Skycrag Adept, just because of how potent that unit could be for them in a few turns, but it leaves them with no plays right now.
Well, also, Paradox has been doing essentially nothing, and so it's reasonable to assume that their hand is largely removal, in which case there's not a lot to be gained by rushing out any of these plays ahead of schedule. Just take your time and draw and tactic stuff.
Alright, so a contract on the Teriax creature, plus the Warning Shot takes out the Crinkle Boys. They get hit with a Beaker Blast, and we've just got a good heaping of removal from both players here, as Jaxiel just keeps drawing non-power. Alright, now they hit their Fire Sigil, so they can play out either Skycrag Adept or that Thunderwing. It's going to be Thunderwing to start. For Paradox... Ooh, so they drew a Green Stretch Griffin, so they're going to spend this turn unleashing it, and then next turn maybe we'll see Soulfire get into the mix. Soulfire drawn from Jaxiel, and both of these players have gotten some really nice damage spells for their Skycrag decks. You certainly can understand why they ended up in these factions.
Yeah, both of these decks look very, very strong. And you can see Jaxiel respecting the possibility here of Soulfire not wanting to play another 3/3 flyer. That turn is a little maybe conservative looking, but I can respect, players have each other's deck lists. Paradox has been doing very, very little, and it would stand to reason that this card could be in hand.
So we see Soulfire take out Thunderwing, and now it's going upstairs. For Jaxiel, do they want to fire off one of these Soulfires because next turn playing Skycrag Adept is such a nice looking turn for them?
I would not. It gets better next turn, and you already have your your 5-drop accounted for if you miss power.
All right, so it's going to be Skycrag Adept. It's going to get to pick up Soulfire, and so Paradox is now out of removal. They have this Halo Tip spray, which would kill any relics. There just are none at the moment. It also deals 6 damage to Jaxiel, and so they're going to need some help off the top, but we've seen plenty of powerful Unleash cards in their deck, so they've certainly got some outs here. No chump from the Green Stretch Griffin, and with a Soulfire plus a Skycrag Adept, this game could be over very, very fast. I think Jaxiel might actually have lethal right now. If they want to go for it.
Yeah, I mean, you can try to scout into power number 6. Yeah, leave that on top, and then Soulfire for... Okay, well, it works either way. I mean, whatever.
Yeah. Yep, so we're going to see an attack down to 1, and now we get to see Jaxiel play yet another Soulfire as their Skycrag deck is going to be moving on. Paradox, that's going to be the end of the road for them. Not playing that Halo Tip spray. Just
Very
hoping
disciplined
to draw
mold into
something.
6.
Yeah, that's true. It's a great point. So after a very tough loss in game 1, Jaxiel comes back, takes the last 2, and for Paradox, that's a tough loss. They drafted a good deck, and sometimes you'll just end up facing another strong deck in round 1. You know, that always jumped out to me when from my competitive days is we would always talk. It's like, oh, this deck feels like a 2-1, or you talk about what record it feels like. It's like sometimes you're just going to go up against a strong deck, and there's nothing you can do about it. And I thought Paradox played well, but that's how it goes.
Yep, I mean, I think it looked like Jaxiel's deck was slightly stronger and only 2 factions instead of 3, and over 3 games, you're going to see that bear out a lot of the time.
Oh, wow. So here we are in game number 3. Cinemod has top decked the Decay. They're going to get to take out the Poacher's Menagerie. Look at all those units it just killed. This game was looking really rough for Cinemod, and they get to draw a card because one of the units was a Lethrai Kidnapper. Now they've got the only flyer and an endangered Kieran, and Cinemod in fantastic shape here with 2 Chloric Mixes left in the holdings.
Yeah, and there's a lot of ways to cover against these taunt units here with the mixes in hand.
Is this enough for you to use one of your Chloric Mixes, Patrick?
I mean, it depends what you're playing around.
There's no cards in Stormguard's hand, yeah.
Yeah, I can't imagine it's getting a whole lot better, and the 4/3 is so good defensively against these 2/2s, but that could be a function of, open deck list. Are you playing around a particular out? But just sort of on the surface, that looks like a really good spot for Chloric Mix, and Cinemod agreed.
These flyers are taking over here for Cinemod. It's just a 2-turn clock now. Stormguard draws a Justice Sigil. Their next draw step's got to have the help they need, especially with a Cloudline Serpent adding a 3rd flyer to the mix here in just a moment. Yeah, we're going to see that one get contracted. So does Stormguard, I don't know, I remember them drafting a card that gets them out of this. Last Light Refugee, well, that was the last draw for them. So Stormguard falls. Their Poacher's Menagerie, it looks like it did a lot of work for them this game until all of a sudden it didn't. As Cinemod advances to our top 64. So both of our featured drafted players lost in game 3s to start things off. So we're going to get to see some new decks the rest of the way, I guess.
Although I wouldn't mind watching a little bit more of that Skycrag deck we saw from Jaxiel. That deck looks like a pre-con. We can get more of that.
Yeah, that's right. Why did we bother building a Skycrag theme deck to sell people in the stores? We could have just taken Jaxiel's. Asked Jaxiel to draft a deck.
It looked pretty close.
Yep. All right. So Idas here with an Elysian deck up against former world champion Lights Out Ace at the bottom of your screen. They're getting in with the Crinkle Boys. They're getting in with a big ol' Enraged Serpent. And what makes this attack work for them? Oh, they've got some Crinkle Boys in hand that they can unleash to finish some things off that did some blocking. I guess they have their choice now. They could either point all of the Crinkle Boys at the Spellhammer or take out the Icy Glider. And it's going to take out the Spellhammer. which will leave Lights Out Ace with just 1/4s and an Icy Glider to block all these like 3/3s.
That attack on the surface looked not that good based on the outcome, but very reasonable for Idios to put a premium on getting rid of the 4/4, given the sea of 3/3s that they're producing.
All right, here we go. Now, Aerial Deployment, one of the best cards in the set. Getting out a Kuru Sentry, a Snow Peak Eagle, and we still got 3 more birds coming, so this is a Nostrix now. Aerial Deployment, each time you unleash this one, it draws you a random Valkyrie or bird, and so Lights Out Ace has now got a choice here. Do they want to keep going, or do they want to throw down one of these units to try to help them get enough time to play the rest of these? And it looks pretty dangerous to just keep drawing birds. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, you have a couple. Well, the problem is that the 4s in hand also aren't great blockers. I can't imagine that the difference here is that the way the game goes is the difference between birds 4 and 5 on a sort of bulk card quality level, but the hits that Lights Out Ace has gotten so far might not be sufficient. If you play either your 4-drops this turn, the best you can do is trade with 1 copy of the Crinkle Boys. You might need to just sort of block out of this turn and hope to like high roll into something now that's better than your options to play this turn.
Yeah,
if Lights Out Ace keeps going, it's not because I need birds 4 and 5. It's because literally what I've hit that I can play now is insufficient for what's happening right now.
I liked at one point they made a very optimistic looking attack with the Icy Glider, because if the Kickflip Monk blocks, you can finish it off with the Huru Sentry, but I think that was never going to happen.
It's even materially better this turn. Like it's not like the 4/3 is a much better blocker than the 2/3 anyway. So classic high risk, low reward.
All right, so we're gonna see a double block on the Kickflip Monk. 6 damage is gonna come across with that Insect Swarm in hand and the Sticky Fingers able to go. This is once again looking like a very tenuous spot here for Lights Out Ace.
Yeah, I mean, Idios is doing a combination of wide plus tall plus reach, and when you're on the back foot, it's hard to beat all that.
Yet another bird is picked up, and we could play the 2 most expensive birds in hand, in Huru Sentry and Nostrix, but I think against that Insect Swarm, that was just going to leave us dead. So now Lights Out Ace probably doesn't know about the Insect Swarm, so they're just going to make the best play that they can. I guess if you wanted to get cheeky, you could maybe attack and hope you hit like Lifesteal off the Nostrix, but yeah, that's a pretty unlikely thing to occur. Insect Swarm's going to come down. I believe Eidos does just have it exactly with an all-out attack, but they can also do something like play a Frostpack Spite to lock down the Nostrix. Go in with the Sticky Fingers, attack with everything, and Lights Out Ace is going to be eliminated here. So far, Patrick, all we've seen is that Aerial Deployment and Poacher's Menagerie are 0% win when played cards. So take that what you will.
What we're really seeing is just these streamlined 2-faction decks doing very well for themselves thus far.
Yep, and I think you have to be very careful in this format, because I think we kind of see you have Unleash cards are obviously phenomenal at giving you sort of a great long game, and you can be content with that, but you just got to keep in mind your opponent might also have something along those lines, and so far we've seen Unleash cards really kind of outdo each other. Certainly one of the defining features of this format, and so you can either sort of have the better Unleash cards, or maybe you try to be more aggressive is a different approach to that sort of paradigm.
Well, I think a really important thing to bear in mind there is the way the Unleash cards work. It actually lets some of these late game, ostensibly more aggressive decks hang around in the late game. You aren't automatically favored if the game goes on to turn 9, 10, 11, 12, because the aggressive deck can still have these Unleash sequences that are as powerful as anything you're doing with your double-digit power, but also cards that are functional kind of early on as well.
Ooh, very saucy. So Valley Whisperer gives your units with 4 strength or more Unleash. And Fast Cookie got to play 2 Towering Terrazons with that. Very, very nicely done. And very flavorful, too, considering it's a Towering Terrazon, it's a dinosaur. So what else would the Valley Whisperer be talking to?
Exactly. We talked about this all the time in design, getting that one, landing the plane on that one, and now we get to see it. Beautiful.
All right, so Fast Cookie takes down Old Rich. We're gonna keep hopping around and checking out these games as people are winning fast and furious. All right, so the state of things in the tournament is we have 1 match left. It's Sluffer and Battle, and they are tied up at 1 game apiece. They're in between games 2 and 3 right now, but as soon as they're ready to go, we'll be checking them out. I'm going to see if I can find a peek at Sluffer's deck. Or it sounds like we'll all get to, because we're heading down to the action. So it looks like we got an Elysian deck for Sluffer. They are up second, looks like, this game, up against pretty solid-looking Felon draw from Battle.
Oh my goodness. Oh, I thought we were going to see the lock. Why is Battle not applying the lock?
Is the lock Scaligron plus Toxic Wisp?
Yeah, what else would it be? I guess with Through the Unknown, you could set it back up down the road. I guess that's fine.
Yeah, that's a great point. I do think your instincts there make a lot of sense, because a 2/5 deadly is just an impossible unit to deal with.
You cannot attack or block. It's over.
It's so rough, because you also, like, when it attacks, if you don't have something that's 5 strength, that's like guaranteed like 2-for-1 when if you're gonna have to double block there.
Yeah. All right. Well, I think Battle's in trouble now. Oh well.
Yeah. Oh, Wind Shaper does good things.
Well, also just, this might not be. I guess my way of describing this, it looks like Sleffer's Scaligron is going to be much better than Battle's Scaligron. That would be my assessment here.
Yeah.
What's known in the industry as Gron advantage, and even though they each have a Gron, I think Sleffer's leveraging their Gron more effectively.
No. The Flash Flood for Battle is kind of promising, because we can use that to maybe clear out the Wind Screamer once we get to 4 power. There's also a Bust Out in hand. So Battle's got some interaction. They could use a little more influence. They're actually going to start by just Thunder Pop the Eagle, just to pop up the Aegis and get a Scry. And they found another power. It's in the form of a Caustic Ruin. That seems maybe destined to be inscribed. And now they can magnetize the Eagle. And magnetize comes with a little bit of upside here of weapons can't be played while the unit is stunned.
A lot of resources, though, to commit to clearing out 1/3/4 against a 4-card hand, but I guess the alternative was worse.
So we're going to see Grumbo's platoon get down to business. And we are not going to see either of those bigger units inscribed, so just 2 2/1s. Still, all things concerned for Battle, you're okay. It's just a question of, can you ever figure out a way to start like actually winning the game? Because all you're doing right now is just holding stuff back. And like an attack. Oh, go ahead.
You would really like to try to create something with getting your Toxic List back, but there's really nothing compelling Sluffer to block, and also. If you hold it back on defense, then Sluffer's just not going to attack. That's really like the game piece that Battle needs to unlock somehow to be able to move forward a little bit.
All right, so Valley Whisper, when you play it, you shuffle 3 random dinosaurs into your deck, and now we've got that sweet ability of all of your 4 strength units having Unleashed. That one takes a little bit of time to come online, though, because, it's not like you don't have to still pay for the Unleash. So, like, technically, Jotun Spellhammer and Carnosaur Beta have Unleash, but not doing a lot right now.
You gotta dream big,
Well, it's kind of exciting with Carnosaur Beta. It takes a long time for this to come up, but you attack, you trade off the revenge unit, it goes back into your deck, and then when you play it with revenge, it still has unleashed, so you'll get another copy into your hand.
That's nice.
So there's Town Bully. So that's a 1/1 that when you frenzy, you get a 6/6 Jotun if you don't already have one. It's pretty enticing unit to kill with a Thunder Pop just because the 6/6 can be pretty annoying and the Town Bully could make multiples. So does Sleffer want to go right after it? Looks like it, yeah. And now Curiox's Hunt on top of the deck. That's a promising 2-for-1 for next turn.
Oh, it's also maybe another dinosaur.
True. This Tensky Saboteur 1/1 Deadly Taunt, not exactly doing what we needed to do against Grumbo's platoon.
Yeah. Yeah, Battle's in this tough spot because they're very behind on the board, and also their hand is awful. And Sleffer has quite a bit of inevitability here.
I guess the question for Sleffer is there even a good... What is even the best thing to take out? Because you could just, like, Killer or Grumbo's platoon and take out the Tensky Saboteur.
Is that even unlocking any attack?
It's really just to invoke. And like down the road, if you find a way to deal with the Toxic Wisp, your attacks get a lot better. Wow, they found another Wind Screamer, so if they ever proc Frenzy... See, now this is like a little tricky because you trade off with the Toxic Wisp and you'd love to give those units flying, but wow, Battle doesn't trade off there. What do you make of that?
I'm not sure. That seemed like a really great spot to just, get a large and productive unit away and unlock your Dark Return to set up something else. You could pop up your Scaligron. Now it's a 2/5. It's controlling the entire ground, and now you have some time to draw out of it. 5 cards in hand versus 0. It's not like Battle's position would be great by any means, but that's that feels like a path forward. As
You've
it
also
stands,
got to
though,
be...
now
Yeah. I was going to say, you also got to be careful because that Valley Whisper has got some pretty strong text you might not want to have to deal with.
right. Like, I mean, if you're gonna, have to take a long time to win this game anyway to sort of stabilize and start taking advantage of the cards you have left over, a unit like that is capable of blowing up that sort of advantage. So another incentive to try to just block and move on.
Alright, so there's Enraged Serpent getting buffed up by both Wind Screamers. We're going to see Thunderpop take out the Valley Whisperer, and now with is Bust Out going to just bust out the Enraged Serpent? It is. So Battle is battling. They're going to get hit for 2 here, as a lot of 1Xs come across. Sluffer's going to get to throw down a Carnosaur Beta. Green Stretch Griffin. Not quite. Can't unleash that one. So Toxic Wisp can come down. It can Toxic up the Scaligron. And 2/5 Deadly. This is all good stuff. I guess the beta is just going to come through. And the Toxic Wisp will retoxify. Go back to the void. Yeah, I mean, Sleffer's been just a frenzy proc away from busting this game open for a while now, but with a bust out drawn from Battle, can start taking out one of these Wind Screamers.
Yeah, I don't know. I kind of actually like trying to get a little busy here.
Oh, with an attack?
I was actually thinking about getting back the Wisp and putting it on the 3/3 flyer.
Sure.
So now you have 2/5 deadly, 2/3 deadly on defense, and a 3/3 flyer that can start attacking.
Yeah, I mean, I think part of my concern is, are you playing this game in a way where you plan on beating the first time Frenzy gets procced? And I think against 2-win Screamers, if you let that happen, you have no shot. Now, Dardamus Iceblade, pretty exciting here. That 3-cost 2/3 contracts can play an inferiority complex on one of the Wind Screamers. That means it's now Reckless, and that means that thing's gonna have to attack right into that 2/6 Scaligron.
Your previous point, I would play the game like, no, I can't beat the first Frenzy proc, and I think just trying to get busy with the 3/3 is the best way to try to make that happen. Um, Obviously, it comes with the risk, but yeah, I'm not really trying to play around a Frenzy proc at this point.
All right, so Bust Out is going to take out the makeshift barrier. And keep in mind, there is a Carnosaur Beta that's going to come back for revenge at some point here. There's Towering Terrazon.
Yeah, but who cares? You have a 2/6 Deadly Scaligron.
Well, I guess the Terrazon does force them to actually trade off. And yeah, this is kind of shut down Battle's attacks for the moment. I guess if you got back Toxic Wisp, is it reasonable to make the Scaligron a 3/7 deadly?
No, I would try to just try to get some non-premium game pieces and taking care of the Terrazon, and try to leave the 2/6 back.
Okay.
Or like hit with the 2/6, and then you have 4/1 ambush. You can cobble together some blocks that way. But I think it's important for Battle to just like keep getting the hits in wherever you can, because with 8 power, Dinosaur Shuffle in the deck, a Connoisseur Beta floating around, there is some kind of, I would say, some ambient pressure on them to move the game forward a little bit. It's unlikely, barring some huge bomb, that waiting is going to be good for them. And so even if it looks a little awkward, I would try to get an attack done.
All right, here once again, third time this game we got Toxic Wisp. We're gonna see Starving Horror played on this turn, I guess, so that way we can deadly it. It's now a 5/3. So if that were to attack, it would at least force a trade with the Terrazon or a double block from 2 of the other units. We're going to see Happy Harvester get played. It's going to put a Primal Sigil to the bottom. We're getting close to the point of inevitability where Carnosaur Beta has to be the top card of the deck. Still probably a few more to go, but it's very soon.
That was a nice and creative line, though, from Battle there that previous turn. It might not be the most intuitive thing, but once you're able to get a unit with Deadly and then 3 health, there really are not great blocks on the other way. It's either the Terrazons in front, or you have to involve 2 units. So even though that wasn't the most intuitive thing, I actually like the way that it kind of shapes out here. And again, if I'm Battle, I'm like kind of looking to attack with all the Deadly units here. It's not without some risk, but again, the Carnosaur Beta is going to make things much more challenging in the future. I guess if you wanted to leave the one of the Deadly units back, I could respect that, but I really want to start getting the ball moving here a little bit.
Well, there's the Beta, so now we got a 5/5 and a green Stitch Griffin gets drawn. Thanks to the Wind Screamer, they're going to be unleashed, and that Magnetize didn't actually get it off the board, unfortunately, for Battle, so there was technically a flyer in play for the green Stitch Griffins to unleash. Now, Thirsty Bat, being a 2/1, and it could get lifesteal, could be the difference in swing a race, but Battle will need to do some top decking for sure over the next few turns. There's Thirsty Bat. Oh, and a Thunder Pop for Zlephyr. So if you just go face, you can give the Beta or the Towering Terrazon flying, and maybe this is a play that Zlephyr is going to set up for the end of Battle's next turn, or maybe they're just going to hold on to the Thunder Pop as insurance.
Yeah, I think Zlephyr's perspective here is probably, if they have nothing, then I win anyway, even if I take a little bit of time. And if they have something, it's probably better to wait.
I like taking out the Thirsty Bat, because if you were to go face with a Thunder Pop and there would be a fast piece of removal on the Wind Screamer, it's a real disaster for Zlephyr. They're winning by quite a bit, and so this is a nice conservative play that I think is going to pay off well for them. And Battle just drew some power over the last few turns, so it looks like Sluffer is going to take this game down, advancing to our top 64 as we finish up our first round of action here at the Draft Open. Battle certainly doing a good job of bluffing like they got something.
Well, I mean, they have 11 here. There's at least a misclick to make.
Tom, when we're gonna check out campus security when we get back to the booth. So if you want to have that one queued up. All right, so there we go. We got some chump attacks here from Battle. They're certainly milking their time on camera. I'll give them props for that.
Yeah. Uh-huh. We're gonna wait for the rope here. We're gonna just go back to the booth in quotes.
We'll see. It's nice when we could see the ending of the game, but at a certain point.
You
All right,
lose,
Tom.
sir.
We can hop out at any time, Tom. There's nothing left that can happen in this game. All right, so let's check it out. Campus security. 1 cost, 1/3. Minotaur Soldier. +2 strength while you or campus security are wielding a weapon. And just for good measure, she's also got a activated ability. Pay 4 to give campus security invulnerable to damage and Warcry this turn. All right, battle lost. All right, if we can get back to the card. All right, fantastic. So yeah, this is a big new 1-drop for Justice decks, and it works. So this is kind of a 1-cost 3/3 once you've gotten its ability turned on, and of you or campus security having a weapon. So you, if you have a relic weapon, or if campus security is wielding a weapon. So there's a lot to do with this card. And then that activated ability means this card's got some real nice utility in games where you got extra power. Maybe it's not big enough to attack because you don't have a weapon, and it could still get in there and get you a Warcry bonus.
Yeah, and I mean, as a 1-cost 1/3, we're talking about something that's able to sort of block and get involved really quick. So, way overrate if you happen to do the weapon thing. And Justice has no end of good relic weapons to play alongside this, to say nothing of unit weapons. And then if the game happens to go on for a long time, if you're able to put together some skills or other synergies that pay 4 bonus, very nice.
Yep. So the Praxis Arcanum is both a place of instruction as well as research and discovery. So we really wanted to capture a feel of that, and so the first place we needed to go was make sure we got some good security around to take care of all of the young mages and explorers as they're studying. And so campus security, um, you know, I think this card, I think I've seen this card work well in relic weapon focused armory decks where you're more often getting yourself having a weapon. Certainly is very nice in weapon decks. And throne the weapon decks tend to be more Oni focused. So it'll be I've seen this card both splashed into Oni decks as as a token Oni, an honorary Oni, but I've also seen it where you sort of move past the Oni strategies and you're more focused on just the units that work really well with unit weapons. So a lot to explore with this card. You put an Elder's Feather on this one, you're bashing pretty hard, pretty fast.
Oh yeah, I mean that's a definitely a cool dimension about this card is definitely capable of playing an offensive game or defensive game depending on your draw or what kind of strategy you're trying to put forward.
All right, so you'll be able to get campus security when Enter the Arcanum releases. You could start pre-ordering this week when our pre-orders go live. With that, we're going to, just Monday. So with that, we are going to take a break, and we'll be back in a few minutes with the start of round number 2. Stay tuned.
Hello, I'm Patrick Sullivan, designer on the Eternal card game over here at Direwolf Digital, and it is my pleasure to be joined by the Collector, a former Worlds competitor, and more recently a qualifier for this year's World Championship due to 2 top 4 finishes in our Opens this year. How you doing, and congratulations.
Doing pretty good, thanks.
So obviously this is not your first interview with someone who's already qualified for it. So a lot of the sort of introductory, how'd you get started stuff is a matter of the public record. When we made the decision to move to 2 top 4s for qualification, part of it was to take the sting away from, just missing and feeling like you could sort of accumulate some milestones over time, but also because, in my opinion, and other people's opinion on the team as well, 2 top 4s is actually a much harder accomplishment than winning 1. How are you feeling, I guess, about being able to put up that level of consistency and already qualify for Worlds this coming year?
Feeling pretty good about it. Like, it's nice to have kind of the pressure off of qualifying again. Like, I've made every world so far, and I'm gonna keep trying as long as they keep having these. So it's nice to be able to say I'm already qualified.
So you qualified the most recent Open. Do you want to talk about kind of your testing process for that event?
So, I mean, for a lot of our testing, it's just kind of, we all have a team Discord. We all get in the Discord, either play some games or, just play individually on ladder and post your deck list with how you did and what you think your matchups were like. There's just a lot of that leading up to the event, we've worked a little bit with WeStream games as well. So there's a little bit of deck list going back and forth there. Just, some team collaboration. So
I'm curious, how do you find, the Friday, Saturday Open runs compared to the ladder? Is the metagame and sort of the player quality roughly the same, or do you notice a difference between the two?
The day one of the events, the Friday Saturday is pretty often comparable to the ladder. Like you'll often see like Stormguard be very popular on ladder, and then it will continue to be popular day one of the event. Day 2 often seems a bit different just because like the decks that people are expecting, like the aggro decks, don't tend to do nearly as well, and at least I found the more experienced players don't tend to take the super linear aggro decks because they're not as good in open deck this because they know, okay, I got a mulligan from our early cards and whatnot. But yeah, day 1 tends to reflect that pretty well.
Is it, besides sort of the what you mentioned about the aggressive strategies maybe suffering a little bit due to open deck lists, is there any sort of metagame considerations or card choices that you give sort of a different priority to when you're talking about open deck lists versus games on the ladder or what have you?
Yeah, so like as far as the open deck lists go, like there be some combo decks which sometimes we love to play. Like I was a big fan of eggs and Magic, but you try to take those to Eternal for the the day 2 of the open deck list, and it's just not nearly as strong. Like I know in this past Throne one of her teammates, GT 100, was first seeing like the Kanya Fair Exchange combo. And because it was open deck list, he knew that, okay, I can just go to 6 every time. I find a Tokus, I drop it on turn 3, and my opponent literally can't win. There's nothing you can do. So the open deck list definitely come into play for what you're willing to bring. Like maybe you're more willing to play a one of, whereas like in the ladder you might just want consistency. But when you have open deck lists, going, well, I could have this pause or this pause, could make them think and make your opponent either play around something you don't have or just make them at least consider it, right?
Right. So what do you imagine kind of the shape of your participation in organized play to look like for the remainder of the year? Obviously, for players as competitive as yourself, getting to the World Championships is a huge goal. You've accomplished that with months to spare. And so is it sort of easing off the opens a little bit, or is that still just valuable from a testing perspective, from keeping your, sort of game shape up, all that kind of stuff?
Yeah, I'll definitely still be playing in them and helping my team out with some testing. I'll probably be a bit more likely to bring quote fun decks to events, like not necessarily planning on doing super well, but I wanted to play. Like last year I brought scavenger combo to an open after I was already qualified. Didn't quite do very well with it, but I had fun. So
okay, would it be possible, is there any chance that the next time there's a Throne one that I could send you my mono shadow even mid range deck, so I
Sure.
could get like some real world reps or whatever.
All
So I
right.
watch these things, and it is like really painful for me at times watching these things and being like, obviously, I love the work that I do and all that, but like, I would love to play one of these.
Oh
Or
yeah.
I would love to just like give my deck list to someone and have them play in one of these. So if I can get you on board for that, I would be absolutely thrilled.
Sure. Just send it over.
All right, will do. At this point, I think it's good to kind of open up the floor for you to us. This is actually kind of becoming my favorite part of these interview segments, and this one's a little truncated. One, because we're sort of just like, we have some extra stuff, we have some extra interviews we're doing because we have additional people qualified outside the opens, and two, because you've done so many of these already. A lot of the sort of getting to know you questions are a little bit rote. So, the last couple of interviews that I've done, which I don't even know if they're up yet or not, but the Q&A sessions actually have been like pretty long and pretty interesting. So I would like to run that back if you're game.
Sure. I mean, I actually made a small list of questions. I know some of them will be outside of, what you kind of do as a designer, but,
Sure.
if you can either say like yes, no, or sorry, I can't tell you, whatever. I know I've been enjoying draft. Like, I know you saw your interview with Tens, and there was a lot of discussion about taunt there. Some of it, agree with, some of it I didn't, but
Well, I mean, is there something
well, like,
you'd like to ask that's sort of related to
I don't
that?
know.
I guess.
So it sounded like in the interview, from what I remember, you were saying that taunt in limited creates a lot of like interesting situations about being able to attack and not attack, right? Um,
Some
or
of the range is the right way to play around it. Some amount of the time is attack with everything. So like you're taking taunt out of the equation. A lot of times the answer is sit back with everything, because the more agency you have in terms of double blocks, the less again that it matters if something has taunt. And sometimes those paths materialize at the same time. Like both are considerations at the same time. And that sort of decision tree materializing is novel, even acknowledging that sometimes some of the play patterns with taunt or repeat taunt can be like certainly frustrating some of the range.
yeah, just the pattern I've noticed most often is you always have to leave your best unit back if they have a taunt unit, so that way you can protect the rest of your board that you're trying to play out that turn.
I mean, I think
Yeah,
that's true as part of the range. My
right.
experience has been, it's been fuzzy and noisy enough and sort of
Sure.
contextual that there's no like, this is the thing that's happening all the time. If there was like oh, this is the thing that's happening all the time, we would change a bunch of cards, because like the goal is that different situations materialize based on what's going on in the game and what you're playing around. And sometimes the answer is A, and sometimes it's B, and sometimes it's C. And that doesn't mean that like your opponent's cards are going to be powerful for them. Sometimes it's not like you pick the right path and then you get to win the game necessarily, but that thinking about how you want to play around things, will you want to bluff, whatever, is at least like stimulating and different from game to game.
All right, welcome back. Time for the top 64 here at the Draft Open. Andrew and Patrick once again bringing you the action. And if you weren't here for the start of the show, we are remote this weekend. No air conditioning at our big fancy Denver office building. They just building had to do some maintenance this weekend, and we decided that the sight of us sweating in 90-degree heat was not something that anyone wanted to see. And if we did, sorry we couldn't deliver for you.
Yeah, we'll have that as like a Patreon option for next time. But for this sort of an ad hoc situation, we decided to go ahead and just cast remote. Yo, whose broke account is this?
Who's what?
Broke. Who's broke? Whose screen are we on?
Oh. Yeah, the Direwolf streaming account, I guess, is could use some more currency. We'll see what we can
Who
do.
hacked it? Who hacked into the account? Someone must have just gotten busted out here drafting or something. Wasn't like this last time I was on it. Tell you that much.
Oh, sorry, Patrick. All right, so yeah, we're gonna be checking out one of the players from this round. I think we'll be just scanning the field. We want to get a new set of eyes on another deck, and so we'll be checking that out. We gotten to see a couple of cards. We've seen some cards from Enter the Arcanum. We'll have more on that throughout the day. Yeah, we got a new chapter coming up this week. I thought this was a pretty exciting month's worth of chapters cards. Finished off with a new bear just released this Wednesday. If you haven't gotten a chance to play Journey of the Six, the chapter, make sure you log in today so you can get all of the cards on that before the month closes. But if you can't today, you'll be able to purchase the catch-up bundle next week. Tom, if you could repeat that, what's the who we're gonna be checking out here? All right, we got Thalion versus Fiend here on your screens, and looks like Thalion is on Huru and Fiend. They got Huru plus a little bit of Shadow coming in, so seen lots of different factions so far, and we'll see what we got this round.
A lot of factions, a lot of Scaly Grons so far.
1-4 holds it down. All right. Primal Sigil. So Thalion's initial play of a Tinkering Genius was met with a Thunder Pop. Pretty solid way to go. They didn't have any relics in their draw, so you certainly get why they want to just get that out there. But Fiend does. They got a Coastal Hall and they got a Wind Screamer, so they got good things queued up for us this game. Now, Thalion is looking to be taken over in the air, Patrick. This Cloudline Shaman threatening to give them another nice Aegis Flyer. I guess Fiend maybe could start fighting back on that air race if they can use Wind Screamer plus Icicles to make a Flyer.
Yeah, it's a long way away, and also that line would open up Fiend potentially to a Vanquish. Not that they know about that, but just another consideration here.
Well, the second Wind Screamer is really nice here. Now you get to give two things flying, including the Fair and a Wind Screamer, and we are now very comfortably winning this race. So it looked like Fiend, I thought, was in some trouble because, as you mentioned, that Vanquish could take out the Bear, but the second Wind Screamer makes this a whole nother game.
Yeah, really rough, and another power there for Thalion would have been great for either Vanquish or Chloric Mix, but as it stands, this is just going to be, I think, too much to stabilize in spite of Thalion having a lot of removal left in their hand.
Great point. Excuse me. Yeah, Cabal Embezzler also closing out the game. So for a 3-faction deck, this has been a very smooth draw. No complaints if I'm Fiend.
Yeah, I mean, the only Justice card I think that we've seen is the Brigade Hall, which is a pretty easy splash. We've seen double Primal and double Shadow, so that might just be the entirety of it.
I think. All right, so that is going to do it there for game number 1. Fiend takes it down with a real nice curve. Wind Screamer, you know, it's one of the better frenzy cards we've seen in draft. Certainly made its presence felt so far today, and yeah, it's gotten Fiend off to a nice 1-0 start in this match. The ability to just both boost and give units flying, but you also have to have frenzy, so it's a tricky road for players to navigate in both the drafting and playing portion because there's so much going on with the card. For kind of a simple text box, but the options are numerous.
Yeah, I mean, you can just play with flying units, or you can just play with frenzy enablers. Usually, you're going to have a mix of all that stuff, but not all things are created equal in terms of adding stats and giving flying too. So, super, super powerful. Not really much in the way of wrong answers, but optimizing the card is complicated.
For sure. All right, so Thalion, they've got a decent draw looking here. They've got they got a mono primal deck. They switched into that. Meanwhile, Fiend, they got Thunder Pop for the early game, and then past that, they've got that expensive Bat Hunter coming late. So we'll see how they can develop their curve here, as another green Stretch Griffin is the pickup for Thalion. All right, so Sticky Fingers getting in. So it looks like Fiend is another player who is splashing a copy of Poacher's Menagerie in their deck this weekend. So they're going to be really hoping they can scout right now into a Justice Source. They don't hit it. They scout a Bell Tower shot, and they draw one.
Picked it there for Thalion there, and both Justice Influence and Power number 4. You can start unlocking some elements of this hand.
Yeah. Let's see. So we see the Eagle showing up now as a Boundless Knowledge draws 2 cards for Thalion before going away. And we're going to get an attack.
It was actually a selection with the Bell Tower shot.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. I was looking at the hand on the other side and lost my bearings. All right. So now the green Stretch Griffin comes down. It gets to unleash, but it's not going to be able to be played. Instead, Thalion is just going to be holding up a Chloric Mix. Meanwhile, Street Gang is going to discard some cards on the top of the deck and deal 2 damage to the enemy player for each spell discarded this way.
Now Thalion's got kind of their racing components set up here. They've got Sticky Fingers pinging, some flyers chipping away in the sky, and Chloric Mix to make racing a little bit more complicated.
So Chloric Mix is going to get contracted here just to ensure if there was some sort of pump effect that it would still work. But a backlash here from Fiend could threaten to stymie this. Is that a play that Fiend is ready to make?
I think so, because there's not that much going on with their turn otherwise. And I would like to, if I was in Fiend's spot, I would really like to just use power efficiently this turn, because the rest of the hand is so powerful and expensive.
Yeah, that makes sense. All right, so now we're going to see Through the Unknown. It's going to get back the Street Gang that was created thanks to the Unleash ability, and Thalion is really just kind of holding on at this point. Can they even do any attacking here? They're going to, and just, I guess, sort of hope that a block plus will keep them alive, but this is certainly getting very precarious.
Yeah. Especially against someone with, 4 cards in hand or whatever. You have to assume there's some way to make combat a little bit more complicated.
It does feel like a safe assumption at this point. All right, so Thalion is just down to his sticky fingers now after that flash flood, and they're going to hold on and really hope that this street gang doesn't get there, because they're gonna first of all have to chump just to stay alive. And if this street gang hits a single spell on the top 3 cards, that is going to finish Thalion off. Let's see. Primal Sigil, Mind Broken Cobbler, Tinker Unionist. So they get there, but a Wind Screamer is not the miracle that they need to get back into this game, as Thalion Fiend advances, and Thalion has been vanquished.
Well, that was
usually
quick.
Yeah, that was. Fiend's deck looks nice. I mean, I guess it's a testament to their deck that they were able to win despite having multiple Justice cards in their hand that they couldn't play, and won kind of easily.
Very efficient, very streamlined, high power level. Great looking deck.
All right, so we will be on the hunt for another match here as we get going with the second round of action for today. All of our competitors are in action now for the first time of the day. And we're going to see Collector here. They're going to be playing an out muscle on a Darkheart Acolyte, which was being blocked, it looks like, by a whole platoon from Grumbo.
I got a couple 5/3s here.
Nothing wrong with that. All right, so now Collector coming back with Daring Captain, Mind Broken Cobbler, and Battlefront Dasher, a card we're pretty used to seeing on these broadcasts. And yeah, More No Things has done a nice job of cleaning up this board, and now they've just got a Valkyrie Tormentor left in hand, and that plus the Tensky Saboteur, maybe this is enough to swing things back their way.
I mean, definitely behind on the health tolls here a little bit, but you know, can start attacking here, try to apply some pressure.
Yeah, there's certainly, it's a lot more plausible that More No Things can find something to block these units than it is that Collector can find something to deal with the Valkyrie Tormentor. I mean, Deadly Quick Draw and Flying is a very tricky combination to beat.
Almost.
Almost. All right, so we're not going to hold on to the Towering Terrazon. We're going to get it down right now, and it makes sense for Collector. All right, well, this is interesting. So Collector has found Caldarian Captain into the Sensari Firebrand. What's that opening up here, Patrick?
Well, a huge attack this turn is now Frenzy, allows the unit to hit in the air for 4. And now representing just straight lethal on the way back here, as you have 4 strength attackers against 3 blockers.
All right, this is very promising now. But a Gorehorn Security, man, look at that. Unleashed 3 times. It had kind of double unleashed thanks to the Valley Whisper, but that's not really even a thing. But looks like More No Things is very close to tying this as 1 game apiece. Can Collector find maybe a little bit of face damage to get this one over the finish line?
Well, you can see that More Nothings is really respecting the possibility of a Frenzy trigger, causing the unit to gain flying and cracking for lethal, which is why the Valkyrie didn't attack the previous turn. But now, feeling the coast is clear enough to make an attack, and if Collector had anything, we probably would have seen it by now. That was correct, as Collector was just sitting on 2 power and all tied up going to game 3.
All right. So as we look to game 3 here between these players, we're going to have Collector on the play for our 3rd game. And yeah, looked like, I mean, there's just a lot of powerful cards in this draft format. I know that some players are of the opinion that with the Unleash packs that they fall off pretty fast, but I think you can see that boy, they certainly don't. They have a lot of really strong top end cards.
Yeah, no question. And I think it's also part of the reason we're seeing these 2 and 2.5 faction decks be so successful, because if you have enough of the Unleashed stuff going on, you're not really at a deficit if the game goes on for a long time. A lot of those cards, as we saw in that game, were capable of providing a lot of lift, while also just being plausible on curve plays.
Mm. All right. So we'll be heading back down to the action here in just a moment as soon as both players have rejoined the match. And of course, these players are playing single elimination, so the winner of this one's moving on, and the loser, well, they're going to have to contend themselves with making it one round in, but no further. So, top of your screen, Collector, they got some, they're going to be doing some jeering this game, and they got 2-cost 3/1s in their opener. So, really hoping to not see any kind of 1/1 tokens on the other side.
Yeah. Fortunately, more nothing is done, no risk of scaly drawn.
No risk. All right, so Thirsty Bat is down, and a Thunder Pop is drawn from Collector. We'll see how Collector feels about the Thirsty Bat, and they feel like giving a little pop. All right, so Jeering Yeti comes in for another 3 points. How does Collector want to follow up with that? Another Jeering Yeti. And, you know, these Jeering Yetis, if at some point one of their units gets a spell played on them, it's going to give them multiple power bursts. And that could be really important with Unleash cards in hand. Wow, look at this Lost in Thought. This is going to be 2 power bursts for Collector just by bouncing a Jeering Yeti.
That's the best Jeering Yeti I've ever seen. There it is.
Fair enough. Yeah, it's like you're not even saving on power. So they did that, and then they killed the other one with a Sulfy. So 3 power bursts in hand. I'll be very curious how Collector decides to use it. We're going to see the first one get played right now to get out of Battlefront Dasher to buff up one of these units and give it haste. And it's going to be the Harness Thrill Seeker. Makes a ton of sense since you know that unit in future turns has the possibility of gaining flying thanks to Frenzy.
Well, also, you want to not have all your eggs in one basket, too. You want to have the most desirable unit to kill not be the Jeering Yeti to hopefully squeeze another power burst somewhere down the road.
Great point. All right, so everything's coming through now. Flash Flood being used to clear out the Towering Terrazon. So if Morno Things has got some hope of turning things around, it's got to start right now. They're going to play out the Valley Whisperer. But with that out muscle in hand, I'm feeling pretty good about Collector's chances. So we're going to see Power Burst get used. Everything's going to attack. We will see a block from the Valley Whisperer, and an out muscle on one of the unblocked units will be enough to get lethal across as Collector takes down Morno Things. And pretty quick game number 3 thanks to those Jeering Yetis. And yeah, I mean, I guess it just got to a point where Morno Things felt desperate enough, like they needed to go for that play of using the Lost in Thought to get those Jeering Yetis off the board, but it really didn't work out very well.
Yeah, I mean, you would prefer to have the ability to block there kind of earlier on in the game, and once the Thirsty Bat was knocked out, then you're looking at a hand with just spells and 5-cost units, and so there was really no way to stem the tide effectively. And again, using a teleport on a Jeering Yeti when there's a second Jeering Yeti in play, and you're not really following up with anything of note, hard to win games that way.
Sure is. All right, so going here to Popatito, another perennial World Championship competitor up against Dark Revenger, also a strong player. Popatito's really got Dark Revenger on the ropes, and what's the game count at, Tom, right now? All right, we are on game number 1 of this match, so we're going to get to see all the action here. Anything stand out to you in the early going, Patrick?
Dark Avengers at 2, and there's a bunch of flyers.
Yeah, that stood out to me too.
Yeah.
We're on same wavelength today. You know, we might not be in person in the booth together, but it's not slowing us down.
Yeah, 4 attackers, they're all lethal, and 2 of them have flying, and the ones that have flying also have Aegis. So it's asking a lot here. Popatito at 21 for, to get out of this one. We'll find out in a moment. Additionally, Dark Revenger's hand seems quite bad. Ooh.
Well, if they weren't Icy Gliders, Doonwave could do a little bit more. This is a pretty good effort at getting things slowed down. I mean, if Dark Revenger wasn't dead this turn, they might have some hope, but they are dead this turn. I feel like when your opponent's under debt, you don't really have a lot to worry about, you know?
Yeah, that's right. Shadow Fang Valkyrie making an appearance.
Yeah, that looks like that might have been a bug there. We'll get that one checked out. All right, so we got Popatito coming across for lethal damage here. Dark Revenger. Let's just need you to make the blocks and we'll be able to move on.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
All right.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I didn't lose the damage, I lost the timeout.
Mm.
You didn't actually beat me. The game beat me.
Yeah, I've heard that one before.
Yeah.
All right. Popatito takes down game number 1. We'll be back with game number 2 of this match, so we're going to get to see it. Yeah, as mentioned, these players, we've certainly seen them in action many times before. You know, I don't know that I got anything groundbreaking to say here other than I look forward to seeing a good one. It looks like both players were bringing some praxis action, or at least the bottom player was. I'm trying to remember, what was Dark Revenger on again? They had some.
Elysian.
They were on
Like
Elysian. Oh yeah, yes. It was just that Popatito had a splash of fire. Do we know what that was for?
I did not see a fire card. The real question is, after that first game that we hopped into, how much patience are you going to have for Dark Revenger using their clock?
Not a lot.
Not a lot. Okay.
How are you feeling about it?
Extremely negative. There's just already dealing with 2 strikes as far as I'm concerned. I want to leave up the possibility that there was an emergency, some issues with the internet, whatever. But going into the tank on that turn, coming out with dead on board and with negative power, and then waiting was, again, we're still in the realm of circumstantial evidence, but it's troubling. It was troubling. Do we know if there's beef there between Popatito and Dark Revenger?
I certainly don't know of any, but I don't know that I would be repeated if I did. I mean, I like to leave that stuff unspoken, let the players speak to it.
That's really the last little bit of community that we need in the competitive scene. It's no drama. It's never any drama. Never any beef. There's no. I guess a lot of it has to do with just like the game is 100% digital, so it makes the act of cheating and accusations of cheating a lot less likely. But sometimes I do wish there was a little more pot stirring. That's why I have a burner account. I'm building up sort of community credibility slowly and surely. with the intent of then becoming a massive net negative pot stirrer.
Yeah, burner accounts are good for that. Yeah, we're not going to reveal the name of our burner accounts, but just know you never know when it might be us.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I try to think. I know that there's certainly a lot of beef with us and about cards that we have either nerfed or not nerfed or nerfed too much or cards we haven't buffed. So
I
yeah,
don't like all the good cards, and I don't like all the bad cards. That discourse.
I've heard that. I've heard that before. I've heard that one before. Yeah.
Yeah, it's weird. It's like hard to act on it, right? Because what cards you actually want us to make, and that'd be good. Seems just sort of like a moving goalpost. A lot of confirmation bias. Um, yeah, I don't know. Don't know what to do with that feedback.
Um.
What's going
Well,
on
one
with
thing.
Dark Adventure right now? I assume we're waiting on Dark Adventure. What's going on right now?
Yeah, we probably are. One thing I was gonna say is that if you wanna have some beef with us and do it in person, Direwolf Digital, we will be out at Gen Con this year. Not myself or Patrick specifically, so you'll have to hold off on another opportunity to give us your beef in person. But if you want to just harangue other members of the Direwolf Digital team, you can do so at Gen Con this year, and we'll have lots of fun goodies to check out and sweet demos. So,
We're at booth 2545.
oh, lovely. Thank you,
Yeah,
Tom.
we'll be doing Plain Catacomb pre-orders. Have you worked Gen Con before?
I've never worked Gen Con. I've been there as an attendee before.
Oh
You've
wow,
worked, though.
so you're like a fan.
Yeah, well, yeah.
So you would describe yourself as a fan.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm
Yeah.
more in the Gen side.
Okay. So yeah, I've worked the show probably about 8 or 9 times, including on behalf of Direwolf Digital. It gets me into a certain fugue state. So if you're literally looking to harangue the team, may I suggest Sunday afternoon, about 2 o'clock. Come on over and talk about how busted Sandstorm Titan is. We love it. That's the right time.
Yeah, enough. No, the
Yeah.
closest I've ever come on that front was I went back and worked my college job fair.
Yeah, someone came up to me at the end of Gen Con the last time I worked for Direwolf Digital, 2 o'clock. They weren't metagaming me though. They were just doing this like out of their own heart, and came up and complained about Sandstorm Titan.
Yeah.
And the response they got from me was, "We're not changing it, and we're never changing it." And
That is all true.
Guess who history looks fondly back on? Me, not you. Not you. Person who's probably not listening to this right now.
Well, much like real history, it is written by the victors, and you had a lot of influence on that one.
History is written by the people who write history.
True. But who knows what history might foretell? We will have another. We're working on an upcoming balance patch. Not next week, week after. So little tease for people at home on that front, but. Right now, we actually have action going on, so we could go back to talking about that. Dark
Revenger is just sitting here resolving a Torgav's wares.
Yeah.
Literally any card in this hand is fine to discard except for, whatever. Guess maybe it doesn't matter. So many of these cards have been described. Just pick one at random.
That is one way to play the game.
Tom, we're gonna blackball this match in a minute.
Yeah, we'll keep in mind. I'm not sure what's going on right now.
No, it's all good. See, now this is an update to the stream here, is that Tom is actually able to talk to us directly because we're doing this all online.
Yep. Right. Understood. All right, so we are gonna stay tight here for a moment, but we might try to switch over to another match. um, you know, let's keep it tight for now. All right, so Dark Avenger playing out Windscreamer, and now to Popetito. They got a choice. They got Happy Harvester. They got Mind Broken Cobbler. They got a nice curve of units,
Mm-hmm.
I would say.
Kind of like the cobbler here. All other things being equal, I like to defer the scout decision a little bit because Puppeteer's hand right now can use power and non-power, so it's not really that valuable of a scout.
Mm.
Hmm. But also, there's the counterpoint of you might value having the blocker ready, at which point you'd rather play Happy Harvester first to make sure that down the line you have a ready blocker ready instead of something exhausted. So for such simple game pieces, there's a lot going on right now.
We say is this game moves at the pace that it it's going at. All right. So Dark Avenger gonna do a little inscribe action now. And yeah, they got some ways they could sequence things here. If they want to just icicles, they can get rid of the Mind Broken Cobbler. They could buff up the Windscreamer to a flyer, and then that's turned on for the Green Stretch Griffin. This is not the way you'd curve. Maybe I guess they're still a bit of ways away from Jotun Run because you got to attack with it and two other units, and right now they just have the one unit around.
Yeah, I think you're good sort of just kicking that down the road for a little bit. It's not realistic with Dark Avenger's tools to be able to sort of set that up anytime in the near future. And setting up for the Griffin hopefully soon, I think is way more valuable.
All right, so another Mind Broken Cobbler here for Popetito. As a Dark Avenger, their best like sort of use of their powers is just play Cloud Scraper. There's no flyers for that thing to hit with its contract. And we will see Jotun Runt come down. That one reminder, when it attacks with two other units, will transform into General Horgo, and then when one of your units hits the enemy player, you get to draw a random spell. So good things coming with that one if you can get it flipped, but they're still a little ways away from that.
So, not so much anymore.
Yep, the Green Stretch Griffin's given a bunch of flyers, so now Popetito's got some problems to contend with, though the caloric mix they picked up is exactly the kind of size that they need to deal with big old General Horgo. They're just going to play a Green Stretch Griffin, conveniently leaving 2 power up for the rest of their turn. All right. So for Dark Avenger, they're going to do Cloud Scraper. They'll put the Griffin on the bottom of the deck, and now with all of these units attack, this is a pretty... I guess if they were to do the attack right now, they would get double blocked down on the Horgo, so that's why we're going to see the General not attack. Popetito's still going to use Caloric Mix, though. And now that they've picked up Icicles... Oh, but they don't have the second Primal to play. That is a real beat, and we're seeing, I guess, the drawback of their deck maybe being 3 factions.
I think that Dark Avenger might have just sniffed out the Clerk Mix last turn. Popetito's plays sort of were suggested of playing a little bit off first, and might have just wanted to set up this moment here.
Yeah, that... All right, so General Horgo now, and the Green Stretch Griffin, and the Cloud Scraper, they're all coming in. And yeah, they're going to get that double block, but that means a ton of damage is coming through. Now, Popotito can draw a power. They can use Icy Glider to take out one flyer and block the other one, but we'll see. Because with Dark Avenger, maybe they're going to pick up a Green Stretch Griffin right now with Tenured Graviturgist. That's a really nice play. Yeah.
Well, it looks like we went for the Cloud Scraper instead because this just takes blocking any of the flyers out of the equation.
Sure does. All right. So Dark Avenger. Yeah. Ties it up 1 game apiece. So we're gonna get to see a 3rd game of this match. What are we looking for in this last one in the decider?
A brisk pace of play.
Patrick, you're a delight as always. I don't know what we'd be doing.
Yeah, thanks. So, who do we know? Who can we give some names of people who will be there for Gen Con? People you can harass.
I think our producer Tom is. Tom, you're going to Gen Con, right? Oh, Tom's not going to Gen Con. Do you know who is?
Okay.
Sounds like Hudson, our marketing manager, Matt Hudson, will be there. Designer of Clank, Paul Denon, will be there. So definitely excited to. You should be excited to meet those. If you go there, get Paul to sign your copy of Clank or anything Clank or board game related you buy. He's a master. He actually just got back from a trip from Germany where I can't remember the name of the awards. Kennerspiel des Jahres, so not, yeah, German. It was for German Expert Game of the Year. So
Congratulations.
Yeah, I mean, it was a huge honor for them to be nominated. So Tom's bringing all the useful knowledge. It's just making us sound smart. It's the first time a game based off an IP had ever been nominated, and that was for Dune Imperium. So congratulations to the team for that.
What are the previous winners of German Expert Game of the Year? It's like you pretend to be a farmhand, trading barrels of wheat for barrels plus 1 of water, and you just repeat that until you control the Schwarzwald or whatever.
I see you're familiar with the work of the.
I'm very familiar with the genre. Yes. I'm not clicking on that, Tom. Someone can tell me I'm not clicking on a link in the middle of the broadcast. Don't do that to me. BK, any thoughts?
Any thoughts?
Yeah. On the information that Tom just relayed that, the audience didn't hear.
Tom rattled off some board games some of which I recognized, some of which I didn't. None of which is probably that interesting.
I recognize Seven Wonders. Seven Wonders is a game I recognize.
Sure, that's legit.
Yeah. Tom, you can turn your mic on. Get in with us.
Yeah,
That's all right.
Yeah, Tom, they haven't heard. All right, Tom's not going to turn his mic on. He threatened to take over the broadcast because we ran out of things to vamp about.
We're running out of things to vamp about. What kind of comment is that?
Oh, Patrick,
we haven't run out of anything to vamp about.
We have not begun to vamp.
We're vamping about the German board game genre.
Yeah.
The awards related to it. Some implicit thoughts that I have on the genre in some respects. All right, we got a game going. You cannot blame me for the fact that these two are playing at a what I would consider to be a disqualification worthy pace. If I had my druthers, we would have something in the document that's sort of an ad hoc. Look, if you're not playing fast enough, Patrick can just DQ you. That's just something he can do in the middle of the broadcast.
Don't make Patrick turn over this stream. All right, Popatito kicking things off with a time sigil here in game number 3. They got Barbarian Gorillas. They got Mind Broken Cobblers. We will see where it takes them. Meanwhile, Dark Revenger is going to be Torgov's wearing. They've got General Horgo again. That was pretty good for them last time, and they got a Flash Flood. So lots of good action for these players. For Popatito, they picked up a Volunteer Core. That's actually pretty big because it'll let them get the second Primal Influence this game, and that unlocks basically the rest of their hand in the form of those Icicles.
Mm-hmm.
AKA the goods. All right, and we have heard that this is the last match of the round, so...
Loser goes home. Loser leaves town match.
Loser leaves town match. You bring in the wrestling heat.
I try.
Someone's got to. Are you angling for Vince's job?
I really didn't know how to get my foot in the door over there.
Fair enough. All right, so here we are looking for game 3. Pretty similar story with a lot of good, strong early units from Popatito. Dark Avenger's got some air advantage, and they're just going to use this Flash Flood to clear out one of them. So Flash Flood, a super flexible card, and they're just going to be using it for the, I guess, the most normal mode of just play it on turn 4 to kill one unit.
Mm-hmm.
All right. For Popatito, they picked up a Wild Cloud Snake, which doesn't exactly work with the Volunteer course, since it doesn't have flying until you ultimate it. Well, we're going to get to see a killer Green Stretch Griffin. They got the Volunteer Corps. Dinosaurs are so helpful in this game. Alright. So, Popatito just continuing to crack away with this Happy Harvester. Dark Revenger is going to be up against now 2 Barbarian Gorillas. If they can hit power number 6, they get to play Icy Glider. That would be fantastic. But Towering Terror is also pretty good with that 6/5 body. It's not bad.
Yeah, really slowing down the works here. Icicle's not enough to get through it. Be pretty rough to trade 2 for 1 here, and I think Popatito just kind of wants to try to set up for next turn.
All right, we'll see what they got. As Towering Terrazon is going to attack now, but a Caloric Mix will take it out. So both players now paying off some debt. Popatito's got Icicles, which it feels like they kind of could make an all-out attack here and then just use the Icicles to overwhelm the rest of the damage. What do you think about that line?
It depends what's left in Popatito's deck. That attack would deal 4. You would get Dark Revenger down to about 6, and so it depends if 6 is an important inflection point for you, or for some reason, or if you're better off just sort of trying to play a longer game.
Well, it certainly looks like Popatito is trying to play a longer game, as they did not play the Green Stretch Griffin there, and didn't play the Icicles either. So yeah, so now we're going to see an Icicles on for Dark Revenger. Mind Broken Cobbler is going to come down and give Popatito an Aegis. But yeah, I mean, part of it is Popatito might be aware of how much like good anti-Green Stretch Griffin action there is in the deck. Dune Wave and Icy Gliders. Though I will say that it's not like those things make holding the Green Stretch Griffin much better. certainly hard to establish a flyer against those cards. Carnosaur Beta is the play now.
At 20, you've got some time. It's just not likely to amount to much. And, Popatita's situation is getting dire enough that I can see trying to shoot the moon, trying to set up something big rather than just playing it and not doing very much and having it die.
So Dark Revenger has really got the stronger hand right now, and it's going to be interesting how they use it. They're going to actually use it to pick up the saddled Sarasword, so they can get another killer attack here. It's going to go on to the Cloud Scraper. It's going to take out the Mind Broken Cobbler. So Dark Revenger is just kind of working the board, trying to clean it up a little bit. But by using the Cloud Scraper there, they don't have an optimal block, I would say, against this this Carnosaur Beta, and I think we might see that one get in now. No, so Popatito's really going to play this game pretty slow. That felt like an opportunity to get an attack in, Patrick.
I agree. Again, it sort of has to do with the particulars of Popatito's list if you're playing for something, but that play, whatever you want to call it, face up or on the table, feels like with Icicles in hand, taking a shot to at least, if it's a double block on the Beta, that's great. 5 damage, also great. So there's got to be some other setup going on here.
All right, so Icicles now takes out the tenured Graviturgist. Popatito's still got that Green Stretch Griffin in hand, but still struggling to get that one out. For Dark Revenger now, they've got a real opportunity here. They're going to get to attack with the Icy Glider and the Happy Harvester here. We're going to get to see maybe some Stone Skin action. That gives a unit +2 health, and then it deals damage equal to its health this turn. So that would mean it would be a nice eat on the Carnosaur Beta, unless there's a double block, of course. So it looks like more things are going to potentially come across. So we're going to see Carnosaur Beta plus Barbarian Gorillas onto the Cloud Scraper. And now if Dark Revenger wants, they can use Stone Skin on the Happy Harvester. Oh, okay. So they're going to use it on the Cloud Scraper, which will mean that they get to kill the Barbarian Gorilla instead of just one of those units. And they'll play out Jotun Runt. Popatito finds their own Jotun Runt, but time is certainly running short now. They're going to really want that Carnosaur Beta to come back real quick. Especially with General Horgo ready to fire off here. A Green Stretch Griffin is drawn for Dark Revenger. It flips over into its 5/5 Aegis form. It's going to get double blocked down, but we're still going to see a ton of damage. 8 points come across for Dark Avenger. Okay, so the block's a little different, but we see a Display of Realities picked up for Dark Revenger, so they could use that to give the Green Stretch Griffin in hand +1/+1 in charge, and then next turn they are absolutely going to fire off. Popatito didn't draw anything, and this is looking like probably their last turn of the game. Anytime you see somebody use Display of Realities to give something in hand +1/+1 in charge, that is a very scary moment. All right, there we go.
It's on Newer.
Yeah. Oh, they even Dune waved just for fun. Okay. All right.
I think like there's some beef. I gotta say, I think there might be some beef there. The Dune wave there for no reason at the end. Suspicious. Gonna want to investigate that further.
All right, let's get to a break so we can come back with the top 32 here at the Draft Open. We'll be back after a little more of Patrick's interview, and we will talk to you then.
I know Eternal's like 6, 7 years old now, something like that. And there are a lot of quality of life stuff people have been asking for since even closed beta. And just kind of want to know if we can ever expect them, like, if people, like unmuting opponents. I know that's a big one and have caused some of my friends to quit the game. The ability to open all packs, open all Twitch drops. Like, again, I've had some friends like watch a streamer for a few months after not playing, and they come back and they have to sit there for 2 or 3 hours opening chests, and then they just quit to never play again because they don't want to sit through that. You know, different formats for challenging friends, draft and sealed, giving your first one of the day bonus, things like that.
So obviously, like a lot of what you're asking about there is sort of in the proprietary space of things that like I'm not at, but I hope that the change to draft rewards, the stuff with chapter battles, the reprints and boosters, and the sort of streamlining of Expedition that came recently, there is some signal here that we have a very long list of stuff that we are trying to tackle and improve, but there is sort of a hierarchy of needs slash
Right.
some of these things are more efficient to do all at once because they're related rather than doing them piecemeal. Without going into too much detail, like some of the things that you called out there are specifically things that are on our radar and our topics of conversation right now. So again, it's like sort of proprietary. We can only announce it when we actually have it. But I've been back on the project now for almost a year, and I feel like our design team has worked pretty hard in the last year to sort of critically identify elements of the economy, game engine, not so much game engine, but I guess a lot of the things sort of quality of life stuff as you're mentioning that we are approaching in different ways and sort of tackling. So we have a sort of a broad mid-level picture of a lot of things that we want to improve about the experience on a bunch of different fronts. And then there's just an issue of coordinating and making sure that we're doing things in the right order, which is a complicated thing.
Oh yeah, I mean, there's always okay, which bug can sit in the backlog for years while we work on more pressing ones. Like,
well, there's also like stuff like, okay, let's say we all agree that we have this list of 10 things, and this thing is the most important thing of the 10. But if we do the second, third, and fourth ones all at the same time, that's actually more efficient because they're related. So we do 2, 3, 4, or do we do 1, 9, 10? Like that sort of coordination of resources and whatever is also part of it that goes into it.
Yeah, and sometimes the quality, 10 is a week to get done, and 1 takes multiple months. So better knock out 10 or hit 1, right?
But for sure. And I think part of the doing the stuff that we've been doing lately, 1, I think is just good on its own terms, but 2, sort of signaling a vibrancy and we're doing stuff. This is active. We're trying to improve the experiences. It's really good signal to our players, both active and lapsed / have never played.
Yeah.
So we're trying to do all of it, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, it's good to hear something's coming, or at least trying to get something coming. So and then so more of a gameplay one. I know that a lot of card games, for tournaments like day 2, the higher seed would generally get to choose they want to play or draw. The choosing might be a bit of an issue in the client, but is there any reason why that the higher seed doesn't go first in day 2s?
That's just I mean, I don't even know if we would necessarily. I guess all other things being equal, we would probably want to do that. That's a somewhat of a tricky conversation because it sort of ties into how opaque the seeding is to generate in the first place. But
sure.
I mean, that's just it's pretty significant engineering costs.
Okay, I just didn't know if it was a tournament decision or if it was just
it's not an ideological thing.
Right.
But again, it's a question of is this resource worth? Is this ad worth the resources applied? And that would be an example of something from, and reasonable people could disagree on this. That would be really, really low on my list of things to allocate resources to versus anything else we could be doing with people's time.
For sure. I did have a question about a mechanic. I don't know. So Revenge, right? Puts it in top 10 cards to your deck. I know that I think
Mhm.
I've seen BK say like, if anything gets reworked ever, that'd be one of the top priorities. But as how it works at the moment, if the first time revenge triggers, if the unit has negative stats, it doesn't go back into the deck. Is there any reason why that happens? Because a lot of revenge units do have like ETB abilities or could trigger other things like a Tazboo from it dying or, you know.
I mean, the short version is that we want to be like not in the habit of reshuffling cards that are blank into people's decks. Like even for a trigger, it's sort of just dissatisfying to have an animation of your 0/0 pop up and then just go to a void, even if there are edge case interactions like the ones that you're talking about. Like and there's
Zito
also
be most
yeah,
notable right now.
and there's also a balance issue there too. Like we do like that if you permanently reduce Zito's stats, that actually gets you out from under it.
Right.
And in the world where it's coming back as a 0/0, most of the value is still nested in the fact that the opponent's discarding a card. Broadly speaking, it is something that we are, like it's a topic of conversation in the office, sort of the potential of investigating those rules or streamlining some of them. But to sort of answer the original question, I don't think we should be shuffling 0/0s back in people's decks, even if we occasionally make, Tazboos and Zitos that could benefit in one direction or the other from that sort of interaction occurring.
Right. Okay. Uh, I thought I had more questions. Yeah, I mean, I can't really think of much more right now. Like, I'll probably get off the call and go, "Oh, I should have asked this," but like that always happens, right?
Yeah.
But
Well, I'm in the Discord, so if something comes rattles around in there, you just tag me and I'll see if I can get to it.
sure.
But on our way out the door here, any shout outs you want to give in terms of teammates, testing, any sort of like the Twitch channels, streaming people can find you at, just anything you want to shout out or anyone you want to shout out, now is a good time.
Yep. My team, the Bavarian Camp. I mean, I got a shirt here for it. I'm not gonna name individual names because I'll forget somebody and then it'll just be bad. But then also I occasionally stream on Twitch at walking_sponge. Don't stream too often, but once every couple of months you'll catch me streaming some drafts. And that's about it. So
All right, well, thank you for your time. Congratulations again to the collector on qualifying for the World Championships a third time. This on the back of 2 top 4s within the first half of our open season in 2022. Just a remarkable accomplishment and an incredible amount of consistency, and looking forward to seeing you later this year.
all right, thanks.
Yeah, take care.
You too.
All right, welcome back to the top 32 of the 5K Draft Open. Andrew Backstrom and Patrick Sullivan here to bring you another round of action. And yeah, we're going to get to see two more players step up to the plate and show us what they got here. Patrick, last round, I think we've seen Green Stretch Griffin be a pretty important card for how players choose to play with it. But there's kind of an interesting race here in some of these games between players getting off to quite nice starts with cards like Mind Broken Cobbler and Happy Harvester, and then players maybe trying to tempo and either go through the air or use direct damage to win the game.
Yeah, the games have felt really dynamic, even with like some pretty ostensibly simple game pieces. And Green Stretch Griffin is definitely a big part of that. Um, One, because you just have the out of just playing it as a 2/2 flyer for 3 if that's the thing you want to do, and also by informing some selections of for removal on the opposing side. Do you value a modest flyer more than an ostensibly better unit that's on the ground because of the possibility of Green Chest Griffin getting unleashed somewhere down the line? So there's been a lot of really interesting tactics that have emerged in spite of, again, the cards themselves being relatively simple.
All right, so for these players, they've got to win now 5 more matches if they want to be the champion this weekend. And it's fun to see as we get deeper into the draft tournament because sometimes the decks really start scaling up. Tom, you might want to take a look at how this screen is being captured right now, at least on mine and Patrick's end, where we got a bit of an odd view.
On time.
Scaly
The Alpha and the
Brawn
Omega.
getting things kicked off versus Scornful Elite. So, interesting trade-off between these two. How much is a point of strength worth for you?
Well, not that much, but Scaly Brawn doesn't care about that, just gets the better of it. Another exchange comes out on top.
All right, here. So that Scornful Elite, though, will be important because when a unit gets played for Spifferific this game, it shrinks down the unit's strength by -4 until their next turn. And so for an Aegis unit, it also means it's going to pop that player Aegis, or the unit Aegis. We see that happen now in the Eagle. Now we see Griffin Rider Marshal. This card offers quite a bit of play. It's a flying taunt unit, but you can also pay to give another unit flying this turn. So that can either get one of your other units up into the air, or you can potentially use it to boost an enemy unit into the air. So it has to be blocked. It has to block the Griffin Rider Marshal, and the Marshal can take it down.
Draw there a Seek Power for Gunner that unlocks the Sweet Dreams in hand.
Sure does.
Now all Gunner has to do is play a unit that can possibly be killed, and then we got really something going. Then we got something going,
I think the Stolen Augmentation in Spifferific's hand looks primed to do that. We'll see how that gets played out.
And Spifferific doesn't have to force the issue this turn. They can simply just take this exchange and play another flying unit. It is a little risky to play the Stolen Augmentation into so much open power. And it looks like Spifferific is on the same side of that of just, why risk it? The next turn, the same sort of situation is likely to emerge. And it's possible Gunner will, spend some power doing something, and then it's much safer to go for it.
Great point. All right, so a big all-out attack coming from Spifferific, and with Stolen Augmentation in hand, there's a lot of permutations for how this can go. All right, so we will see blocks here by both units, and lots of action, though, with Nevermore and check raises in Gunner's hand, so a lot to consider. So actually, we're not going to see anything be played. I think Spifferific maybe recognizing what's going on, or just saying, you know what, I feel comfortable. I think I'll get a better shot down the road.
No, I think the patience here that Spifferific is showing is really, really great. You're not at risk of losing anything in combat. You're still dealing damage and not losing anything. Gunner having all of this open power is definitely dangerous, and so just play on from here. There's no reason to rush it.
All right, so now we see some action here as Stolen Augmentation gets played. There's a check raise and a Nevermore. So Gunner's working their way back into this thing. They're down a lot on the table, but with Sweet Dreams and another Nevermore coming, you could certainly see them turning this one around as their units are kind of close to keeping this other board in check.
Right, and I like that play over the Sweet Dreams because the 2/3 is such a good blocker this turn, better than even a 1/7 would be, and you sort of get to keep the surprise up. Maybe a better target emerges somewhere down the line. So really nice patience here from Gunner.
Love a patient player. All right, so we are going to see Spifferific fire off with the Flash Flood here, and they're going to try to use this to get that Eagle out of the way and really open up the skies for their next attacks. A lot to like about the way that this game is developing right now. So for now, for Gunner 116, they've got that Sweet Dreams. Do they actually have a unit that they can bring back at this point?
The 1/4 flyer, right?
That's not a unit that costs 3 or less.
Then no.
Huh. This is quite a long time into a game to not just have a small unit. But I think... Yeah, this is tough. I mean, they can do this play. They're not quite dead, right? They're
No.
like the Monty Python, the Black Knight. They're not dead yet. Stolen Augmentation. Okay. If you can invoke into the right kind of thing, I guess you could still be in this. You take out one of the Ravens. You only have to deal with the 2/2 Raven, and then you're good. Feels like there's a real good shot of this kind of getting there.
Well, you're not good. You're still up against it next turn, but you at least have another turn.
Oh, that's true. Right. Yeah. Well, buy some turns while you can, I suppose.
Bring on.
Yeah, that prevents all damage for a turn, so that really is just buying a turn here. But take it a turn at a time, that's all you can do. And yep, that's not going to be enough. So that is game number 1 in the books. So it really kind of felt like that was a bit of a crawl across the finish line kind of game, but that Sweet Dreams never being online was just brutal for Gunner.
Yeah, I mean, it was all really defensive units that were, tough to kill and not cheap. And that Sweet Dreams would have been enough to probably shift things around just because, well, like you said, Spifferific just barely got across the finish line, but target never showed up. And instead, the 1/1 flyers and Grons and such were able to chip Gunner down.
All right, so as we get looking here for game number 2 between these two players, for Gunner 116, I mean, I don't know that there was anything wrong that they did. I think they just gotta hope their deck works out a little more reliably in that one department.
Yeah, well, I mean, that it was there was nothing wrong with the hand in theory, just had no removal, so it was vulnerable to units with flying, and was never able to unlock its strongest card. I mean, there was a lot of draws there towards the end in theory that could have cleaned that up and then some, but
Yeah.
Didn't show up, and the 1/1 flyers were enough to get over the finish line.
All right, here we are now for game number 2. Gunner 116 getting things kicked off. Primal Sigil, they've got an Enraged Serpent, and good old Sweet Dreams is back. They don't have Shadow Influence, they don't got a cheap unit, but it's a very determined card. I think we can all agree on that. Yeah, I don't love the way that this game is shaping up for Gunner. That Tinker Unionist is going to attack, and as we look at Spifferific's hand, we got backups.
Oh no.
Oh, alright. Carnivorous Terror. 4 cost. 4/4. Overwhelm. Unleash. When you play another card with Overwhelm, Carnivorous Terror gets +2/+2. But look at that. Thunder Pop plus Trick Throat is going to clear out the Carnivorous Terror. Gunner 116 doesn't know how rough that top deck was for them, but, you know, they top decked the Terror, so fair is fair. Now they found a... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Could have easily gone the other way, too, right? Like, could have just attacked and used the Thunder Pop to finish off. Not nearly as good, but wasn't like it had to be that.
Sure. So, interesting for Spifferific. They can attack here and just trade off with that flyer. The one disadvantage is that if you wanted to play like the Jotun Runt this turn, you now just got under the sort of the 3 units you need for that, but getting the Serpent off the board while the shields are down makes sense. And you're getting another Warcry immediately. Woo! Alright, that's what got Warcry, Covenant Peacekeeper. Oh, look at this play. Very nice. Minotaur Tailor suiting up the Tower Lookout. The Eagle has to chump. The Jotun Runt gets in there. And Gunner 116 now does have Shadow Influence if they inscribe that Eavesdrop. But they've got their work cut out for them as they are massively behind on this board. And with few units in hand, or rather I should say no units in hand.
Is there anything to Sweet Dreams also?
Oh no, of course not.
Yeah. Naturally, no.
Yeah. Alright, an attack for 6 drops Gunner down to 7. If Spifferific wants, they can throw out the Icy Glider, drop him down to 5. And then with Covenant Peacekeeper in hand to lock down any unit that would show up. I guess it starts with this Stolen Augmentation and hoping that there's something really good right now that doesn't care about your influence. You could hit Nothing Remains. They didn't hit Nothing Remains.
Trying to break the Aegis there to hit something like that.
Oh no, they couldn't even hit Nothing Remains. Saloon Massacre, I think, works.
Whatever it was, it's not there.
It's always fun to know what the outs are. I've seen you play with
invoke outs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I've hung around Luis enough to know that it at least looks like if you call it, you're more likely to get it. But I think that's just a bit of survivorship bias there on my part.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so back in the booth there. Spifferific's deck looked great, and Gunner's deck, certainly had some good cards, but man, I've never seen Sweet Dreams look so bad. I mean, I've seen it. It looked worse than when I've seen it against players who played like a Voidbound card against it.
Yeah, but at least that involved like your opponent doing something.
Right.
That's sort of the conceit. Is like your opponent can interact with your stuff. But yeah, just on its own, no, I've never seen it be that bad.
All right, so looks like Ankle Cutter is going to take down a giant student there, which was like a 9/9 lifesteal. We've got Chief Forensic Analyst there, which could turn over into Chief Inspector West. If we can get an attachment to go to the Void, Draconic Looting could help with that, but it does not. I don't know if I've ever seen the Forensic Analyst be flipped over thanks to a card discarded from Draconic Looting, but would have worked if they had hit an attachment. Meanwhile, they got Teriak's Mount to contend with now. Barbarian Gorillas into the Nosepath's hand. There's a lot of good stuff coming at them.
Yeah, I mean, you could Sticky Fingers activate mount up the Crinkle Boys and start hitting. You can also just do this, get some more bodies out there.
All right, so we're gonna see the Barbarian Gorillas get down. And just the Primal Sigil for Clever Fire. They're not out of this one, but it's certainly going to require something good off the top. And this could be a very nasty turn for them. A Teriax Screecher is drawn off the top of the deck. And that unit dealing 1 damage to an exhausted unit could be very gross if Clever Fire sets up their blocks in the wrong way.
Yeah, I mean, Sharpshooter on Crinkle Boys or 1/4 on 3/2 are both plausible blocks here. And the aftermath of either one of those blocks is very, very bad for Clever Fire.
And yeah, and so the nose path has to be thinking about how this is all going to go down. They're just going to get the Crinkle Boys into the air. So now they can attack with everything. And it really does feel like if you're Clever Fire, you don't have the luxury of playing around this Teriax Screecher. And Forensic Analyst was your best way out of this game, and that's about to go to the wayside. So we'll see if there's any miracles lurking around the top of their deck. They drew a Rocky Road, and it sure is one. A Rocky Ride, rather, excuse me. Teriax Screecher gets taken down, but that's going to do it. The Nose Path wins that match 2-0, eliminating Clever Fire. So their Nose Path found their way to the top 16.
Congratulations.
All right. So, Tom, how are we looking for matches? Tom's getting one set up for us. All right, we're checking out Thufir Herwat and Lucid Iguana. Looks like Thufir Herwat just won the match, so we're not going to get to see it, but maybe we'll get to see them in our top 16 as they now have advanced. Oh, excuse me. So I misreported that. Thufir Herwat won the first game, so we're going to get to check out game number 2 of that match once those players have joined up. See if I can pull up Thufir Herwat's deck for us. I do have it here. So Thufir Herwat, what's their goods here? Looking like we've got some 3 copies of Seek Power, so we might be looking at a multi-faction masterpiece here. They got some Calderan Captains, copy of the Crinkle Boys. There is a Darkheart Acolyte, so it looks like we're going to be seeing another 3-faction Frenzy deck at the top of the screen. Bottom of the screen for Lucid Iguana. So far, we've at least got Time Primal and Shadow. We'll see if any more factions to come. All right, Thufir Herwat. They got early plays in the form of Call to Hits and Searing Fist, but they're going to need Lucid Iguana to throw something out first, and they do so in a Mind Broken Cobbler.
3 factions in your opening.
Hey Patrick, kind of having you're coming in and out, which makes me think maybe you need to move closer to the mic. But
I'm pretty close. I don't know. You tell
now
me.
we got you crystal clear. Love it. What were you asking, Patrick?
Have you ever had all 3 factions and also double pips for your double pip card in your opening hand? I've never.
In constructed, I don't think in draft.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, no one's that lucky.
Oh, Thufir also. Same deal. You look at that.
Yeah, so now they're going to start doing some inscribing. I was surprised earlier we didn't see a little more inscribing. It kind of led them to this spot where, they got this Calderan Captain they can't quite play, but we'll see. Maybe they want to use a Runebinder here, or Call to Hit on Runebinder, so. And now they could play maybe Dardamus, and alright, they got good things coming. Now let's talk about that Fissure card in Lucid Iguana's hand, because that's an Unleash card which deals 2 damage to each unit without flying, so they're going to get to play this and unleash it. It's going to kill both units for Thufir Herwat. That's a real nice turn, and they get an attack in with that Enraged Serpent.
Thufir well set up to fire back here, can play the Calderan Captain. Has an answer rolled up for 4-2 the next turn.
Yeah, we're going to see Icicles take out the Calderan Captain. It's going to buff the Enraged Serpent up to a 5-2. Dropping Thufir down to 9, but that Icy Glider is a real nice stabilizing measure here. They can play that, deal 2 to the Serpent, and now they've got the only unit left on the board. Whew. Well, Midnight Hunter plus Flash Flood. Interesting. So they're going to wait on the Midnight Hunter, so they're going to be playing this game a little bit slower now. There's Zealot of Shavkin, dealing 2. Oh yeah, Siphon Vitality is a good reason to splash time. Give all your units +1/+1 and give all enemy units -1/-1.
Really nice draw there from Cliff here.
Yeah, and this backlash is going to be really messed up if it gets to hit a Flash Flood. There's Nevermore. If Lucid Iguana can somehow induce the backlash to go on something else, that'd be pretty great. But it's going to get played first. The backlash is going to hit the Flash Flood zone. No unleashing shenanigans for Lucid Iguana. Sleight of hand is the draw for Thufir. That Calderan Captain's coming back soon, right? How about 2 snowballs? That's a
Not
steal.
bad here, given the circumstances.
Yeah, no, I love the extra damage. There's Calderan Captain. Now, if you Nevermore that one, you do shrink down both the attacking units. So if you play 2 Crinkle Boys,
You can get the Aegis off
yeah,
and take care of the Raven. It's about the best you can do.
yeah. And the thing is that Lucid Iguana has to just hope that the sleight of hand didn't hit 2 power, so it's snowball in hand. But that is what happened, and those 2 snowballs plus this Icy Glider is going to add up to a lethal attack here. Good old snowball lethal. Tale as old as time. Alright. So, Thufir Hoat advances to our top 16. Much like the real Thufir Hoat, I was able to see into the future when I incorrectly earlier said that they had advanced. Duneheads out there really enjoy that reference. Alright. We're going to be checking out Apple Chips and a Romanova here. A Romanova's up a game. Apple Chips checking out their deck list. They got a Poacher's Menagerie. They got a Black Books Enforcer. Woo! Apple Chips got some rares. Technically, one's a legendary. They've also got Aura Blade, the Jeweled Knuckles. Good stuff. Flash Flood coming at that very beefed up Scornful Elite. Though with Apple Chips having a copy of Inseparable in hand, more action is coming for them.
Pretty slow clock here in Apple Chips with a lot of ways to recoup the card advantage.
Yeah, it looks like that attack actually just finished off a Bejeweled Knuckles. Certainly everyone's mom's favorite relic weapon.
Don't get it.
Bejeweled is very popular puzzle game, especially among mothers.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no problem. Scornful Elite is back. Looks like it no longer has flying and plus as much stats as it did before. Must add a weapon on it. Alright. Flyer's poking in. Argent Ported. 2/2 Lifesteal, Taunt, Entomb, give an enemy unit -2/-2. So that's going to be helpful for Apple Chips. At some point this game, they might just do a little chump attacking in with the Argent Port Adept. and then use the -2/-2 to like get that endangered Kieran out of the air.
Yeah, interesting little spot here because Nova's spot is you know, you would like to find another unit you like to draw into something, and with Thunder Pop and Curiosity Hunt, you have some tools to do it. But Apple Chips' units are just not super valuable right now, and so
Ooh, they just popped an hour of Kodosh.
yeah. But you know, Gron's here, no big deal.
Yeah, just jump with the Gron, I guess. I guess the question for Aroma Nova is with that saddled Cerasor in hand, do you want to just like try to find a way to use this Curioxus Hunt so you can invoke?
I mean, how would you? What would you want to do, right? Like you could either trade off with the 4/3, which is really mopey and leaves you vulnerable to some counterattacks, or you could knock out the 1/1. There's just nothing really profitable from what I can see.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think if you did it, you're basically just saying, I don't care about the killer. I already have another killer effect in hand. I just think the difference in me invoking here could be worth that much because I might not do it for a long time.
No, there's definitely a case for it. It's a complicated spot. I do kind of err on the side of just let's just wait for a minute. But if you're gonna do that, I would like to block 3/4 on 2/2, just get this over with, even if it comes at the expense of your clearing, because like again, the lifesteal unit's gonna be valuable in this sort of race, and nothing you have is that precious.
Right. All right, another time sigil for Romanova. Yeah, that was interesting. The Argent-Port Adept finished off the Happy Harvester, and I guess the reasoning there is just that there's more valuable things to be done with the units on the ground now that that's out of the way. So we do see the Curioxus Hunt get played on the Endangered Kieran, so really just looking for an Invoke here, getting to invoke Time Primal. Romanova is taking a look at 3 cards, some combination of Time and Primal cards, a spell, an attachment, and a unit, and they got an Hour of Grodov. Hour of Grodov, when popped, gives all of their units +1/+1 permanently. So maybe there'll be something doing with that. There's Saddled Cerasor. Apple Chips, funnily, has a copy of Argent-Port Noble in hand, so they can actually silence either the Endangered Kieran or they could silence the Hour of Grodov. Lots of units are coming in now for our Apple Chips, and I gotta be honest, I feel like Hour of Grodov was not what Romanova was looking for.
Oh, that was pretty mopey under the circumstances. Just any unit that is halfway decent would have been great. Any removal spell.
Yeah. It's a pretty good feeling when you invoke with a lot of power and you know, like, you get to just take whatever the most epic card that you see is, and sometimes it doesn't mean it's in your hands. All right, so lots of units breaking through. Romanova's down to 7. Does Apple Chips want to throw out that Argent-Port Noble? Feels like it can't hurt to silence that the Hour, but we'll see. Maybe it's going after the Endangered Kieran. Alright, so the Hour of Grodov did get silenced, bust out. Last card in hand for Apple Chips, but I don't know if they're even going to need it here. Romanova bricked again from the top of their deck, and we might be very close to this match being tied. Gravitary Trainee trades off with the ambush. The Endangered Kieran makes an endurance attack. And now we'll see Black Book's Enforcer. Oh, I got confused earlier. Of course, it's not Black Book, it's Black Book's Enforcer. So they'll use this. I get they get to buff up their Scornful lead up to a 5/5. Woo! Very juicy. I think technically a Romanova had chump blocks that kept the minute, but I don't know, they didn't need to see it. So we'll be heading to game number 3 here in this match.
Yeah, why bother? Again, there's open deck list, so you don't even need to bluff some sort of weird comeback card there if you don't have it. Just move along.
All right. So we are going to see game 3 of this match in just a few moments, as soon as both players rejoin. Yeah, I mean these decks look strong, and I think for a Romanova, it feels like their deck just kind of ran out a little bit of gas, but that won't be a problem if you keep a hand with aerial deployment, though they don't have any justice influence, but that's okay. If you need to play a few more other sigils first before you get there, the aerial deployment will more than reward you. Top of your screen, Apple Chips, I believe, has redrawn once, and this hand is kind of awkward. You've got lots of Justice Sigils and an Hour of Kodosh. To me, I think this is a go again, down to 6. They are, and now they pick up a hand with Makeshift Barrier and Inseparable, so they're not going to be winning the game quickly with this draw, though they did pick up a Covenant Peacekeeper on their first. Wild Cloud Snake getting things rolling here for Apple Chips. Tinker Unionist, though. Solid start.
Mm-hmm.
Romanova does not have power number 3. They're going to have to play Hour of Grodov this turn. And for Apple Chips, this Tinker Unionist is now a huge part of their game plan. They're going to be attacking with Warcry with this unit, and they're going to be hoping that they can use Covenant Peacekeeper and Bust Out to keep this thing through, and really racking up some big advantages thanks to Warcry. Happy Harvester is a funny pickup. I can't block this turn. Ooh, there's a Midnight Goon. That's a 5/4 taunt right now. We're going to see the Unionist and the Whirly Twirly come across for 4.
Yeah, you saw a momentary pause there from Apple Chips thinking, well, you know, I can leave the Whirly Twirly back and maybe try to get the Unionist to taunt the 1/1 flyer, but that's just so unlikely to happen for a variety of reasons that just attacked instead.
All right, so we're going to see an Insect Swarm get played. That's going to buff the Cloud Snake up to a 2/2, so that gets to trade off with the Unionist. So now we're done with that. The question for Apple Chips is, can they hit that power number 5 so they can get their Goon going? Romanova now developing their board and really just waiting on power number 6. That Hour of Grodov will be much better this game than it was looking last game, or Justice for that aerial deployment. So they hit power number 6. It gets their squad pretty big.
It also means they have a clean trade now with the Goon, with the Harvester. So some of the risk of just getting buried by taunt has gone down a little bit.
Yeah, it looks like a pretty good spot for the Goon to attack. They're wrong, but we'll see. You could just bring it back with Through the Unknown if it gets traded with in some way. So this will be an interesting moment here for Romanova if they just want to go for the simple block or maybe a double block. They're going to go for the simple block of just the Happy Harvester on it. And now for Apple Chips. If you use Through the Unknown, you get to replay the Goons immediately. The other unit in their Void is that Tinker Unionist. They would be able to get that back with inseparable, but I don't know that that helps you that much to get a 2/2 back in hand. All right, well, the Crinkle Boys back in town, and a pair of snowballs from them can take out this Whirly Twirly and open things up for your insect swarm.
Also cushion a little bit against the goon too.
Yeah. Opens up some real nice blocks there. Starving Horror is where those war cries went. Yeah, for apple chips, no options I love here. Looks like the goons are going to get things rolling again, but it kind of feels like if you attack with the goons, they're going to get blocked down, and then I guess if you attack, then it opens up attacks, and then that maybe opens up an 8 from your Starving Horror.
Well, you know, we're looking at Apple Chips being able to play one card this turn. It's possible the goon's just better on defense because if you play inseparable, you're just way behind on tempo, and the bust out isn't even that great here because the Waykeeper can go up in the air, and then you still have the Gron back on defense. So Apple Chips' hand is just a little bit on the clunky side. I'm curious to see how they want to sequence the cards they have coming here.
Yeah. I thought we might see just a pass, because if you pass the options for you might induce a Romanova to make an attack that lets you just eat something with the Starving Horror. And then you get to attack back with your 6/3.
Well, I think my problem there is it's just kind of, I think it's unlikely to go that way is one problem. Because it's pretty obvious that some trick is happening. And two, for Apple Chips to kind of stabilize this, they need to play 2 cards in 1 turn at some point. And so just having a 3-cost card back in hand makes it way more likely. If your hand is just 5/5 after you play your 3, there's really no hope of playing 2 cards in 1 turn. Even if you don't know what those 2 cards are, I think that's sort of the mapping that gets you to stabilize this game.
Alright, so the Borderlands Waykeeper Ultimates, there's now 5 attack worth of flyers, and Romanova still hunting for some aerial deployment action. Scornful Elite is the pickup for Apple Chips. All we got out of that turn was just a Starving Horror. And even if you Black Books Enforcer that one, still just gets taken down with a trade. I mean, maybe there's something interesting where if you like Black Books Enforcer, the Scaly Gron, and then attack with both units, attack with like a lot of things, that something good happens somewhere, maybe.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it through the Enforcer.
Yeah. Yeah, so Black Books Enforcer, you haven't seen that one in action. Its summon ability is that you basically get to even out the stats of a unit, and if it's yours, it'll be the higher of the 2. And if you choose an enemy unit, you get to make it the lower of the 2. Alright, so the Starving Horror trades off with the Terrazon. I like this play. It gives you an extra turn. More Scaly Grons, just absolute devastation from the Gron army.
Yeah.
Huh. Star-Kissed Wings. Feels like you might want to... You got to figure out how you're going to use that. If that gives you a way to deal with the Borderlands Waykeeper now. Apple Chips doesn't know about the decay that's been sitting in hand all game.
In the other route, I don't know if it doesn't really get you very far, but it could be inscribed. So next turn you have 5+2, no matter which 5 you play this turn. But none of the cards in hand get you anywhere near stabilizing. So I think you're sort of priced into putting the wings on something and hoping you get a block.
Yeah, it's so awkward for your power, but if you play if you get it on Scornful Elite, that thing has Aegis, which would shield the Star-Kissed Wings. This is a very conservative way to play it, but this kind of works. Now, Flash Flood is a very annoying thing to deal with, because that will do a very nice job of popping the Aegis here. So Star-Kissed Wings is going to go on the Scornful Elite. But yeah, a Romanova with Flash Flood is going to be able to get that one out of the way. There's Flash Flood number 1. Number 2 will stun it. And number 3 will kill it. Borderlands Waykeeper coming across for the win. So Romanova advances, and you know, I mean, both players, they kind of had awkwardness going on. A Romanova, they had a aerial deployment that whole game they could never use, but in the end it worked out, and they will be moving on to our top 16. That was the last match of the round. We'll be back next round. We'll have another round of action and maybe another preview card to check out. We'll be back after another 5-minute break. We will see you then. What is up? Top 16 is what's up. It's Andrew and Patrick here for another round of action, and we'll be checking out two more players. Patrick, for this round, anything you're particularly hoping to see? Anything you want the people at home to look forward to?
Wouldn't mind seeing a good taunt lockout. We haven't seen any of that.
Yeah,
It's been like good tactical play. I'd like to see someone just get just run down.
yeah. It's
Quickly.
funny that you mentioned that with taunt. It's certainly a mechanic that has the possibility of really taking over a game. With the if you just get a large enough unit with taunt, your opponent just every turn just kind of has to either not play a unit or throw something into it. So certainly took a lot of our time and attention when we were developing this set and this new battle skill. But I think the value of taunt kind of opening up other attacks was something that we were particularly excited by. I think we see players have made really nice use of that, where it combines well with some of the direct damage stuff from Frenzy, where you get these games where just one critical taunt removing a blocker can open up the way for victory. All right, here we go. We got the Overmaster, Theo Vermaster, up against Depai at the top of your screen. Got a little zine in action for us. Ancient lore. Very nice if you hit an unleash unit with it. The Overmaster's got, looks like a pretty solid Felon curve here. I know you love a good eavesdrop.
Do like a good eavesdrop. 2,
You know
3,
what's
4. Sorry, go for it.
I was gonna say, you know what's nice to curve into an eavesdrop with? How about another discard spell?
Oh yeah, soften them up, then knock them out.
All right, we'll see Borderlands Waykeeper. Ooh, love a nice Blood Makar with some Unleash flyers. All right, for the Overmaster, turn number 3. I don't see any way that they can get around the Waykeeper trading off with the Tensky Saboteur. So they're just going to attack and make the action happen this turn. And now we'll see Toxic West become a 2/3 deadly. So Street Gang has Unleash. We're just going to see it get played as a 4/2. Going to discard 1 spell, so deal 2 to the enemy player. Oh, yes. A game for an intellectual game was about to unfold.
Intellectual versus eavesdrop. If ever there was a fork in the road.
So we're gonna see the intellectual be played. I'm gonna pretend like that call to hit isn't in hand. All right, so we see the Toxic Wisp get in there. Depai didn't block because they knew that they would be able to call to hit this unit and then just make it a nice little attack with that Street Gang. Now with Blood of Makar in hand, we might see that Insect Swarm be played this turn. We'll see. We'll see what unfolds.
Well, there's also a chance of Ancient Lore just go for broke and try to find Unpleated Power number 5 to call the hit in the same turn. Depai doing the very conservative route here, but now a hand that's a little unwieldy.
And an interesting thing that's kind of going on right now is the Overmaster is not leaving the Toxic Wisp back to block the Street Gang. And we'll kind of see what their plan is for the game as it unfolds, but it certainly involves making some pretty aggressive trading of damage for health.
Well, another big thing going on too is trying to set up the bell tower shot. If you leave everything back on defense and Depai can't attack, then it's really hard to do anything. But if you're attacking back and forth, now suddenly you get to turn on the execute.
Always a tricky question is when do you go ahead and fire off a card like Eavesdrop that makes the enemy player discard 2 cards? If you do it, do you do it when you try to get them down to their last holdings, or do you do it when they're in a spot like this where maybe they haven't played a power on a few turns and you know they're going to be discarding some non-power cards if you hit them right now?
I'm getting close to the point where I would just probably inscribe it to set up turn 6. So the Pie's got 4 cards in hand that haven't been making their power drops. That means even if they draw a power, play it, and a 5-drop, you still are not clearing out their hand. And at that point, like at 15, is it realistic that you're going to have enough time to spend 4 power eavesdropping? I'm skeptical. And the Hunter might be very valuable next turn.
All right, so Depai does find a power in the form of that Shadow Sigil. Now they're going to play Blood of Makar. This is going to get that left-right Kidnapper juiced up here. Every time one of their units hits the enemy player, it gets +2 strength thanks to Blood of Makar. And now we see Overmaster going to fire off that eavesdrop. It looks like it would just be the 2 units, but maybe we'll see the insect swarm be held onto because you're only 1 power away from unleashing it. But no, it'll just be the units.
Really risky business playing this instead of rolling up power because the last card left is an answer to the 3/2.
So Zoltan Eldermark means they get to scout first, and they found Grumbo. So they're going to draw Grumbo, they're going to buff it up, and they found a Warrior Monk. That'll pop the Zoltan Eldermark when it comes down. Now it looks like the left-right Kidnapper is on blocking duty as Depai, with those 2 lovely pickups from their ancient lore, might be looking to play a bit of a longer game. So Overmaster carefully thinking about an attack here. Attacking with just the Toxic Wisp. And they're going to play Scaly Gron. So look at that. The Overmaster not playing the Midnight Hunter. They saw that Depai scouted to the top with Ancient Lore, and they are very interested to see what it was. So Grumbo comes down. And now Toxic Wisp. That'll buff Grumbo up to a 3/3. They'll gain a health. They'll give the Toxic Wisp Deadly. So a lot of threats developing now for Depai.
I know that was a pretty sharp attack in the previous turn from the Overmaster. You kind of don't really want to race here. The Gron has almost no value. And so if Depai gets an attack opened up that allows you to trade off the 3/2 flyer for the left-right Kidnapper, great. And if not, the next turn you get to convert a Gron into a removal spell.
Ooh. Depai hit a nice one. Cloud Scraper can both come down, pump up Grumbo, and get rid of a flyer here. It's going to get the Midnight Hunter out of the way. It draws a card with the Zoltan Eldermark. That found an endangered Kieran. Toxic Wisp is going to connect and get +2 strength. So the Overmaster is going to need something good, and they found something decent. A Green Stretch Griffin. So if Enraged Serpent gets in for 3, drops him down to 8, and maybe the combination of this attack plus the Griffins could give the Overmaster enough to squeak across the finish line. But right now, there's a lethal attack coming back the other way. So
Right.
Overmaster definitely needs some help, but the Griffin was a good start.
If you attack for 3 here, that knocks you down to 8, knocks opponent down to 8, and then you have 7 power, 7 spring the next turn, assuming that you unleash your Griffin, so you're still sort of lethal, and you're priced into blocking something anyway because lethal's coming back. So at that point, you're probably well served to hang back and block because you actually have one unit that can trade straight up with one of the other units.
All right, so 2 unleashing, 2 units now played thanks to the Green Stretch Griffin, but both units actually going to hold back. Everything's going to hold back, and I guess the reason why is that if the Enraged Serpent does the best job of blocking here, and maybe the Overmaster is playing to a way where they're not going to take out the Cloud Scraper, but they're just hoping that they can find one piece of removal to deal with it.
Well, I mean, the way that things are face up, at least, the path here could have just been, if I draw a chump blocker every turn, I might be good. You know,
Sure.
I'm hitting for 4, you know. Instead, it was nothing, and I think that's probably going to do it. Also, the Pie's leftovers were incredible, so it was unlikely to work anyway. But there was, in theory, a path for the Overmaster to be able to win this game without even having to draw all that well.
All right, so we're gonna see blocks here, and I mean, so if you know, if we play the Warrior Monk and there's a Flash Flood, that would declare out both units. Instead, it's a Shrivel, -4, -4, too small.
Too small.
Yep. You know that celebration.
I do know that celebration gets overused, but that
Yeah.
time it was appropriate.
I don't think we've ever used it at the office. That's probably a mistake.
Yeah, but we can mix it in. I mean, that's not, you know,
True.
not too hard.
Yeah. Yeah. Maybe we need that when we're having like balancing meetings and we're trying to change the stats of a card either on live or in testing. And if we want to buff it, we need to. That's how you signal that.
Exactly. Too small.
Yeah, it's really helpful because you know those Zoom conversations. Sometimes it's tricky to tell what somebody's saying. All right, so we'll take a diversion here from our process meeting. Get back to the match in action. So Depay takes that down. Love seeing Grumbo get into the action. For the Overmaster, it looks like their deck isn't especially frenzy focused for being a Feln deck. It looks like they're really just focused on playing with good solid cards, and that's what they've got in this one. I think the biggest question is, you know, there's plenty of good removal in this format, but how do you contend with unleash cards as games go along, or something bigger? Because look at those 3 removal spells; they're all great in the Overmaster's hand. None would deal with a giant if one showed up this game. All right. A Zoltan Eldermark for Depay, and for the Overmaster, yeah, just removal for days. The question is, are you going to play that Hidden Garroot on turn 2 and start attacking?
Probably, because there's a reasonable chance that you get an out to it anyway by just trading off neutral. And you have 2 more removal spells to back it up, so I think it's worth the ceiling of just having a really aggressive start that could take you all the way.
Well, this is a very aggressive start. If we play out the Crinkle Boys right now, we can kill the Bat and then attack with the Garroot for another 3. And this is the sort of the most efficient unblockable weapon we've ever seen, and it can have a big effect on games. Through the Unknown is a nice pickup for Depay. Go ahead, Patrick.
I mean, even if it goes the wrong way, it's almost impossible for it to not trade for a card here, and there's a chance between Call a Hit and Scribble that it just kind of goes all the way.
Yeah, that Through the Unknown is huge. It can buy back the Thirsty Bat and deal 1 damage to the Overmaster. So we'll see if Depay wants to go that direction. They're going to start off with Seek Power, though. And looks like, yeah, we're not going to see an immediate play. It looks like maybe they're trying to deal with the Relic Weapon with an Insect Swarm. Now the Overmaster, they're trying to think about what might happen here if they attack with Hidden Garroot, because 5 cards in hand and 3 power is kind of a lot for no plays, especially you know, at this stage of the game. But yeah, we'll see the Garroot. Oh wow, the Garroot connected. So I guess Depay wanted to just take the 3 so the Insect Swarm could finish it off. But this is awkward because now the Overmaster played a flyer, so the Insect Swarm isn't big enough to get through. So they're going to default back to just bring back the Thirsty Bat. That finishes off the Relic Weapon, but the tempo advantage for the Overmaster is pretty big right now.
Yeah, it was possible there that Depay was trying to just induce another frenzy play pre-combat. You got a little bit burnt. I mean, you're at 9, you have some wiggle room here, but it's not super safe.
There's your favorite, Runebinder. Rage Serpent trades with the Kidnapper. The Overmaster will get to draw a card back. They picked up Cabal Embezzler. We are very close for the Overmaster to tie this game up, though Grumbo is a way to start gaining some health back if I... Yeah.
That was a huge draw because we were looking at exact lethal with a power next turn. And instead, there's a chance that Grumbo and Unleash plus removal might be enough to get the pie to stabilize here.
Yeah, now the Cabal Embezzler is both an unblockable threat and makes something else unblockable this turn with its contract ability. Yeah, it looks like the pie does not have a way to deal with the Embezzler. They can gain exactly 2 health. That gets them up to 3, but it looks like the Overmaster has tied this one up.
Yeah, and the pie was trying to get a little fancy there. And it looked like the extra points there from the Guru were really important.
All right, so the Overmaster ties it up at 1 game apiece as we head to a game number 3. Yeah, that's the. I mean, it's funny when we talk about like trading with cards. The Hidden Garrote did never traded with a card, but it certainly had a huge, because the way it got finished off was from the extra damage from a Through the Unknown, but the effect that it had on that game was huge.
Yeah. I did like kind of just going for it that game. With the removal spells, again, it's just so unlikely that you ever you're just down a card or whatever. Even in that scenario, you're probably at least up quite a bit of damage. And it's possible that the way the game goes is those points were really, really relevant, like it was that game where, you had Embezzler, you had Runebinder, you had a little bit of reach there, but all of that was made possible by the damage that came in from the Hidden Garrote well before any of those cards showed up.
Yep. All right. So game number 3 between Depai and the Overmaster coming up in a moment. Yep. The Garrote was a card. Certainly a staple for Frenzy decks. We see it showing up in both Expedition and also in Draft as a way to, does so much for just a 2-cost relic weapon. Both hits the enemy player, procs Frenzy, deals with Aegis units. A lot to like about that one.
Reach, the game goes a certain way.
Oh, yeah. All right, top of your screen. Depai has a solid draw. They can inscribe to get their time influence going, and the Overmaster, well, no better start to a game than Scaly Run, but maybe they'll play Borderlands Waykeeper instead on turn 2.
Right, it depends if you want to sandbag the Gron or just start rolling downhill, immediately.
Yeah, the Gromlin kind of looks like it could literally roll downhill if it were to, like, curl up in a ball. All right, let's write Kidnapper. Is the Gron going to be safe? I bet it will. Instead, it's going to be Green Stretch Griffin, which bites the dust. Oh. Depai is just going to be furious with a top deck Deity Intellectual.
Hot decked on again.
Is this a no-contract Runebinder game?
No, I'm just groning. Gron attacks this as effectively next turn, as the Runebinder does.
Wax Lifesteal.
Oh, don't like that.
Blood of Makar. Really start powering up this Kidnapper. Now, the Overmaster's got a pretty decent answer to the Kidnapper in the form of the Borderlands Waykeeper. They gave it, now they made it flying, and yeah, good stuff. Uh-oh. Here's Valley Whisper. Let's see what whispers she put into the deck. The 3 random dinosaurs. Runebinder attacks phenomenally, always. Good, also blocks phenomenally, and it's going to hang back for a moment. All the hit. Big attack now for Depai. So we see a trade-off with the Waykeeper. The Whisper is going to get buffed up. A Thunder Pop gets drawn. So that could help boost the Enraged Serpent's attack capabilities.
Also, can maybe cobble together a trade next turn between that and the Intellectual.
If it blocked? Oh my, what a disaster.
Well, I mean, you know,
Yeah, I know.
you're just taking 6 on the jaw next turn. I mean, I guess the other path is just play Gron with Trump Block mode, Intellectual. Then you get back to your turn, and then you start cooking with gas.
I do like cooking with gas. Though I hear electric is healthier.
Yeah.
All right, Yeti Intellectual is the first play. Is it going to be a Scaly Gron, or are we going to hold up that Thunder Pop? We're going to hold up Thunder Pop. The timing of all this is going to be very important here.
Oh my goodness.
Ah, the Enraged Serpent. Oh, Thunder Pop face. This is a disaster, though.
No, it's not. Coast is clear for Coast is clear for the Intellectual now.
Yeah, you
What do you
actually
mean a
could have used
disaster?
one of the Panic Ensues on the Intellectual.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh.
This turn and next turn? You just hit now. Peel. Gron, chump. Embezzler, peel. I don't know. Looking good. Looking good.
Oh, Toxic Wisp. Phenomenal
Toxic
pickup.
Wisp? The combo?
I mean, you
They
can.
said it wasn't possible.
Well, do you want to do it on the Gron because it's just this, like it already is just going to be a trade.
Depends on the removal in the pause deck, like the difference
Yeah.
between a 2/3 and a 2/5 or whatever.
Yeah, I mean maybe Shrivel or something. Yeah, in against Xenon. If it was against like a Skycrag deck, I don't think it's a question. But I mean, there are just some shadow like deal 3 damage effects like Soul Feast. So yeah, but you know, Overmaster does have access to his opponent's drafted set of cards. Now we will see potentially the power of Cabal Embezzler on the Yeti Intellectual.
Yeah, you can't stop now. Absolutely not.
No, once you start reading it, you get hooked. So now the Enraged Tower Tall can come in as a 6/6. How early is too early to start chumping? Not too early for the Overmaster. Oh, the Feast!
Oh, almost. Next turn, however.
I mean, you could just attack with both.
And then just like hidden
Oh,
grip to
sorry.
finish
I'm
off.
sorry. Excuse me. You're right. I forgot about the death. I understand now why you were saying next turn. Yeah, next turn is big.
Well, unfortunately, you're just in perpetual chump block mode at all times for the rest of this game. So it's like, I don't know what next turn looks like here if you're not attacking this turn. We gotta get the Intellectual in here, right? Just you need to peel something significant.
Oh, I
Yep,
was
that's
thinking
right.
the Intellectual was more valuable as a chump blocker. Because
No,
I would
you
guess
gotta just
that.
keep,
Yeah.
you just gotta keep cooking here. You just gotta keep cooking. Oh my goodness. So we have Garut to finish off the dinosaur plus a deadly unit coming back. If we want it.
Right. You could Garut to go to the face, drop him down to 8, but 8 is not a particularly important number.
There appears to be disagreement.
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing.
No, eight's really important. Oh, well, you're not going to have the weapon on the way back.
Right, the Garut's going away.
I was going to say, you Vermin's Feast to 6, and then
It is a shame, though, because Vermin's Feast with Tensky Saboteur is the Wombo. You make their thing a 1/1, and you make your thing humongous. Okay.
We can't stop now. We just have to keep attacking every single turn with everything.
I mean, yeah, it would seem like the play is just do this and your Vermin's Feast the 8/5, and then you've got them dead next turn if they don't top deck. Though they do have an hour. Which hour do they have?
The shadow one +3.
Oh, that'll kill you. Yeah, they're gonna have to play. Wait, they're in like a lot. The Overmaster's in a lot of trouble if it's the shadow one.
Yeah. Oh yeah, they're in a. This is
They
a
have
known
to
issue.
use. They have to use like. Can they wait? Are they just dead? I'm trying to see what's. Oh, they were paying off a big contract.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're okay. And now we're gonna get the feast next turn.
Exactly.
There you go.
All set up. Headed from a mile away.
Vermin's
What a
Feast.
master class.
The Overmaster. They are a master. Lovely.
What a comeback.
Cabal Embezzler. Vermin's Feast swaps the stats of 2 units. That's good when your thing is a 3/4 and their thing's an 8, and your thing has unblockable, and your opponent's at 8.
That was incredible.
All right, the Overmaster moving on to our top 8. How are we looking, Tom? Tom's. All right, Thufir Hawad is up 1-0 against Phoenix. I'm going to decline to predict the future, and we'll be checking out game number 2 of this match in just as soon as we're ready. Believe it's game 2 in progress. Yep. All right. So Thufir Hawat has, wow, a lot more stuff than Phoenix. Though, Cloud Scraper is the kind of card you want to have in this spot. And that's the card they got in hand.
A lot of numbers.
6/5. Deals with flyers. Now there is another dragon on the way. Oh my gosh, they have Araman the Punishing with Darkheart Acolyte. So just Araman the Punishing at the end of the opponent's turn, they take a damage for each card they've drawn, and that, will happen because you draw a card every turn of a turtle. Yeah, you get to Nevermore. So you don't get to play a dragon this turn, but you're also holding up Stormblast, which is kind of cool. I would describe Phoenix as being up against it, Patrick.
This is quite the interaction they've discovered.
Yeah. You might even call it a combo.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So the answer to winning this game lies within Curiox's hunt. But the question is, what is that card? And will it be in their invoke?
Well,
What was that?
Well, you can Curiox's hunt down the dragon, and then the Crinkle Boys thus plus Thunderpop the 4/3, and then you're like, you've stopped dragons on repeat.
Well, you stop the dragons you know about.
Exactly.
All right, Crinkle Boys.
Well, this is just death to the.
Yeah, they're gonna die immediately. Phoenix, I think, didn't think about what happens when you unleash the Crinkle Boys a couple of times with Araman the Punishing out. You drew a bunch of cards there, so you're gonna take some damage, and then the dragon's gonna finish you off. So, certainly, the more uphill of a spot you're in, the harder it is to sort of keep track of all the things that might be having you under their thumb, and that was kind of the case there for Phoenix. So I'm sure Thufir was going to win that game no matter what, but it happened maybe faster than Phoenix would have liked.
Yeah, I wouldn't lose any sleep over that, even
No.
if that was ostensibly a mistake of some sort.
All right. So that's going to do it for the round, but we do have another preview card here from our upcoming set. Enter the Arcanum. Let's check out Rickety Ramcart. 3 cost for 1, granted an engine. When Rickety Ramcart attacks, you play a 1/1 hook bot with taunt, attacking. And you might be asking yourself, what's a 1/1 hook bot? Well, it's a 1/1 Grenadin with taunt. And so that'll come into play attacking, and it has Entomb. You play another 1/1 hook bot.
This game's really fun.
It's a good time.
Yeah, it's a good time. Fun name, you know. Right, ends up to no good. Love the art.
Yeah, there's certain cards we're working on, and I know that I'm not worried about our team coming up with many possible names for this one.
Yeah, the hook bot.
So that's what we landed on for the Rickety Ramcart. And this will be an Enter the Arcanum coming in just a few weeks, and pre-orders start tomorrow. So yeah, nice new addition for fire decks, and a really solid play. I've liked this deck in both more aggressive Grenadin aggro decks and also in sacrifice style decks, but also just kind of like normal fire aggro decks because, I mean, in addition to that hook bot coming into play immediately with taunt attacking, kind of keeping the ram card around for you to do that again next turn, it's also opening up things for all of your earlier plays, your Oni Ronins and the like.
Even if they answer with a removal spell kind of like right away, then you still got a hook bot to keep it running downhill.
Keep hooking them. All right, so that's Rickety Ramcart, one of 24 new cards coming at you in Enter the Arcanum very soon. So make sure you pre-order Enter the Arcanum starting tomorrow and get your hands on those sweet pre-order cards. All right, we're going to take a 5-minute break. We are down to our top 8, just a few rounds to go. We'll see you soon. You are looking live at the home screen for Direwolf Digital streaming account on Eternal because we are remote this weekend. If you're just joining us, it's me and Patrick at home while our building is 90 something degrees thanks to no air conditioning. But that will not stop our quest to bring you all of the rounds of draft this weekend, and that quest has brought us to the quarterfinals.
Yep. Been great. Games have been awesome to watch. Combination of people being rewarded for extremely tight play, like the Overmaster last round, and also people being punished for mistakes. I'm not going to call it by name. Been awesome. Well-deserved top 8, and we're getting close to landing this thing.
Love it. Yeah, it's I like to take the Bob Ross view of mistakes. There's no mistakes, just happy little accidents.
Well, I would disagree in this context because they are mistakes, and instead of working on your sort of own home project, oil painting where it's whatever, this causes you to lose a tournament with high stakes. But in any event, I do appreciate and respect the sentiment. It's been fun to watch, and we're now in the money round.
We are now in it. So, yeah, all these players, by making it to the top 8, have won a share of the cash prize pool this weekend. So, congratulations to them. But their work is not done. If they can make it to the semifinals, they will be halfway to a World Championship appearances, multiple top 4 finishes, and any of our opens this year books you a seat in the World Championships. But of course, if you want to get all the way to the World Championships, why don't you just go ahead and just win the thing? And that's what these players will be doing. They've already won 3 or 4 matches with these draft decks, and now they've got just 3 to go. And so we'll be checking that out, as well as seeing one more preview card coming up later on in the stream from Enter the Arcanum. Pre-orders start Monday. If you haven't heard that before, you haven't been watching the stream. All right, so for this round, Tom, do you have any idea who we'll be checking out? Anybody we've seen before?
We gotta get Yeti Intellectual back on the screen.
All right, we're going to see more with the Overmaster. Sounds like a plan. So we'll be checking the Overmaster out in just a moment here once they're ready to go for this top 8. And yeah, it'll be another fun round.
Mm-hmm.
Any thoughts before we get this round started, Patrick?
Well, I'm interested in you describing to the listeners at home the lay of the land of your broadcasting situation. Describe the room to me.
Oh man, we got a bed, we got a desk, we got some drawers, and I got some water here. This is quite possibly the most boring setup you could have, but that's what I got. Hopefully you can outdo me. You better be able to.
Oh, absolutely. We'll get into that in a second.
All right, the Overmaster getting things started here at the bottom of the screen. The exciting thing going on over here is that literally my entire house but me had COVID until this weekend, and now they've all tested negative. So that's great.
Do you
alive.
have COVID right now?
No.
Okay. Yo, Tom, you want to drop it? You want to drop the Overmaster down here a little bit?
Borderlands Waykeeper, followed up by maybe another Borderlands Waykeeper. Love that Haunting Scream World Championship profile screen we got for the Overmaster this weekend.
Yeah, that's lovely.
Yeah. Yeah, prize for making it to last year's World Championship was you got to pick out a new avatar for yourself. So, very nice. All right, so Molten Feet here. Going to be putting that Aramon the Punishing to the task. Maybe not. Now, does the Overmaster want to trade? They do not. The Overmaster, they got a nice little setup here. How do they want to follow up next? They could start ultimating these Waykeepers, and they'll do that with the first one. And they will buff up Araman the Punishing into a 5/4 deadly, and that's actually getting on offense. So the Overmaster is going to try to turn this into a race, and it looks good for that right now.
Yeah, no way you really want to block or risk the Airman in combat here, so you might as well just be on the front foot here. Like the tactics here of the Overmaster.
Love some tactics. All right. So, a insatiable bug is pretty good because that 2/3 can gain us some health back and do some trading, but it's lights out for it. So that one, when it dies, it gets to put all the spells from a player's void into their deck, and you gain 1 health for each. Now, back to Alex Fierro. They've got this uncrossable ravine in hand, but they're lacking the primal influence for it. They've got a loot string bow, which can pop the Aegis there. I'm gonna make an attack with Molten Feet. I didn't know this was an attacking turn, but I guess
Well,
maybe
doesn't
there's a
matter.
limit. Yeah.
Just dead on board. Not a big deal. We're not on board, but gotta
Yeah, pretty close with the Borderlands Waykeeper for sure. Pretty close.
feel $8 short.
That's how it goes.
It was almost a dusting, but just not quite, just a point short, you know.
Oh yeah. I do enjoy describing it as a dusting. All right, so
Yeah.
Alex Fierro takes down game number 1 here in the quarterfinals. And for game number 2, yeah, they're going to be hoping that that the Overmaster. Wait, the Overmaster won that one, right? We got Alex.
Yeah, that's right.
All right, we're good. I haven't lost my mind quite yet.
Yeah. Tom just trying to sabotage you.
Wouldn't be the first time.
Won't be the last either. No.
All right, so the Overmaster now up a game, and we'll be checking out game number 2 here in just a moment. Alex Fierro's deck looks pretty solid. That Uncrossable Ravine's got some real highs. If you haven't seen that one, it's a pretty wacky legendary from Unleashed. Deals 1 damage to each player, each unit in sight, and then you play a random 1-drop, and it gets +1/+1 for each damage dealt. So there's some real high highs you can hit with that one, and if you combine that one with plus spell damage effects, things get really ridiculous.
It's a weirdo, but I know that I've never lost when I've played it. So, there you go.
That is yeah, that's true. I also have a positive record with that card. All right, here we are now for game number 2. Alex Fierro will be getting things going top of your screen. They got all the factions influence this time, and they got a Searing Fist for some early removal. What I don't see actually is a way to deal with that hidden group, but the Overmaster doesn't exactly have their influence set up in a way to make that a reality.
We're gonna have a game. We're gonna have a game again where someone clutches onto Vermin's Feast, come hell or high water, in lieu of just inscribe. Okay, that's why the Overmaster's the best. I'm like, oh, this again, huh? We're just never gonna inscribe this. We need double shadow. We're not even close to playing this thing.
Better lucky than good. But the Overmaster is also just very good.
Finally, a modicum of discipline here from one of our players. Love to see.
Playing the tenured Graviturgist with naked, so to
No,
speak.
I'm still talking about the Vermin's Feast and Scribe.
Fair enough. Yes, can never let go of that one. Would you consider yourself a man of discipline, Patrick?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay.
I inscribe everything. I'll bet you on the live environment in draft, no one has inscribed Hojin more than me.
No one has inscribed Hojin more than you.
In draft. I don't think
In
it's
draft.
close. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
And constructed, I was going to say I would bet against. But...
Yeah. People play Hojin a lot more than I do in constructed. In draft, watching our players with Vermin Feast, I promise you, no one has subscribed Hojin more than me.
Shame. Araman the Punishing back again after that Enraged Serpent got hook stomped. One of the better removal spell names I think we've ever made.
I don't know. I'm going to push back, mostly because I didn't name it.
Oh, okay. That's how we do it. It's a very personal business.
Yeah.
So the Party Crasher could trade with Araman if you just don't exhaust it. Searing Fist play, it's a little awkward because you would have been able to set up to play like 2 things next turn. I guess actually not that likely because Cloud Scraper is still missing some influence.
Yeah, I respect trying to dream a little bit bigger here. It is a very awkward play just by looking at the distributions of cost, but I think that the fact, as you mentioned, the Cloud Scraper wasn't rolled up last turn made that play fine.
Sure. Alright, Tensky Saboteur just busting in for 1 each turn. Love those 1/1 deadlies. Credit and Rescue, though, is good against those 1/1 deadlies. Props for that.
Mm-hmm.
Respect. Alright. Cloud Scraper now finally down. And the Overmaster, they're clutching on to that Lights Out. They're hoping they can get to power number 8 so they can play that. And meanwhile, the Tensky Saboteur does a nice job at holding the Cloud Scraper at bay. Scaly Gron doing a great job of being Scaly Gron. No doubt about it.
Well, once we clear out the 6/5, the 1/4 is king.
I believe that is the old wives' tale, or the old love. You know what I'm trying to say. All right, the Overmaster has now picked up an Enraged Serpent. Alex Fierro didn't draw power this turn, but they did draw a unit with Inscribed, so they kind of drew power. Certainly not something very important right now. 3/2 just runs right into Scaly Gron. All right, and yeah, more sigils. Meanwhile, the Overmaster is just in a really brutal spot, Patrick. They just got, they have got this unleashed removal spell, and there just aren't enough good units to kill quite yet.
Right. Yeah, it's a tough spot to be in. Ooh. Here we go.
Ooh is right. They're doing some dusting.
Making moves.
Spring cleaning. All right. What are we looking at now? More power for Alex Fierro. For the Overmaster, is it time to start firing off some of these removal spells? You really don't want to die with these all in hand. That would be bad.
Yeah, this is sort of splitting the difference where if Alex was unwilling to make the attack the last turn with the Grenadines, it's safe to assume no tricks in hand. So your Gron is still very strong defensively the next turn. And this way you can hold back, in the event that some large units roll off, you still have your Lights Out, and you also even have double Lights Out plus Hidden Garroot still available for the next turn if it goes that way.
So, continuing to apply pressure here. Overmaster going to get the Garroot down and just trade it with the Molten Feet. Well, Lootstring Bow gets to deal with the Enraged Serpent, and now Overmaster doesn't have much in the way of finishing power.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
The intellectual, though. But Alex Fierro, credit where credit's due. They got a very nice looking
Little stomp.
yeah, little stomp, little hoof stomp. Now Thunder Pop and the lights out. And I feel like you have to use the lights out, but it sure is awkward. One play that's available to the Overmaster is attack. And if there's a double block, you could, but that's just leaves you open and taking a bunch of damage to these Grenadins, which I do not like.
Yeah, I mean, there's an argument, I guess, to attack first to hope of the 3/3 block, and then you Thunder Pop that, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, it's not
Let's
the
just
way.
do this. It's Gron time. It's
Yeah,
Gron time.
was there any doubt as to what its catchphrase was going to be?
Oop. Well, now, you know, just pivot back to the... okay. I guess this is a really good spot to scout.
Sure is.
Gron time.
Mighty Morphin Bronze. Carnosaur Beta, though. It's a juicy one off the top. What does the Overmaster have to get back? I'm trying to recall.
There's the, Amarin, right? That's the big one, I'm assuming?
There's no Unleash units that I can think of. Yeah. Hammer the Punishing isn't, like, the best thing I've heard.
Well, you hit for 5, then down to 4 once you play through the unknown, down to 3, like, you
Okay.
kind of have, you sort of have lethal next turn. I guess there's a question of if you would want to risk any sort of frenzy thing causing the 3/1 to gain flying and then whatever that does. But I think you're just better served here trying to, you know, win in 2 turns plus there's some awkwardness with combat. I think is not bad.
Okay. Makes sense. Well, the Enraged Serpent and the Borderlands Waykeeper are very threatening right now. In fact, how would you describe, like, they're going to kill you threatening?
Threatening.
Yeah, threatening.
Well, the only way you can bluff anything is by attacking with everything. So
do that.
no, I guess this sort of implies maybe you have a way to trigger frenzy and block. Doesn't really matter. We've come this far. We're attacking, and that's that.
That is that. All right, so the Overmaster advances to their top 4 there. I would say almost entirely because of Yeti Intellectual, and maybe Patrick. You sometimes have a different take than me on those things.
No, getting intellectual was awesome.
Love it.
It absorbed a hoof stomp, which was important because then it allowed Daily Gron to dominate just on the texture of its stats for several key turns.
All right. Sounds like we got 1 match left. It's tied up at 1 game apiece. So we'll be checking that out in just a second here. Yeah, any more thoughts on that last match we saw, Patrick, before we head down to that one?
Just the Overmaster's playing really, really well. No two ways about it. Deck looks very strong, and just the tactical detail play has been incredible.
Yeah, I agree.
Look at that hand.
Look at that hand. Gravekeeper has a Molten Feet to help them inscribe and start getting towards being able to play Darkheart Acolyte and Stonesguard Depth. No, I mean, they'll be able to play Stonesguard Depth turn 2. That's a nice card. But Harness Thrill Seeker first play on the other side. There's Stonesguard Depth.
Oh my goodness. A lot of good options here.
Yeah, there really are.
Big Boys plus Warning Shot, or do we Thunderclap?
Yeah, that's tricky. Okay, it's gonna be Teriax Screecher. Is that good enough?
I think so.
Okay. No second fire for Gravekeeper, but they can throw down a little Hidden Garroot. Trade with the Thrill Seeker, keeps things rolling. And for the Nose Path, just maybe a Teriax Screecher. Yeah, there's no units on the other side, so not much use holding that one, hoping there will be an exhausted one with 1 health anytime soon. Armament Collector, this is a little bit of a wacky one. Summon, draw 2 cards, Entomb, discard 2 cards, and it has flying if you have a relic, which right now Gravekeeper does not. But the Nose Path is going to be able to take out the Armament Collector. Fortunately, the Gravekeeper kept a hand with plenty of power. They drew some more, so it's not going to be hard for them to find 2 cards to ditch from this hand. Interesting, they ditched the second Justice before the third Shadow. Maybe they just don't have any multi-Justice cards in their deck. There's Darkheart Acolyte, and for the Nose Path, they could deal with that one kind of nicely with a Nevermore. The only thing they got to watch out for is if they get themselves in a spot where somehow in response there's a Frenzy proc. Fortunately, there won't be. Nevermore is going to mean the Crinkle Boys eat that 1/1 Raven. Zito's kind of nice here. What are we ditching? It's a Pin the Jotun? Sure. So if you Crinkle Boys and hit the Zito, you can get another attack for 4 in.
I kind of want to play Ankle Cutter this turn, because Ankle plus Cutter plus the Crinkle Boys is maybe comes up the next turn. And it's not like clearing out the Zito is that pressing in the exact moment.
Right. Yeah, I guess this gets you more damage right now, and the other line gets you more damage. But if there's a card on the other side which dissuades your blocks attacks on the ground, you might miss out on some damage. But that's okay. Party Crasher is real. Wow. Okay, so it's gonna make the taunt attack. Okay, that makes sense. I thought for a second it might have been pushing 4. which would be kind of a lot in this spot. Now the Nose Path is just going to play Ankle Cutter rather than the Barbarian Gorillas, and oh my goodness, that is a Joe Conqueror of Stone Scar. When that unit hits the enemy player, it deals 5 damage to one of their units. Now the Nose Path drew a nice one in Feral Serpent, because if you play Feral Serpent and contract it up to a 4/4 Flying Aegis, you can double block down Joe. The question, though, is do you want to play this any other way? Because you are getting in range of top-decked burn for lethal if you make, like, an all-out attack.
Yeah, I mean, if you A spacebar and assume the show goes in front of the Ankle Cutter, that gets your opponent down to 4. You then play the Feral Serpent, and the Feral Serpent is lethal, and the show
Right.
can't take that off.
That's a great point. Yep. Well, they're going to go even lower. They're going to go down to 3. But yeah, now you play Feral Serpent, and 2 of your units are lethal, and 1 of them has Flying Aegis. So really nice spot now for the Nose Path. Really like that aggressive attack. Hellfire Rifle is interesting because that means the wielder deals the damage. If you throw that on Joe, you can kill Ankle Cutter. And yeah, I mean, you're just sitting there, but it still helps you manage this board.
Yep. I mean, you can block this turn, and there's a lot that you can draw to create some leverage.
There's still a Zito that's going to be coming back at some point, and power number 8 means we can unleash the Street Gang. So how much could this do? So let's see. We discard the top 3 cards of the deck. Each spell deals 2 damage. That was 4, thanks to 2 spells. Now we get another Street Gang. Uno, dos, tres. 0 spells that time. If you play the Barbarian Gorillas, you can knock the Hellfire Rifle. It gets Joe down to a 5/5. It's not particularly important. Now, Thudrock's Ruse makes a 5/5 snowman. It goes away at the end of your turn or when it deals or is dealt damage. So you can play that at the end of the enemy turn and maybe get a cheeky attack in for lethal in this spot. Loot String Bow.
It's a big draw, right? As it would allow you to
It is a
break
big
the
draw.
Aegis on the Feral Serpent.
It's a great point, yep. So now Joe gets to attack. And you should just chump because well, we're about to be in kind of the same spot. This chumps, Borderlands Waykeeper suits up, attacks in for 2, and now it's going to be a 2-power Aegis unit against Zoe. Oh, that was a really good draw.
Yeah, it's not lethal this turn, but assuming everything happens okay with the Waykeeper, then you have lethal the turn after.
Sure do. Yeah, I mean... Okay, so this attack compels a block from a Street Gang. Now, Gravekeeper can come up with a way to either... Well, no, popping Aegis isn't enough, because at this point, the Waykeeper, you're just at 2. Caldarian Captain, that is just not quite enough damage. It's going to be 14. If you did attack. Of course, you leave Zoe back. You don't know about the trick throw, but it's going to get you. The Nose Path takes down Gravekeeper and Joe. Nice little Sky Crag deck. Moving on to our semifinals. I believe that was the last match. All right, so we've got our semifinals coming up. We got another 5-minute break, and we'll be back with those 2 matches in just a couple minutes. All right, welcome back to the booth. It's semifinal time here at the Draft Open. Andrew and Patrick here. We're going to bring you both semifinal matches right now, and then and then we'll have a finals. And there's 4 players left. Sunnyvale is going to be the first match we're going to start with, and we haven't gotten to see their draft deck in action today, but excited to see what they brought for us. I'm looking through the holdings right now. Patrick, we're going to see some dusting. We got 2 copies of Praxis Duster.
Wait, what are we dusting up here? What are the other companions?
There are a couple copies of Endangered Current, so we could be dusting on turn 3. We got Barbarian Gorillas, a Dark Heart Acolyte, 2 Draconic Lootings. Love it.
Yep.
Yeah, Questioning Devotee, 2 Caldera Captain. So this is looking like kind of like a Praxis go wide strategy. They've even got a couple copies of Lucky Prospector, but I'm not seeing too much in the way of relics. So I think those might be on hold for the moment. 3 copies of Outmuscle, a Searing Fist. So this is looking like a very clean Praxis aggro deck from what I'm seeing.
Doctors, Drifters, Primal Influence, all the hits.
Yeah, all the hits. All right, as a reminder, we are going to be watching both of these matches. We're gonna have them running at the same time as we get started here with Jano at the bottom of your screen. They're on a Skycrag deck. Meanwhile, Sunnyvale, looks like they're splashing a little bit of Primal into their deck. I didn't catch look when I was looking through the pool as to what that's for. But they're going to get started with just a Grumbo's platoon on turn 2. And we'll see if they want to trade it off with a Grenadin. But Jano has got Loot String Bow and another Grenadin Rescue. Both these players going quite wide with their fire decks.
Oh yeah. Not actually a great matchup for the platoon here. The forestall, not the right tools for this kind of game. Searing Fist, take your pick.
Yeah.
I don't know in draft, this might be an unlocked achievement from Geno here of hit the opposing player twice with loot string bow.
Yeah, that's a good one. I mean, Grumbo's platoon is going to eat the loot string bow. And
yeah.
Molten Feet's going to come down, so this is 7.
I got them happy feet.
Yeah, we're going to need a hero, a real Apraxis Duster. Oof. The Hoof Stomp could finish off the Duster. But here comes Praxis Duster. When you play it, it gets +3/+3 this turn. Got charge and ambush. And we will see Hoof Stomp drop Sunnyvale all the way down to 7. Though I will say Geno is now out of sort of removal, but Sunnyvale's kind of out of units that they can play.
Yeah, their hand is for 5 like strong cards. This is about as bad as a hand can be right now.
Yeah, that's fair.
What a performance by Loot Streambow. Can't say enough. Yeah.
Now the Mind Broken Cobbler is going to pick up a little Aegis. A Drifter. This is...
Some no-account drifter.
If you play Harness Thrill Seeker and Searing Fist, you trade, you go to 1, a Trick Throw is going to mess up Sunnyvale. So, one of the most aggressive decks I think we've seen all day today. Just really delivering a beating here.
On the Grenadins, on turn 2, they were there. On turn 3, they were there. And then they get to mop it up. Very satisfying. Very rare for the Grenadin to just go 99 yards like that, but you love to see it when it happens.
Man, I feel like after a day where we've seen a lot of decks that were built around unleashing lots of times in the late game, this matchup has a totally different feel.
Grenadins were the original Unleash unit type. Assembly line, that sort of has Unleashed. Et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah. Well, we'll see what we got cooked up in game number 2 between these players. I'm sure Sunnyvale will be happy being on the play. And then for game 3, I always am curious to see when we see a sort of a match like that, how aggressively does a player like Sunnyvale take their opening hand, because that opening hand didn't exactly have the early units maybe they would have loved to have had that could contend with a start like that.
I mean, the Drifter and Removal deck is not going to have a great matchup against Grenadins, typically.
True. All right. So, game number 2 here, rocking and rolling with Harness Thrill Seeker. Grenadin Rescue lines up pretty well against the Thrill Seeker when you can't frenzy it, and that's the state of affairs right now. Geno is a very similar kind of draw, Patrick, with this Loot String Bow plus another Grenadin Rescue. Now, the dilemma is for Geno, do you maybe want to not push the pedal yet on that and get this Wind Screamer out first, because that could do huge things with all of these cards.
I think with the with the, how does next turn look? Can you clap and then?
You might be able to.
Yeah.
Well, you wouldn't be able to play the Wind Screamer as well, and then you would be kind of like basically out of Frenzy procs. So Geno has kind of settled on a line that is, I would say, the most aggressive, but it's possible they're going to lose some long game power here and really need some top deck in a few turns. Because if you can Thunder Pop right now, it gets out of the Armament Collector, you can attack again with the Loot String Bow, Sunnyvale has to discard 2 cards. These are all nice things.
Yeah, but there is, as you mentioned, some risk of just kind of running out of gas a little bit here.
Yep.
And not having any way for the no frenzy enabling.
Right. Yeah, that's kind of how things are looking now.
Now, again, things get really good for, very, very quickly if they can find a way to proc Frenzy, because then it's just damage and stuff starts to fly and all that.
Yeah.
But right now, Sunnyvale has finally settled the game down a little bit for the first time in this match.
Kind of a brutal spot, though. They made that attack into the Chloric mix. They do have the Barbarian Gorillas to finish off the Loot String Bow, and they can play both of them. But Jano is just really needs something like a Trick Throw. Normally, I would say Scaling Rod, but what's up?
Scaling Rod!
It's Gronin time.
Yeah. And now Sunnyvale is trying to really leverage these unleashed plays. We're going to be in a little bit of a holding pattern here that can break wide open with some sort of frenzy enabling sequence, but as it stands, no good attacks on the other side.
Oh yeah. Granite and Rescue. Aren't they always? So the Wind Screamer herself is going to pick up the +1/+1 in flying. What do you make of that as opposed to buffing up something else?
I think all other things being equal, a good tiebreaker is I know for sure I don't want to block with this thing. Now we're just going.
Yeah, I mean this is going to be very hard for Sunnyvale to contend with. As each of these Crinkle Boys is going to both push some damage to the face and create another flying threat. If Sunnyvale can find a way to get rid of the Wind Screamer, the clock gets a little bit shorter, but not much shorter, and it's going to be a Hellfire Rifle off the top, and I don't think that's going to be enough for Sunnyvale here. Yeah, so they're going to drop down, and Jano advances to the finals with an absolutely blistering Skycrag deck. Looking forward to seeing what that deck's got in store for us when we get to the finals. We'll be seeing them there.
That's cool to see, really, because I think that's of all the decks that we've watched so far in this tournament, that one is the most. Are there some individually shaky cards you typically don't play? Yes. Is it really synergistic and coherent? Yes. So it's cool to see, get all the way to the finals with sort of a blend of last picks, but just a really blistering start and a ton of frenzy enabling going on as well.
All right, so here we are, Overmaster and the Nose Path, and they're still in game number 1 here. But the Overmaster is definitely looking to close in. I mean, they've got a Cabal Embezzler, Borderlands Waykeeper, a Trick Throw, and a Lights Out. Man, this seems like a ton for the Nose Path to deal with just to survive.
Yeah, I think we're going to have Lethal coming back across here in just a minute.
All right. Harness Thrill Seeker. Yeah, looks like the Overmaster is about to close in on their lead. All right, so the Overmaster now up a game, looking to face off against Jano in the finals, but the Nose Path is, they're going to have some say in the matter here as we're getting queued up for game number 2.
The Overmaster just really squeezing every ounce out of these balls, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think that's fair to say.
So how are you doing? What's your plans for the rest of the day?
Well, I'm gonna catch up a little bit. As I mentioned earlier, my roommates just recovered from bout of COVID. We were not together when they caught it. We were actually all out of town. I was back east, and so when I literally hadn't even seen them in person until today. So looking forward to seeing how they're all doing, and that'll be nice. Yeah, yourself? Anything going on with the fam?
You know, gonna catch a bite to eat, but no major plans.
Word. All
This
right.
hand gotta go. Oh,
What were you saying?
I'm about to say this hand gotta go back. But the nose path is ride or die.
I mean, Hardest Thrill Seeker is one of the better aggressive cards in the format, but yeah, this hand leaves a little to be desired. I agree.
Yeah, it's in that space. I can see why it's fine, but it's also kind of in the space of I could easily imagine losing if you stack your deck and you don't get to stack your deck.
No, we don't
Like
do that yet.
how do you not get either short of power or long on power with a hand like this? Feral Serpent being the first draw step, obviously the as maximum punishment or whatever, but
Right. All right. Well, we'll see here. So we get started on this game.
and also the Overmaster just has the hard lock whenever they want it.
You love to describe things as the hard lock more than anyone I know.
No, okay. Can we inscribe this eavesdrop against our opponent with no power?
I love that play. Heads up.
There we go.
They did it. Yeah, that makes sense. All right, so now we got a Primal Sigil here for Nose Pass. So that's going to start unlocking some things, but this is feeling like a game where that Uncrossable Ravine is going to need to be very sweet. And it could be. Very strong card. I think the question for the Nose Path is, are we just going to fire off a double trick throw at the Toxic Wisp right now?
Don't think so. Well, okay. Well, we are. I would have. I don't believe I would have done that just because the Overmaster's got enough units in there that you can just kind of pick it up clean with at least the front half of it.
Yeah, I see what you mean, though.
All this, of course, would have been avoided if you just shoot it up the ground, but
Yeah,
hindsight and all that.
it's something.
That's one point.
That's a point.
All right, now Nosepath has got a second Primal Influence. They can even throw out Barrel Serpent. And yeah, they're kind of in a great spot now. I mean, it took pretty perfect draws off the top, but that's kind of what they got. So let's see where things go. Thunder Pop now can take out the Rage Serpent, and we definitely have Serpent superiority. The real question is, how exactly does the Nose Path want to set things up with this Uncrossable Ravine? Right now, they wouldn't do. It would only be +3/+3. Oh no, never mind. It's your own spell, so it would hit the Feral Serpent. So +4/+4. There's Ahriman to the Punishing. And I didn't quite make out with that scout decision if that went to the top or the bottom.
I believe it was on top.
Yeah, it was the. If it is, it's the 5th power. Okay. So is this a good enough spot for the Ravine? You do sometimes want to play it before attacking because you can hit a charge unit like a Battlefront Dasher as an example. But we might be just queuing up Thudrock's Ruse to try to eat that Ahriman.
Well, we've come this far. I mean, even if you're worried about Vermin's Feast, I think you're priced into playing the ruse and seeing what happens.
Yeah, I think that's fair. All right, so Thunderrock's Roost is going to make a 5/5 snowman, and could see a little bit of feasting going on here. It looks like a great way to do it is to swap the Gron. Oh, interesting.
I mean,
Yeah,
you're
okay.
under.
If you just want to make the feral, if you want to deal with the feral serpent, that makes a ton of sense. Yeah. All right, I like that play. So now for Nose Path, they get to play Party Crasher, and yeah, you know, maybe next turn will be the turn that we see the ravine be crossed. Borderlands Waykeeper can just be played immediately and ultimated. It gets it up to a 2/4 Flying Aegis. That's a nice job of blocking the Feral Serpent, and then you're set up next turn for the Green Stretch Empath. Excuse me, 2/3 Flying Aegis.
Yeah, and you see the Gron held back, so that way you can choose to block the Party Crasher with that, have your flying unit back, and then Griffin up.
All right. So for the Nose Path, they picked up a Teriax Screecher. You could potentially do like an attack with the Feral Serpent, and then if the Waykeeper blocks... Nope, Uncrossable Ravine time. Oh, that's a huge Frostpack Spite. And what do you lock down? If you lock down the Scaly Gron, it opens up a very nice looking attack for the Party Crasher, Patrick.
Well, the thing is also that the signal is really loud. The last card in the Overmaster's hand is a Green Stretch Griffin. Like, you didn't attack with your 4/4 Scaly Gron, and you're telling me that's because you want to have your 2/3 flyer lined up against a 1/4? Not really believable. The only way that play makes very much sense is if the last card in your hand is Griffin and you really want to have the flying unit. I think the Nose Path sniffed that out, and now you see what the result is.
Yeah, no, that is a really nice play. And now with that Scaly Gron 4/4, but locked down, the Nose Path is definitely closing in on tying this match up. They're going to have to pay off the contract on the Frostpack Spike this turn. But, let's see. Putting the Overmaster to the test of if they want to chump or not on the Frostpack Sprite, or just block the Feral Serpent for a turn. That'll be the latter. And so the Overmaster drops down to 4 now through the unknown. Let's see, do they have anything juicy from their past to bring us? They're searching for it. Anything good? Hey, usually the longer it takes, the less likely it is to be something great. Unless, of course, it's just a very close call, and they're going to bring back Toxic Wisp, which they can use to give the Green Stretch Griffin deadly. So now that can block the Frostpack Sprite. Now for the Nose Path, drawing Grizzled Hermit is very strong because that card next turn would just be able to finish off the game. So the Overmaster is going to need the top deck. They don't. They had a Primal Sigil, and we're looking at a Game 3 of this match. Yep. Take 2 once, take 2 twice, and take 4, the Overmaster. Alright, heading to a Game 3. So... let's got a lot on the line here. Both these players would love to be in the finals, and they're very close. They're going to need a big Game 3 here. These decks are both look slanted, I would say, kind of aggressive. So I guess you got to give the hand to the Overmaster. The Overmaster, their found deck is kind of more controlling than aggressive, to be fair.
I mean, it can kind of play both ways. I think it's
Yeah.
true of both of these decks. A lot of it is just the unleash stuff, giving them some staying power in games that go on for a long time.
True.
So just waiting for these players to queue up, and then we'll get the game free to see who will be heading over to the finals. Shot the World Championships on the line, $1,500. All these players have already secured some cash prizes and also 2 top 4s in the season. Can get you the World Championships as well.
Not a bad spot to be. All right, so for the Overmaster, they get to be up first here. Now they have the Crinkle Boys. This is a true dilemma. Oh my gosh, they just inscribed the Vermin's Feast. They didn't want to wait one turn to see if they could just naturally draw power, Patrick.
I mean, I'm shocked by the discipline. I've never seen it.
All right, so for the Nose Path, if they go out and play one of these, they play Harness Thrill Seeker, it'll get Crinkle Boyd. So could we see Ankle Cutter show up first? We do. Well, that certainly helps them. All right. So Toxic Wisp is the first unit for the Overmaster, holding back on that Crinkle Boys. Now for the Nose Path, early question: do you want to make this trade? They do have a line that just lets them get through if they just Thunder Pop plus Warning Shot. But looks like maybe they're happy to make this trade for now. Now we see Barbarian Gorillas. And the Overmaster can play out their... Well, they got a couple of options. If they go for Enraged Serpent, they could start developing that flyer with Frenzy. If you get that Aram on the Punishing. I guess the real question is, do you think you want to trade off with this Barbarian Gorillas in some form or fashion?
Well, there's also an issue of what removal does your opponent have. To me, a lot of what guides that decision is how much do you care about the second health versus the third health. That's the biggest difference in my mind for playing either unit that turn. And if you know about Thunder Pop, or that's the card you're most concerned with, just play the 4/3 first.
That makes sense. So the Gorillas gets through, and now the Nose Path. We talked before about that line of Warning Shot plus Thunder Pop. They're going to play out the Harness Thrill Seeker. They did not inscribe the Warning Shot.
This hand is so clogged on action that I would have really, think I would have liked to see an inscribed there.
Sure.
5 power next turn. If you draw power, allows you to play either 5 or 3+2. Next turn is likely to be a little clunky, power or no.
So for the Overmaster, they got 2 different ways to kind of push things through, and they're going to start by just icicling the Barbarian Gorillas. That means that the Ahriman did not get to attack that turn. So this is certainly a more deliberate way to play this. It also keeps alive the option of the Crinkle Boys to be unleashed this game. And so I think you're really seeing a very determined control strategy from the Overmaster, where they do not want to expose themselves, particularly when the Nose Path deck has so much reach and has kind of been missing on power drops, so there's action coming.
Right.
So I'm sure the Overmaster is scratching their head right now, wondering what the hand could be where they didn't play anything with 3 power this turn, but it's going to be the Crinkle Boys. And then I imagine Borderlands Waykeeper. Very nice turn for the Overmaster. They're far ahead on board now, and the Nose Path has got their work cut out for them. And they're going to start by just Thunder Popping the Crinkle Boys. Since sorry, Firebrand, this doesn't feel like that kind of a game.
Well, also, like, if you draw power number 5 for the Party Crasher next turn, it's really, really good.
All right, we'll see if that proves to be true. So they drew power number 5. They're playing Party Crasher. It has taunt. Yeah, it was really, really good.
Still got it.
Yep. So now the Overmaster has drawn a Tensky Mercenary. And they're still power away from that Cabal Embezzler. The Enraged Serpent is probably going to get trick-throwed here. Well, you can actually do a pretty fancy play. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you can just attack, trade, Trickle Boys plus Trick Throw away Amarin. And then play 19 to 12. You have a body in play. You know, your spot doesn't seem that bad to me.
Yeah, you get an extra snowball here because you unleash the Crinkle Boys, and then you're going to get the Trick Throw and transform the Crinkle Boys. That is going to get discarded in your turn. Look at this. Look at this extra little point.
Give it the Overmaster.
Right.
Boom.
Big turn for the Overmaster. They draw Hidden Garroot. And they could play that in Tensky Saboteur and Tensky Mercenary.
Yeah, I feel like if you're the Overmaster here, you're kind of obligated to try to push through damage. I think Hidden Garroot attack you for 3. If there's no way to answer the Crinkle Boys on the way back, or the Mercenary on the way back, then that's another 3. You have the Embezzler. I don't know. If you're sort of viewing this from the lens of the Garroot is always worth 3 damage, it's really not gonna. It's really hard for it to not go that way. Then you can sit and wait. But this seems like the best window where you might actually get 2 attacks out of it, not just the 1.
They didn't do it. Now the Nose Path drew Uncrossable Ravine. That can kill the Tensky Mercenary. Alternatively, you could play Grizzled Hermit. You could also Crinkle Boy the Tensky Mercenary. So a lot of choices here for the Nose Path. But they're going to go for the Ravine. They got a Teriax mount right away. And they're going to give the flying to itself. So less damage push this turn, but really like for the following turn. And the Overmaster is now very up against it, where they're going to need to find an answer to this Teriax mount. Toot sweet. Play the Hidden Garroot just to go face. I mean, maybe they can find a way to just cheese this game out with the Embezzler and the Gron.
Stranger things.
Yeah, stranger things have happened. The Overmaster's really going to need a power next turn. And for the Nose Path, do you play out just a single Crinkle Boys right now?
Well, let's see here. It is 9. I guess this is like still pretty good to wait here, because if the card you were most worried about was the Embezzler, you do get it on the way back by just Crinkle Boys twice after it blocks your 2/2, or it's lethal if they don't, so it kind of works either way.
If Nosepath had played Crinkle Boys last turn and went Snowball face, playing Grizzled Hermit and using its ability would have won them the game this turn. Now they still are... What's up?
They didn't have Power 7 rolled up.
No, they did. It just would give them out of that.
Yeah.
I'm just saying what would have happened. Oh, wow. Well, this is a very nice... Yeah, because now you have to block with the Embezzler. The Crinkle Boys can finish off the Embezzler. And then the Overmaster is going to be in a spot where they have to top deck something or they're just dead.
Yeah, and it's hard to know what would even be possible at top deck at that point, right? Because Icicles doesn't get you over the finish line. Icicles, yep.
Bell Tower Shot. That's not it. Well, I guess it keeps you alive as the Overmaster knows. In fact, it probably seems like an insane top deck. We just happen to know about this Grizzled Hermit. So 2's going to come across, and then the Grizzled Hermit's going to deliver the last 2. So a savage play here in the form of that Grizzled Hermit for the Overmaster, but we've known they've had the Nose Path has had that ready to go for some time. So the Nose Path takes it down, and we're going to see 2 pretty aggressive-looking Skycrag decks in the finals. And Patrick, if all those Grenadin rescues come up against an Uncrossable Ravine, we could see a pretty bananas turn.
Oh, I'm excited for this one. Cool to see 2 very aggressive, 2 faction decks meet in the finals. Very different looks in spite of them having the same 2 factions, and we're going to be kicking that off in just a few minutes.
All right, we'll be back with the final round and our last preview card from Enter the Arcanum after this, our last break of the tournament. Stay tuned and find out who will be the Draft Open champion. All right, welcome back. It's finals time at the Open, and this finals is going to be, I predict, quite a quick one here, as we've got two very aggressive Skycrag decks. I think Jano's is like slightly more aggressive, and the Nosepath has an uncrossable ravine, which threatens to blow up all of their Grenadins. So don't blink, stay tuned. It's going to be a lot of fun here, as both these players have brought very aggressive Skycrag draft decks to the table. And as a reminder, we will be checking out our last card from Enter the Arcanum that we're previewing today at the end of this round. So find out who's going to make it to Worlds. Check out a sweet new card, and we'll be here if it takes all night. No, you'll get it in a little bit. Anyway, coming up, Patrick, we've got a Throne Open in August, so players can get started getting ready for that event. Yeah, check it out, August 26th, 28th. And
Look at the little buddy.
Yeah, lovely alternate art Zito Cabal House cat. Actually, I think I don't know if I shared before this event with you the art for this, but I remember writing the art description for this.
Yeah, I know. Just an alternate art. I wanted an alternate art Zito lapping up some milk, and there you go.
Yeah, we aren't eligible to enter this event, so I'll see what I'll talk to some folks about.
Anyone want an even mid? Anyone want my even mid list? Is it trying to qualify?
Just throw it up on Eternal Warcry.
All right.
Okay.
All right. Nosepath got sticky fingers, kicking things off. Jano, top of your screen. Scaly Gron and Grenadin rescue. Two different ways to attack. Sticky fingers in for one. And yeah.
I gotta say, it's a good matchup for both cards.
Yeah. Scaly Gron locking the fort down. But now the Nosepath can turn to the skies here. Get a... Oh, no. Yeah, Sensari Firebrand, kind of nice, because it the Valor allows it to attack into any number of Grenadins, and even a 1/4 Scaly Gron as a block would boost it up to a 4/2.
Well, then it's time to ship in with the Gron. With the Gron. No bad options here.
Yeah. Well, we see a Thunderpop. And interesting that Nosepath decided to contract the Firebrand. Wasn't sure that was going to happen.
Yeah, it's a little... I mean, I guess the argument is that, their pip situation is such that they're really only trying to primal next turn. But on the other hand, I think that the Nosepath has a much more powerful late game, and all other things being equal, if I was in the Nosepath spot, I would not want to trade 2 for 2. Just let your more powerful cards, your flying units, and Uncrossable Ravine be, what mops it up for you here, and don't try to damage race Jano's deck, which is much better at playing that sort of game.
All right, so back on Jano, they picked up a copy of Lootstring Bow, so they could use that to get the sticky fingers out of the way, but start things off with a little bit of an attack from the Scaly Gron. I said that this match was going to be blisteringly fast, but sometimes what you'll see happen when you've got a matchup between two decks, I would say, of this style is a lot of the cards can be pretty good at trading with each other, and if both players are just kind of throwing them out there, the games can sometimes get a little bit attrition-y, and that's kind of how this one is feeling. But we'll see as Nosepath inscribes their Eagle, which opens things up for the Feral Serpent, and that is going to be a hard one for Jano to deal with immediately.
Yeah, I mean, between Aegis and 4 health, I don't even know if there's a line that allows it. So I do like just attacking with everything here. There's a reasonable chance that the Nosepath is not willing to put the Feral Serpent in front of anything. because
Yeah.
they've committed so much to the contract and Aegis. It's not like the stuff's getting that much better, and so that was a really sharp attack from Janelle. I think
Yeah,
a
it
lot
would-
of players were just. Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say it would have taken a lot. It would have required 1 damage from the block, loot string bow pop Aegis, loot string bow attack. That's the second damage, and then thunder pop to deal the last 2.
Yeah, really, really sharp play there from Janelle. That attack was great.
Yeah, and we've really now opened things up. Now you have the green stretch Griffin, and if that one gets into combat and not past this turn, maybe Thunderpop finishes off the Serpent. The Nose Path finishes paying off their Aegis from the Feral Serpent, and against 2 cards in hand, it's tricky to tell how aggressive you should be here. They're getting in. Now the Screecher can take out a Grenadin, and it's threatening to block. And if Janelle wants their last non-power card in hand, it's the Thunder Pop on the Terek Screecher. They left Molten Feet on top. But I kind of like their chances of being able to outrace. If the Feral Serpent attacks back next turn... Ooh, Crinkle Boys. They're coming.
No, I think that the nose path should probably be wise to hold back here, in part because Janelle left their card on top of the deck via scout, suggesting there's something that's gonna. I guess the other side of that is a thing that you could leave on top would be a removal spell, in which case you're better off getting your 4 points. But I think the upside of potentially getting to block, or at least forcing the removal spell, is greater than the value of the 4 damage in the spot.
So the Nose Path kind of hit perfectly. One of those turned into a snowball, and the other one was Warning Shot. So they get to just fire both of those off, get rid of the Griffin, attack in for 4. Now here's Molten Feet. It's going to bring in 5 damage, but again, that's it for the cards in Janelle's hand. And with the Nose Path having a copy of the Crinkle Boys, they can take out the Molten Feet, have 2 Crinkle Boys, attack for 4 in the air, and Janelle's going to be in top deck world once again.
Yeah, nose path not totally safe here at 8, but at least the ground is locked up and they have some pressure coming.
All right, well, just a Sigil on top for Janelle, and that feels like that was a draw that they really couldn't afford to miss. Copy of Molten Feet here. There is technically a lethal line as it stands. If you pin the Jotun, the Feral Serpent onto the Grenadin, that's 3. The Feral Serpent attacking is 4. That's 7 damage, and then one of the Crinkle Boys coming through. And looks like the Nose Path is going to go for that line, suspecting any card would have been played if had it been drawn. And yeah, that's going to give game number 1 for the Nose Path.
Feral Serpent. Awesome card. Can't
Yes.
say enough about it.
Yep. It takes a bite out of your tempo in the subsequent turns, but it really, especially when it comes down early, commands a lot of your opponent. And then even late game, that Aegis is going to kind of mean it's a card that trades well on card advantage scale.
Yeah, I was actually in the moment a little bit thinking, are you sure you're supposed to contract here? Because if Janelle's going wide and the value of the 1 health and the Aegis was kind of nebulous given what the board was, but that ended up being great as the Feral Serpent was able to attack and block very effectively, finish off the game, and was never really at risk of getting killed.
All right, so game number 2 here in this finals, and whew, there it is. What a hand for the Nose Path. They've got Uncrossable Ravine. They've got Feral Serpent, Warning Shot, Thudrock's Ruse. It's going to take everything that Janelle's got to overcome this draw, Patrick.
Well, we still don't have double primal,
True.
and we don't have a lot in the way of power, generally speaking. Unless the Nose Path is willing to inscribe a Warning Shot, and as we know, no one's ever willing to inscribe anything. So, remains to be seen.
they inscribed it. That did remove the outs of them top decking the second Primal Influence next turn, but it does guarantee that they will be able to play a 3-drop. Yeah, you know me personally, if I have a card like Thunder Pop in my hand, I'm just like, I've kind of written it up to be a lock that I'm going to get that. So, Primal Sigil means they can now throw down Thudrock's Ruse, Ankle Cutter, Carrick Screecher, and it's going to be Ankle Cutter. And for Jano, maybe this is a Trick Throw, the Ankle Cutter. And
I mean, there's just a question of how much you even care about the Drifter. Like, is it
yeah.
worth?
You might turn the Scaligron into a Snowball and then just play Mindbroken Cobbler this turn.
Right. I thought that play would have been reasonable.
Yeah. All right, but as it stands, the Drifter is faced against this, and yeah, so the Nosepath looks like they were definitely giving consideration to making the block, but they're gonna hold off. Now we'll see Mindbroken Cobbler come down, and yeah, the Nosepath has not found the second Primal or power number 4, so I think we're going to see them start getting much more defensive, because this is a phenomenal hand, but they actually need to buy some time to be able to play the really phenomenal parts of it.
Right.
Oh my.
And I think, I love it. I don't know if it's right, but I don't care.
Alright. And they're gonna, yeah, so we're gonna see Thudrock's Ruse now. Now the Nosepath might sniff that out, but this is just a lot of damage regardless. It's gonna be 6 coming through with the Trick Throw in hand.
Yeah, there's sometimes in spots like that where you're just like, well, I'm going to make them burn off their power and not play no trick. But, one, there's just a lot of damage coming through. And two, Deneau's kind of up against it in some respects because of Uncrossable Ravine. The burden is on them to be aggressive. They don't necessarily win just by... Even if they sequence things well and are judicious, that card is such a ton of inevitability that I'd rather just sort of, just apply the pressure, even if it means walking into a trick.
Trick Throw. Everything comes through, and now Scaligron. And Nosepath is just paying off Contract this turn. Jano's coming in for another 6, so they have to be able to play 2 things this turn. They finally hit power number 4. So if you play Sticky Fingers and Thunder Pop,
Yep.
it does keep you alive. But even if you Uncrossable Ravine, if you don't hit something like a Lifesteal unit, I mean, we'll just see how it plays out here. So we'll see Thunder Pop on Molten Feed. We're going to see a Scout. The Fire Sigil's on top. It feels like you have to kind of keep that, because I don't... But if you don't, you got to hit something like Frostpack Spite or a Lifesteal 1-drop. And there are some out there.
I actually kind of respect the idea that you actually need to draw Primal to do this and then unlock your hand.
Oh.
But I think keeping power number 5 is like a reasonable quote unquote hedge.
You could hit a 1-drop that gives you armor. Oh, Uncrossable Ravine hits both players.
Oh god, okay, never mind.
Right, of course, yes. Yeah, well, I would have enjoyed seeing that, but I think there is value in sort of not... There's ostensibly value to the idea of, like, don't show your opponent what your game plan was around and how you were choosing to play the game. But yeah, so a really, really strong draw from the Nosepath doesn't get there. They don't find the second Primal Influence, and... Jano just had Grenade and Rescues and Trick Throws and Thunder Pops. Not the biggest stuff in the world, but they were actually able to get their hand empty and way faster than the Nosepath could.
Sweet game.
Game 3. The Nosepath has a Thunder Pop, a Snow Peak Eagle, a Wild Cloud Snake, with no Fire Influence. And now the Nosepath has found a hand without Primal Influence with 2 Harness Thrill Seekers they are in. Now there's a warning shot on the other side. Janot's, I like how Janot's hand looks against this, Patrick.
Yeah, I mean the Thrill Seekers are among the worst cards in the Nose Paths deck for this matchup. They don't block it terribly effectively. There's so much removal that Janot has that trades with it profitably, either with tempo or with cards. So it's a fine keep in lieu of going to 6, but these are not the cards you want to draw.
So Janot didn't warning shot there. They're actually holding on to it. It looks like they're going to Thunder Pop, and I guess the reason for that is just they might need to inscribe, but they're not willing to do it yet, of course. So the Thrill Seeker comes in. We will see a Thunder Pop. Terrex Mountains. Well, this is looking pretty nice.
The next one's cracked. You gotta leave that on top.
Artist Thrill Seeker and a Terrex mount is going to buff itself up to a 2/3 flyer.
Interesting call there with the where do you put the hatchling buff, and part of it has to be, well, surely there's no warning shot in Janot's hand. We would have seen that in the previous turn. But
Yeah, I think the Terrex mount is just too close to nothing. Oh wow, look at that. Wind Screamer just going up, making itself a 2/4.
Oh.
So, really interesting turn here for Nose Path. And they're going to attack with both. No blocks from Janot. Woo!
Yeah, I mean, if you come this far, then you're not blocking. You're saying, well, I got this stream of flying units coming. I have another way to proc Frenzy if I get to power number 5 and Hoof Stomp, so just, that's what we're doing now.
I mean, is a 2/5 flying... Sorry, a 3/6 flying Scaligron the hard lock?
Sorry, drew all my bombs.
Wow.
Nothing you can do about that.
That dinosaur is massive. It's all caked up over there.
Oh, yeah.
Does mean that if Janot top decks power number 5, they'll still have to pay off a little bit of contract before they can get to hoof stomping, but...
I've never seen a Scaligron this big.
No. And that no block by the Wind Screamer, if you want to point to a moment that may have won Janot this tournament, that might be a good one to point to, because... Certainly was tempting to put it in front of either of those attacking units. Janot chose neither, and the way that this has unfolded looks very nice for them. Chloric Mix threatening to be even more removal against an opponent who can barely hold up against what's coming their way.
And also a nice draw insofar as the Nose Path signaling they had something to play over the top in combat when they made that attack into the 2/4. So reasonable to expect you're going to have an opportunity here to just blow out the Nose Path when they finally decide to attack.
So Warning Shot opens up some possibilities. And we're gonna start by seeing an attack with everything, including the hardest Thrill Seeker into this Terrex mount. Janot is happy to make that block. Now the Wind Screamer, is that going to get involved? And are we going to see Chloric Mix? We are. It's going to hit the Terrex mount. The rest is going to come through. And now, if you're the Nose Path, you could play the Warning Shot Inscribed if you top deck another power. Well, no, you don't even have a flyer for the Green Stretch Griffin. But we are going to see the power be inscribed. Janot hits the Primal Sigil. They can play Hoof Stomp. That hits the Griffin. The Wind Screamer can't give anything else flying at this point, but they don't need to. Hit for another 5. You can pin the Jotun and Trick Throw to take out one of these, to take out the Wind Screamer.
Yeah, the Gron is unassailable.
This was not the best order to do it, but that's okay. We missed out on a point. See if it comes up.
Mm-hmm.
Because that Pin the Jotun overwhelms, but this 2 damage Trick Throw won't. You flip the order, you deal 1 more. But the important thing is the Wind Screamer's off the board. And now we got an Icy Glider. So we've got 2 pretty big flyers. I feel like the Nose Path needs their Feral Serpent. They didn't get it. Now they've still got a couple of turns to go as it stands. They're going to drop to 5 here. Grizzled Hermit. That can't be enough to race because this drops down to 12. Daily Grom's going to make racing even more unlikely. Alright, this is it for the Nose Path. Can they find something? It's another Grizzled Hermit. Maybe if it was earlier, but this is going to be too slow. Jano is going to win this draft open. The Nose Path concedes, and you have yourselves a draft open champion.
Daily Gron beat down. Look it up. New archetype to find the cues.
Yeah, that was really nicely done by Genoa. It's kind of a shame we didn't get to see more of their matches because they absolutely crushed and really showed a fantastic aggressive mindset, I would say, where they were very frequently willing to make difficult choices in order to give themselves what they needed to get over the finish line with sometimes not the biggest stuff, but all you got to do is get them down to 0.
Well attack, a lot of great tactical attacks. Really fun to watch.
All right, so congratulations to Jano for the Nose Path. Very nicely done making it to the finals. And if you get another top 4 finish this year, we'll be seeing you at the World Championships. But that's going to do it for the draft open. We do have one more bit of business, though. It's time for another preview card. We've seen a few so far. And yeah, let's check out All Nighter. So 1 cost, fast spell in time. Put an enemy unit with cost 2 or less on the bottom of its owner's deck, or create and draw an apprentice mage. As you can see there, you got 2 cost 2/2 with +1 maximum power. So you either pass or fail after this all-nighter, and that'll be up for you all to decide when you get your hands on this card and enter the Arcanum. But Patrick, it's not every day we get to preview a really exciting looking new removal spell, but today's that day. What do you make of All Nighter?
It's really cool. Again, going second, you just pass on turn 1, and then there's no bad options. Really sweet combat trick. Thing that you can play obviously in decks that ramp strategies where you're interested in apprentice mage anyway. Really a lot of flexibility, a lot of modality here. Cool story too. This one will be fun.
Yeah, this is definitely another one for the files of. We had a lot of exciting names to go through. Pass fail, cram session. I'd just like to throw out some of the others, but it's going to be all nighter, and this will be a good one. And yeah, this is a card that we're excited to see. How it'll impact both Expedition and Throne. The ability to get rid of a cheap unit in Throne so efficiently. I'm not sure. I don't think we have anything that does it quite as reliably for 1 power that I can think of. So you all have fun crushing it with that card. And you might even get to see that card at our next event, the August Throne Open. So taking place at the end of August, because Enter the Arcanum will definitely be out by then. All right. So I think that's going to do it for us here at Direwolf Digital. Thanks a lot for everyone's patience in as we quickly adapted to a remote broadcast due to no air conditioning this weekend. So thanks to our producer Tom for putting this all together at the last minute, for Tim and the QA team for working so hard to get this event together and tested, for all of the players who came out and participated, and whether you made it to the finals or not. Thank some of our members of our design team for throwing in their 2 cents for those pack 1 pick ones. Hope you enjoyed those in between rounds. And as always, thanks for joining me, Mr. Sullivan. We'll see you next month at the August Open. Anything you want to say before we sign off?
No, this was a real pleasure. Games were great. Kind of itching to hop in the draft queue myself, and excited to see everyone in a month for some Throne action.
All right. Until then, signing off from Direwolf Digital. congratulations to Jano. We will see you next month at the Throne Open, and pre-order Enter the Arcanum tomorrow. Until then.